Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space, so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders in Africa will be here. To register for this Connected Africa 2024, go to www.connected.go.ke.
In today's society, the future of any economy is digital. Ordering medicine, agricultural products, manufacturing supplies, working, and even studying are all done online. This is why one of the key focus of government strategy is building a digital superhighway all over the country and making it accessible to anyone. The government has completed about 25,000 kilometers of fiber, including 12,000 kilometers of national optic fiber network backbone infrastructure, NOFB, and the private sector has built around 35,000 kilometers of fiber. The National Optical Fiber Backbone Initiative has connected 1,650 ministries, counties, departments, and agencies nationwide. More than 100 hospitals have been connected, and a national telemedicine initiative led by Kenyatta National Hospital has been piloted with support from Huawei and other partners. The Digital Superhighway program has 5 key components. To enhance connectivity across the country, the Digital Superhighway shall install an additional 100,000 kilometers of reliable, stable, and affordable high-speed internet connectivity across the country. This will connect 8.5 million homes, 40,000 learning institutions, 13,000 public health institutions, 18,000 government offices, as well as police stations, huduma centers, and technical institutes. The Digital Superhighway will provide free public Wi-Fi in 25,000 locations across the country to ensure access to ICT and close the digital divide in line with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To enhance regional integration and make Kenya into a regional and global ICT hub, exporting technology and software, and a powerhouse in data storage and cybersecurity. To establish 1,450 digital village smart hubs in every ward for Kenyans to use to innovate, work online, and also trade online. Expanding mobile network penetration, that is 4G and 5G coverage across the country, and leverage new technologies such as AI, blockchain, and big data. The Digital Superhighway design will be the whole country connected, high redundancy, seamless integration between private and public sector networks, integrated design, building, and acceptance. Just imagine bringing science to life in your local primary school through watching videos online or using platforms like Zoom or Microsoft Teams to learn from a teacher in a national school. An open university where all students can join and complete their studies online. Being able to talk to and get prescriptions from a doctor online. Working and earning online at the comfort of your home. Using the internet to trade globally through buying and selling of products to the world market. Using AI, big data, and blockchain technology to guide in agricultural production. Access to financial services online such as the Hustler Fund. Modernization of our security agencies by enabling them to respond to emergencies on time, and elimination of crimes in our country. The key outcomes will be the creation of at least 1 million jobs, increasing ICT contribution to GDP to 1.2%, improving public services in health, education, and safety, amongst others. This is the Digital Superhighway, a smart, connected, and digital Kenya.
Zedekia Obuya Koko. I'm a student at Kenyatta University pursuing Bachelor of Science in Telecommunications and Information Technology. I am a part of the Seed for Future program 2021. I realized that the children were very lively. Actually, they were very enthusiastic to get more information about digital stuff, digital communication, and they were inquisitive. They were eager to learn more about anything to do with the digital communication.
Training the students from Bosco Boys has been so much great since we were able to interact with the kids. We have seen that the kids have already been exposed to digital communication, and that is what we were covering. So it was nice interacting with them.
The training was awesome. The kids were enthusiastic to learn, and their questions were answered. And I really thank the organizing committee that has made the visit to Don Bosco Boys, and the kids were really great.
Seeds for Future has really made me to think outside the box. I've realized that the technology that we have today, the major aim is to reach the least in the society. So I have to think to the level that the execution of this technology impacts the least in the society.
We are the Seeds for the Future 2021! Yay!
The story is told that man walked his first steps right here in Africa. The evidence reveals that he didn't just begin his walk here, he began his thinking, creating and developing right here. And so it goes. Africa is the cradle of technology. Kenya's tech journey has been long and steady. As a people, Kenyans are innovative, and this is clearer in the tech space. We have built ICT infrastructure, innovated and leveraged tech to keep connected, do business, and even digitally deliver public services.
Kenya as a country has made significant investments in the area of ICT.
We are enjoying the newest experiences of robotics, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things. Kenya's digital footsteps are on that map, and this is bound to grow further as ICT is now at the core of the Kenyan government. So far, over 25,000 kilometers of fiber have been laid across the country by the government. This has yielded an increased internet penetration. This is but a journey in bridging the digital divide on broadband connectivity in Kenya and increasing ICT infrastructure that will go a long way in reducing the high cost of data and broadband-enabled devices that are required to access digital services. Kenya leads Africa in digital payment services like M-Pesa, and this has increased access to credit and brought about convenience for citizens. The automation of services and introduction of platforms like eCitizen, IFMIS, has made access to public services easy and efficient. The Kenya Kwanza government has also rolled out the Hustler Fund that targets citizens at the lower end of the economic pyramid who require credit to upscale their businesses. Our youth have not been left behind. With Ajira, an online job bidding platform gives our youth opportunities to earn online. In the recent past, ICT Authority has partnered with Konza and Tveta to roll out Ajira under the wider Jitume program, through which the youth are learning digital skills so that they can seek paid work online. Through the White Box platform, ICT Authority gives innovators a platform where they can pitch their ideas directly to the government and get technical assistance in the development of their ICT innovations. These innovations are then incubated to scalable startups. One such startup is Damu Sasa. Kilemi and Aaron are two passionate innovators who were accorded technical support to develop the Damu Sasa app that is now supporting efficient access to blood countrywide. Indeed, this innovation program is one of the outcomes from the 2018 Connected Summit. There are other significant initiatives that have been born out of Connected Summit, such as Huduma Centers, the Digital Literacy Program, as well as the e-Citizen platform, which have all transformed the delivery of public service in terms of digital skills and digital services.
There are deliberate efforts by the government to roll out programs in our training institutions starting from basic level, so that by the end of the day at an earlier stage, we also get to expose our kids to digital world. When they become of age, they will be conversant with digital and digital life, transforming them from analog to digital way of doing things.
The benefits of a flourishing digital economy is the greatest offering we can give to our children and the next generation. And we indeed owe them. We are in this position of leadership at such a time, and it's for us to really ensure we open opportunities for our people to be able to access global opportunities from wherever they are.
This year's Connected Summit ties in with the overall government transformation agenda to transform our economy through the use of technology. The high-level conversations here will go a long way in refining the delivery methodologies for the programs, projects, and initiatives being undertaken by the government of Kenya in order to ensure we not only accelerate their achievements but also embrace all citizens in the journey. The outcomes of this summit will build into efforts for increased efficiency in public service delivery, as well as access of government services, by all citizens, irrespective of their geographical locations, in a reimagined public service. The summit will sharpen the role of the ICT sector in our social and economic development.
We hope that this summit this year is going to help us unlock the opportunities that we have in the digital economy.
The frontier where we have got unexploited potential by way of jobs is the digital space. So we want our youth to leverage on technology so that they are able to not just earn jobs by being through the digital jobs which are available in the market, but we use technology to turn our youth into entrepreneurs so that they are able to conduct their businesses driven by technology in their areas of expertise.
Huu mpango wa serikali tunataka kuweka Wi-Fi katika soko na mastage 25,000 katika Jamhuri ya Kenya.
We cannot underestimate the power of innovation and technology. And that is the reason why this first Jamhuri in our fifth administration is dedicated to innovation and technology, because therein lies the space for our young people.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow, today. NTT Data.
Liquid Intelligent Technologies has a mission to connect and enable all Africans through our intelligent technology solutions, ensuring that no one on the continent is left behind. We are working hard to provide people throughout Africa with the infrastructure and solutions they need to empower economic growth in the countries we serve. We believe that fast, reliable connectivity is a critical enabler for growth. It is only possible to enjoy the benefits of a digital economy when people have access to online services. Liquid Intelligent Technologies provides African solutions to enable Africans and local businesses to answer their challenges. The East-West corridors deployed by Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers a resilient alternative for internet and private traffic, taking the shortest paths between the two African coasts. More people than ever before will be able to reap the benefits of redundancy and access to high-speed connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers the lowest latency performance between Miami and Singapore via Africa, and provides access to all the major sea cable networks connecting to the African continent. Global carriers and content providers are now able to transmit through Africa to other global points of presence. These corridors further our mission to connect every country on the continent and bring the many proven economic benefits of improved connectivity and technology solutions. In particular, for organizations looking to maximize opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Liquid Intelligent Technologies fiber network extends more than 100,000 kilometers over 13 countries across the continent, enabling communities to digitally connect. We were the first company to terrestrially connect the Cape to Cairo, and now we are the first to connect East Africa to West Africa via 3 corridors of fiber connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligent Technologies builds Africa's digital future.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Granny.
What did you do this weekend?
Well, Friday, I went on a science trip to see the gorillas in Rwanda. Then we watched the Cup final in London.
Oh.
On Saturday, my friends and I met up to hunt some dragons again. Yes. And on Sunday, I went to bed watching the world from space.
With Airtel 5G's lightning-fast speeds and seamless connectivity, you won't believe what's next.
The idea was to have the juniors or the students or the beneficiaries of this program to be able to tell us how they are benefited from this project and its resources. The whole point is to have to do different types of competitions in different categories where they will be able to creatively express their various opinions in terms of how it benefited them. We have 3 categories in the DigiSchool Creative Competition. We have, for the primary schools, which are 9 schools or the 13, we have 2 categories, the drawing and the essay writing categories. The drawing category consists of grade 4 and grade 5 students, while the essay category consists of grade 6, grade 7 and class 8 students. While the secondary school, which is a more advanced level, is a video production category where they get to produce videos. All in all, the 3 categories, the end goal was for them to showcase how the project or the resources or the benefits of internet to their learning processes and outside learning. On the DigiSchool competition, it was exciting because the learners knew that they are competing with others countrywide, and the issue of the award really excited them even more because they knew by the end of the day we are going to get some award. So they were very busy every time. They want to compete, they want to draw, and the drawings were so many because they wanted, everybody wants to present the drawings, everybody wants to write, and it was quite exciting to them. The competition has really been beneficial to the students. It has achieved all the intended goals, which was to not only be able to get feedback from the learners about the impact of the project, but also give them a creative way and a learning process.
We use our Wi-Fi to listen to music, to entertain ourselves, especially our free time, and even in curricular activities, example, games and sports.
This essay writing has helped me to boost my language.
The idea was to have the juniors or the students or the beneficiaries of this program to be able to tell us how they have benefited from this project and its resources. The whole point is to have them to do different types of competitions in different categories where they will be able to creatively express their various opinions in terms of how it benefited them. We have 3 categories in the DigiSchool Creative Competition. We have for the primary schools, which are 9 schools of the 13, we have 2 categories, the drawing and the essay writing categories. The drawing category consists of grade 4 and grade 5 students, while the essay category consists of grade 6, grade 7 and class 8 students. While the secondary school, which is a more advanced level, is a video production category where they get to produce videos. All in all, the 3 categories, the end goal was for them to showcase how the project or the resources or the benefits of internet to their learning processes and outside learning.
On the DigiSchool competition, it was exciting because the learners knew that they are competing with others countrywide, and the issue of the award really excited them even more because they knew by the end of the day we are going to get some award. So they were very busy every time. They want to compete, they want to draw, and the drawings were so many because everybody wants to present the drawings, everybody wants to write, and it was quite exciting to them.
The competition has really been beneficial to the students. It has achieved all the intended goals, which was to not only be able to get feedback from the learners about the impact of the project, but also give them a creative way and a learning process.
We use our Wi-Fi to listen to music, to entertain ourselves, especially our free time, and even in curricular activities, example, games and sports.
This essay writing has helped me to boost my language.
mi Omirendanari Regalamberanjara Ala Zairo Rianyage Ibome Borangorio Arabugur Borogua Ayeri Loibi Magure Lagiri Azwagala Mayan Roldi Miraziri Ayana Borboronyanya Yawala Magai Regalamberanjara Ala Zairo Rianyage Ibome Borangorio Arabugur Borogua Ayeri Loibi Magure Lagiri Azwagala Mayan Roldi Miraziri Logarangro Lagambi Omirembianari Regalamberanjara Ala Zairo Rianyage Oh yeah yo Oh yeah yo Ale yo lale
A round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And now some beautiful drums. We want some beautiful drums before we ask Ninga to come back. So Ninga, be on standby.
Siri mambo, siri mambo, abantu bakuserera siri mambo, siri mambo, siri mambo, abantu, 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 abantu bakuserera siri mambo, siri mambo, siri mambo, abantu bakuserera siri mambo, siri mambo, siri mambo.
Shortly. So I'm kindly requesting that those of us who are still walking around, please, let's take our rightful positions, find your seat and take your seat kindly. As it is tradition, we'll start, once His Excellency is in the room, we'll start by standing up, then we'll go to a prayer before we continue with the rest of the program. So a kind request, please, let's take our seats. let's settle down. We'll be having the chief guest, His Excellency the President, joining us in just a short while. So please, let's take our seats. Thank you. We can continue with a little bit of entertainment as we wait for His Excellency.
Check.
Mawe niwe baba zilale mawe niwe baba zilale mawe niwe baba zilale mawe we baba zilale mawe niwe baba zilale mawe niwe baba zilale mawe niwe baba zilale mawe we baba zilale mawe. Zilale mawe niwe baba zilale mawe niwe baba zilale mawe we baba zilale mawe ni homeless moonlight sleeping on a midnight lake. We are so homeless. Moonlight sleeping on a midnight lake. Oh, we are so homeless.
All rise.
Moonlight sleeping
Let us all rise.
on a midnight lake.
Let us give His Excellency the President a warm welcome with a clap. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Your Excellency. With your permission, I'll request to remain standing. We'll start with a short word of prayer, and it's going to be led by Sheikh Nassif, followed by Reverend Joshua Rotere. Let us have the prayer.
May we pray? Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God the Almighty, the most gracious, the most merciful. Lord, we are standing here today, this morning, as we praise and thank you for having guided us to this day. Lord, we pray that you guide us to the best of this day. We pray and ask you for your blessings and support, as we will always be grateful to you as our Creator. Lord, we ask you to guide us to the best of knowledge and deeds. We ask you, God, for wisdom, understanding, and tranquility. We pray for our President, His Excellency, Dr. Samuel Arap Ruto. We ask you to help him, to guide him, to bless him as he steers us in development. Lord, we pray that you forgive us for our imperfections. We pray that you open the doors of success and goodness and allow us opportunities as a country for better and prosperous generations in development, God. May you fulfill all our needs and prayers, and may our nation prosper in peace and development as a pillar of strength. O Lord, we pray. Amen.
Let's continue praying. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning. We are grateful for gathering us for this activity today. The Lord, we look forward to transformative economy through ICT. This morning, Lord, I lift our President, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, unto you. He is carrying the burden of this nation and also the people of Africa. I pray, God, that you guide his steps in everything that he does in this country and even in other nations. We pray, God, that we will grow as a nation and will reach a level where we shall become the digital hub to the global transformation. We thank you as we begin this activity. May you begin with us and lead us to the end of it. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Let us kindly take our seats. Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, various ministers representing different countries that are present, ambassadors, the Secretary General COMESA, Her Excellency Chilese Kapwepwe, all cabinet and principal secretaries led by the CS ICT, Honorable Eliud Owalo, CEOs, chairpersons, partners, and sponsors, all distinguished guests. Your Excellency, to start us off, we have a short video that gives us the journey of Connected Africa Summit. If we can kindly have that video queued so that we can watch it before we proceed with the rest of the program. And with that, allow me, Your Excellency, to now invite the Chief Executive Officer, Information, Communication and Technology, Mr. Stanley Kamanguya, to give his welcoming and opening remarks. We can welcome him with a warm hand clap. Tumpigie makofi. Karibu sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, all invited guests, Your Excellency, allow me to ride with the protocol that has been established in the interest of time. It is with ultimate respect, Your Excellency, and honor that I extend a very warm welcome to all the esteemed leaders and great minds gathered here today as we unveil this pivotal moment of the Connected Africa Summit 2024. As we convene here today, Your Excellency, under our theme of shaping a future of a connected Africa, unlocking growth beyond connectivity, I urge us to embrace this theme as our guiding star to light us towards a brighter future for Africa, an Africa that stands as a tall leader in the global digital space. Your presence here, Your Excellency, is demonstrate your profound dedication towards the ICT sector and also exemplifies you as a testament visionary leader in recognition of the role that technology plays in shaping our digital economy. The Connected Summit journey, Your Excellency, has been a long but exciting one. We started in the year 2009 with about 500 delegates, largely drawn from government. The summit has grown over the years to be what it is here today, a continental summit with delegates across Africa and beyond. So someone may ask, why Connected Africa, Your Excellency? Having drawn from the successes of the regional summit, Your Excellency, with your guidance, you challenged us to bring together our colleagues and friends from the continent and global partners for us to come together and deliberate how we can develop the roadmap towards a digital powerhouse. And here we are today, Your Excellency. We thank you for the challenge. Your Excellency, this summit draws a diverse array of participants, including policymakers, development partners, and digital think tanks. We have representation from 49 countries, Your Excellency, 35 African, 10 European countries, 2 from Asia, UAE, and the US. We do have with us here, Your Excellency, 16 ministers, 4 deputy ministers and principal secretaries, 25 ambassadors, representation from the COMESA and the AU, as well as heads of ICT authorities and regulatory bodies. At this juncture, Your Excellency, allow me to quickly recognize my peers from the continent. I will just quickly mention their names and ask them to stand. We have Madam Mama Sato from Sierra Leone. Thank you very much. She's the DG Communication Authority. We have Andrew Nyerenda representing the DG from Malawi. Thank you very much. We have Usu Amadi representing the DG Ghana. Thank you very much. And we have Dr. Dorothy Okello from Communications Commission, Uganda. And finally, Your Excellency, we have Joseph Mayen from Southern Sudan. Your Excellency, this convergence of minds provides us with an exceptional platform to delve into cutting-edge technologies and facilitate robust discussions, which we hope will lead us to some actionable outcomes that will propel us towards a digital Africa. ICT authorities and regulators and similar institutions across the continent will be fundamental in coordinating the implementation of the outcomes of this summit. Together with my peers, Your Excellency, we have then agreed and we aim to form a caucus of authorities responsible for digital connectivity to coordinate this effort and support our respective governments in the achievement of these priorities that will be identified here. As I conclude, Your Excellency, allow me to ask all of us to imagine the old times in our African culture. Imagine the drums of the old times, signaling messages across Africa's vast land. Imagine navigating the fields, guided by the stars. This is our true and unique African culture. In the same way, we can build a unique digital landscape that gives Africa a competitive advantage and build a unified Africa, not only connected by the bond of technology, but our shared aspirations and relentless pursuit of progress. I thank you, Your Excellency. Enjoy the digital transformation ride. Thank you very much.
Let's give him a warm hand clap. Thank you very much, Mr. Kamanguya. Next, Your Excellency, I'll invite the Principal Secretary, State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, Engineer John Tenui, to make his remarks. And as he's advancing, allow me to also recognize the Huawei Global Vice President, Mr. Tony Bao, who's in our presence. Karibu sana, Bwana PS.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, Honorable the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, Cabinet Secretaries, colleagues, PSS, and all delegates, good morning. Your Excellency, we are so excited for having this summit this morning. ICT Authority has held Connected Summit for the last 12 years. We've had conversations that have been very fruitful and has impacted our country. On the 13th event, we are very happy that it's coming to be African and continental. We've had conversations with my colleagues, the PSS who are here from the region, and I would like to recognize them from Malawi. My colleague PS Samuel Baldwin, you could stand up. Dr. Lado from South Sudan. Kanona Ramachel from Lesotho. And Dr. Buela from Zimbabwe. My colleague, Professor Kisiangani from Broadcasting and Telecommunications. And over the weekend, we had Dr. Amina Sawede from Uganda. Your Excellency, this platform gives us a huge opportunity to address some of the most important issues affecting the globe and also our continent. We are looking at matters of connectivity. How do we ensure everyone in the continent is connected? And how do we ensure that the continent, our countries, are active players in all the ecosystem involved, including the devices, active and passive that are involved. We are also looking how do we digitalize our services as governments across. We're looking at the issues that are rising, cybersecurity, data protection, data privacy. We are looking also at issues of devices that are required to ensure we connect to the last miles. That's affordable smart devices. Your Excellency, we are looking at also global emerging issues, artificial intelligence, and what's our role as a continent? How do we work with our partners across the world so that we are active players in that space? There are also these emerging issues that we've seen during the COVID-19, how it affected global supply chains. How do we position Kenya in the continent and the region as a contributor to the global economic growth by giving diversification of supply chain and also availing our smart talent to be able to be contributors to the global economy. Your Excellency, we thank you for this convening, and we are looking forward to work as colleagues of PSS. We are going to extend another network so that the discussions and outcomes of this summit shall be implemented to ensure the people of the continent indeed benefits. Your Excellency, I'll stop there. It's now my pleasure to invite our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Eliud Owalo, who will make his remarks. Welcome.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, fellow ICT ministers from other African countries, our partners from the industries, thought leaders who are here, let me welcome you all to this Connected Africa Summit. This is a very, very important week for Africa, Your Excellency, because it gives us the opportunity as Africa to discuss the emerging issues in our operational environment in view of dynamism in the technological space and come up with a very, very clear tech roadmap for Africa moving forward. We are dealing with issues of artificial intelligence as to whether or not we need to regulate AI or let AI regulate itself. We are grappling with issues to do with big data, machine learning, issues of cybersecurity. All these require a holistic approach for the continent so that we move in tandem. Similarly, in terms of opportunities, we have got opportunity to enhance the level of digital public infrastructure for Africa. We need to enhance the level of our fiber connectivity, our internet connectivity, so that we have universal access and we have digital inclusivity. Other opportunities that we need to exploit, Your Excellency, include but not limited to the digital jobs that we have within the digital space, opportunities for digital entrepreneurship so that we explore the possibility of Africa being a manufacturer of digital enterprises and equipment such as smart-enabled telephones before we go the full hog to embark on manufacture of computer hardware and software. This is why we are here, Your Excellency. And while doing all this, we need to recognize that everything that we are going to do by way of digital interventions has to be anchored on a sound policy, legal, and regulatory framework. We therefore need to break the shackles and barriers that we have within Africa so that we have got policies, laws, and regulations that speak to each other as opposed to being discordant with each other. We therefore envisage, Your Excellency, that at the tail end of all this, we will come up with recommendations as to what we need to do as Africa in the global technological space so that we exploit opportunities that are available within our operational environment to position Africa effectively in the digital market by way of comparative advantage. With those many remarks, may I have this opportunity to invite the US Ambassador to Kenya to come and make a few remarks, and subsequent to that, invite the Prime Cabinet Secretary, who will eventually invite the President of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning. President Ruto, Prime Cabinet Secretary Mudavadi, heads of state, government ICT officials, private sector leaders, and international organizations. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you this morning. And I am excited to be here for this, I think, very, very important conference. You know this, Africa is a continent full of economic growth potential. And in my view, technology is the key to prosperity as we work together to shape the future of connected Africa. As some of you may know, international diplomacy is a second career for me. I spent most of my professional life in business, including the CEO of two large international companies, eBay and Hewlett-Packard. And one of the most important things I learned in my business career is this: every business is a technology business. As your colleagues here in Kenya know, I have been talking about this ever since I arrived as US Ambassador in August of 2022. But the historic truth of this statement became even more real to me on a recent visit to Northwest Kenya, where anthropologists are partnering with Kenya's National Museum to study some of our earliest human ancestors. While I was there, one of the scientists handed me a chipped stone tool and told me casually, "You are holding the oldest known example of human technology. 3 million years ago, one of our great-great-great-great-grandparents figured out how to sharpen tools to prepare food. And this stone is the birth of technology." First, the good news is I did not drop the stone. Second, the insight. As I held that stone tool, I realized that humans have been in the technology business since the very beginning, and Africa has been home to human innovation from the start. I am confident that Africa will also be home to important technological innovation in the 21st century. Now, when I say every business is a tech business, it is a reminder that technology innovation isn't just about what is flashy. It's about addressing real problems to help real people, like our ancestors did when they first used technology to create that first hand tool. I became the CEO of eBay in 1998, and our company was at the heart of the first internet boom. There was lots of focus back then on flashy technology, and everyone, including me, thought of eBay first as a tech company. But when we really focused on our mission, we found that we were answering questions that most people didn't consider tech questions. How could we help people buy and sell things efficiently? How could we help people pay for those things safely? And how could we help people ship those things quickly? Our success came because we took business questions and turned them into tech questions. That was simple, and it was revolutionary. I encourage all of you to consider this approach for your economies. Look at what strengths already exist in your countries and ask how technology can solve challenges in those sectors to make you a leader through innovation. Sometimes innovation looks like artificial intelligence and satellites and e-money. Sometimes, though, it looks much different than we expect. However, innovation always includes three elements: solutions-focused, it is specific, and it's sustainable. Being solution-focused is the foundation of shaping the future of a connected Africa. Technology must be purposeful, and I must say that here in Kenya, I have been impressed by the innovation solutions that Kenyans have developed for local problems. Sometimes in partnerships with American companies, but sometimes just from local startups. For example, one of the coolest companies I have visited since arriving in Kenya is a company called Zipline that operates in Kenya, Rwanda, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Nigeria. Zipline uses drones to deliver life-saving medical products to hard-to-reach areas. The company is based in America, but each African country it enters, it hires and trains a fully local team. This means that it creates a true partnership where engineering and technology solutions are driven from the ground up. Zipline saw a problem in medical distribution, and they used technology to create a solution. Innovating with technology also requires being specific. The solutions must matter to real people and make sense in a local context. The success of African economies depends on solving problems that are very specific to the local context. And at first glance, these problems may not always look like technology issues, but they are. Kenya is actually full of success stories of companies applying technology to aquaculture. I like to joke that we should change the name of aquaculture to fish tech, so that the industry gets more investment attention. But it's not completely a joke. Today, fisheries rely on cutting-edge technologies like GPS, data analytics, and artificial intelligence that have the potential to revolutionize fishing and make Africa the world leader. And it's not just fishing. In the 21st century, farming is not just farming, it's ag tech. Medicine is not just medicine, it's med tech. Finance is not just finance, it's fintech. And fashion is not just fashion, it's fashion tech. You get the idea. Whatever your country's specific strengths and challenges are, that's where technology can deliver the most impressive results. Finally, using technology to shape the future of a connected Africa must be sustainable. Technology innovation is not a one-time innovation. It requires constant adaptation that we must maintain over time. Many of you know over the past few years, we've been sharing a presentation called Why Africa, Why Kenya, that focuses on opportunities for US companies to invest on the continent. As everyone knows, by 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth and 1 in 3 working-age people will live in Africa. That demographic reality presents an immense opportunity, and taking full advantage of that opportunity means training African workforces so the continent leads in both producing and innovating. There are 2 other reasons that I believe Africa should be on every American CEO's focus list: supply chain diversification and green energy. The war in Ukraine and the COVID-19 pandemic taught us that we all need more diverse supply chains, and Africa can be the solution to this global need, and technology will be the key to that success. But when companies diversify their supply chains, they also must go someplace where there is renewable energy. And this continent has abundant hydro, solar, wind, and geothermal resources, and many of your countries are on the forefront of this sustainable change. For example, Kenya produces more than 93% of its energy from renewable sources. New technologies like artificial intelligence are super power hungry, and Africa is positioned to lead in this important power generation sector in ways that will impact the entire world. These are just some of the keys to shaping the future of a connected Africa. In my 2 years in Kenya, I've seen amazing examples of innovation in action, and I look forward to hearing about those developments across the continent as Africa takes on more leadership in technology in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, please pardon me and allow me to invite Ms. Henriette Gega, the European Union Ambassador to Kenya, to make her remarks. Karibu.
His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto, Prime Cabinet Secretary Ovalo, PS, ICT Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I have the pleasure to represent the European Union and its member states as a Team Europe at this Connected Africa Summit. We are here to harness the transformative power of digitalization for Africa. Impressive progress has been made in Africa, but we want to fully reap the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution, and technological advance is moving at lightning speed. The EU and Africa share a common vision as reaffirmed at the 6th EU-AU Summit, and the European Union strongly supports the creation of the African single market. We believe that our respective digital ecosystems can thrive through more cooperation at all levels and to make our societies more prosperous. Together, we can accomplish the development of a single digital market for Africa, where data can flow across borders freely, personal data are fully protected, and the private sector can leverage data value chains on the basis of clear and harmonized regulation. Data governance is a flagship also in our EU-Kenya relations. We are working closely together to make sure that data can flow safely between Kenya and the European Union, as well as between Kenya and its partners. In order to turn this vision into a reality, we focus our efforts on 3 fundamental ingredients. First, investment. Second, sound governance frameworks, and third, trustworthy partnerships. The European Union has created the Global Gateway Africa-Europe Investment Package. This is worth 21 trillion Kenyan shillings, or 150 billion euros. Around 10% of this Global Gateway's total funding is dedicated to digital transformation in Africa. And this is what we need to harness. We have committed these funds with the objective of closing the digital divide, developing and deploying digital networks and infrastructures, but also, very importantly, working on digital skills. Now, investments can only flourish in a stable and predictable policy and regulatory environment. So we need frameworks which both safeguards rights and spur innovation and entrepreneurship. Finally, trustworthy partnerships are the basis to all our work. One good example is the partnership between Team Europe and Smart Africa for human-centric digital transformation. Together, we shaped 5 thematic sessions and 4 workshops that will take place during this summit on data governance, connectivity, artificial intelligence, and e-identity. Building on this, we will continue engaging and planning to bring this partnership forward. For the Transform Africa Summit that will take place in Nairobi at the end of August. We are in this together. Together, we will transform Africa and the world through innovation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce from wherever they are my cabinet colleagues from other African countries. Please just stand up. I introduce you, starting with Paola there. Yeah, the ICT Minister for Rwanda, ICT Minister from Zambia, ICT Minister from Uganda, ICT Minister from Tanzania, ICT Minister from Zimbabwe, that's ICT Minister from Huawei, and then from Congo, ICT Minister from Burundi, and then ICT Minister from Sudan? South Sudan, yes. Okay, yes, and then ICT Minister from Namibia as well. Thank you very much for joining us over this important platform. Allow me, Your Excellency, with your permission, to give just 2 minutes to the CEO of Smart Africa Alliance, Mr. Lassina Kone. This is the entity that coordinates our ICT activities within the continent. Please, Mr. Lassina Kone, just come and make a few remarks for 2 minutes only. Yeah.
Excellency, Mr. President, honorable guests, honorable ministers, country members of Smart Africa, thank you very much for inviting us. For this 2-minute remark, it's been really wonderful to find ourselves here for one good reason, that 10 years ago almost, Kenya was a founding member of Smart Africa, which was created in 2013. We grew from there from 7 countries. Today we are 39 countries, accessing about 1.2 billion populations. Digital transformation is no longer a choice. It's a necessity, just like a water utility, just like any other utility that we use at home. So this Connected Africa is an opportunity for all of us. I see that a lot of our country members, ICT ministers are here to actually align our visions together. And in fact, the Connected Africa actually teach me one thing. I think this is probably the pilot versions of the Transform Africa Summit, which is going to take place on August 28 to 29. I'm inviting all of you to be present to really make this a remarkable event under the leadership of His Excellency, the President of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lakuna. Allow me just to recognize the presence of the Member of Parliament for this region. Just stand up, Mr. Felix Oduor. He's the Member of Parliament for this constituency, sub-county. We also have our chair of the ICT Committee of the National Assembly, Mr. John Kiare. He's here with a number of team members of the ICT Committee. Just stand up, members of the ICT Committee of the, where we have Honorable Rene Mayaka there. And that is, Joseph from Keses. Yeah. And then also allow me, Your Excellency, to recognize the presence of the Secretary General of COMESA, Madame Shilebe Mpundwa Kapwepe. Welcome to Nairobi. With your permission, Your Excellency, it is now my distinguished honor and privilege to invite the Prime Cabinet Secretary to make a few remarks, then subsequent to that, invite you to speak to the audience. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors and high commissioners, distinguished industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I will be very brief because we are running short behind schedule a little. So I want to spend just a couple of minutes here and invite His Excellency the President to make his remarks. Your Excellency, this is an interesting but very important conference. A few days ago, in fact last week, you had sent me to Paris to have a conversation on the crisis in Sudan. And while we were there, on the sidelines, we started having a conversation during the light moments, and we got into talking about the Olympics, which are scheduled to be in Paris. And one of the conversation members put it this way, that there is no athletics competition if Kenya and Ethiopia are missing. The marathon. If they are there, then there's no marathon. And then we went on further and we talked a little bit about soccer. And as we were talking about soccer, this gentleman, in a very humorous way, said, well, you are good in the athletics and the marathon, but we want to tell you that we are better in soccer. And I asked him, why do you think so? Because we are getting there. And he said, you see, the problem with you guys in Africa is that you run so fast and you leave the ball behind. So what am I trying to say here? So I'm trying to say that dealing with where we are going, the future of technology and connectivity, I think it is important that as Africa, we make sure that we are running fast enough not to be left behind. We cannot continue playing catch-up. The second aspect of it is that we should then also learn to use what we have and make sure that the ball is always ahead so that we find it there. So with these few remarks, Your Excellency, I think this is an opportune moment for you to continue with your drive to make sure that Africa is well connected and we participate fully so that technology does not go ahead without Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be upstanding to welcome His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to make his remarks.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the government and people of Kenya, let me welcome all of you that have come to attend this very timely and important conference. And while there, let me give you one must know about Nairobi and one must know about Kenya. About Nairobi, to the south of this place, if you walk this direction, in about 5 minutes, you will be at the Nairobi National Park. Nairobi is the only city with a national park a minute or minutes away from where you will be staying. So I will encourage you somewhere in between this conference to find your way to the national park. We have wild animals. I must, however, warn you that sometimes they break off from the fence. So if for any reason you find a lion, please be careful. They are not tamed. I must know about Kenya. When you came to Kenya, I am sure you realize that from wherever you came from, you no longer need a visa to visit Kenya. And it is because the artificial barriers that we have since been brought down by technology. And that's why I am proud and honored to welcome all to the Connected Africa Summit 2024, at which we gather to inaugurate the sunrise of Africa's digital transformation, the spark which will ignite our continent's rapid development in every sector to accelerate Africa's progress in realizing its full economic potential. We are here to mobilize our shared dreams and ambitions, visions and strategies in order to pave pathways to our common future, a future designed and built by Africans for Africa. Today, we come together inspired by the shared vision of a continent whose thriving economy anchors global prosperity, driven by the full participation of every citizen, and where, through the relentless pursuit of innovation, integration, and efficiency, our digital economy becomes the fundamental enabler of the aspirations of over 1 billion Africans. The primary ambition of this summit is that through determined collaboration and innovation, we will lay a sustained foundation of connectivity and empower the people of Africa to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the AU's Agenda 2063. We have quite some time, and we have some way to go in order to be ready for the digital economy and the future of work. Africa's internet penetration rate is 36%, which translates to 470 million users in a continent of 1.4 billion people. Current projections indicate that at the current pace of development, this number will increase by an additional 300 million people by 2030. Our continent is connected to the global internet through 19 undersea cables, which is comparatively modest compared to other continents. For example, Europe and Asia are connected by a significantly higher number of cable landings, leading to a greater broadband accessibility with profound impacts in terms of the strong positive relationship between digital connectivity and economic prosperity. Nevertheless, we must all be concerned by the fact that our rate of connectivity is poorer than the existing potential. Despite these connections, fixed broadband penetration in Africa is only about 5%, which leaves us far behind other regions of the globe. This has critical implications for our ambition for both connectivity and economic transformation through the digital economy. The reason is that even an increase of only 10% of our broadband connectivity can lead to a 1.4% GDP growth in our continent. Additionally, our low rate of connectivity also presents other challenges. For instance, Africa's current average broadband speed stands at 8.1 megabytes per second, and at 5% of the monthly gross national income per capita, data costs represent a significant expense and places connectivity beyond the reach of most, especially those who are vulnerable. These statistics must serve as an urgent call to action and motivate us to radically enhance Africa's digital infrastructure and unleash the immense economic and innovative potential of our young people in a vibrant continent. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision for the future is bold, clearly urgent, and feasible. Under the African Continental Free Trade Area framework, we aim to harness Pan-African integration in order to expand our collective GDP from US dollars 1.7 trillion to US dollars 2.5 trillion by 2030. This ambition must be complemented by a strong commitment to bridge the huge digital divide which undermines our continent's growth prospects. Today, 300 million people across Africa live more than 50 kilometers away from an active fiber optic connection, a yawning physical gap that denies them access to internet and separates them from all the possibilities that the digital economy presents. Globally, Africa's digital infrastructure coverage, access, and quality lag behind our other regions. Yet, it does not have to be this way because the most transformative interventions are just but a few decisions away. At the end of 2021, 84% of people in our region lived in areas where the third-generation network technology, 3G connectivity, was available, while 63% had access to G4 mobile coverage. However, regrettably, only 22% were using mobile internet services. This gap between coverage and usage is similarly large for broadband internet connectivity, with 61% of people in our region living within broadband range, but unfortunately unable to use it. The imperative, therefore, is clear and entails determined interventions to significantly increase access to broadband services and to enhance both service, quality, and affordability. In turn, higher digital inclusion will intensify job creation and will help us deal with the challenge of poverty. Beyond infrastructure, a thriving digital economy requires the presence of a sizable and highly skilled digital workforce to build on advances in digital technology and to drive innovation and productivity, thereby creating a dynamic ecosystem which ushers enterprises into the digital economy and enables them to scale up successfully. With the establishment of these essential foundations, the private sector should automatically emerge as the primary driver across the spectrum of emerging transformative use cases. I am in full agreement with everyone here that at the heart of our digital transformation are our young talents, brilliant minds who are actively contributing to the growth of the global technology sector, marking out Africa as an indispensable hub of technological innovation. And I saw many of them as I went through the various booths. Driven by bold creativity and an indomitable entrepreneurial spirit, African youth are pioneering advances in fintech, agri-tech, renewable energy, and digital services. They are a generation which has been socialized to internalize technology as a basic need and way of life that is essential not only for economic growth, but also as a vital tool for solving the most pressing challenges of our time, including improving access to basic services like education, healthcare, and for facilitating sustainable resource management. I speak about young people in Kenya because I see the tremendous potential that exists. The youth are our fundamental constituency, both as the principal builders and beneficiaries of a digitally enabled society where every African can thrive. This understanding is underlined by the theme of this summit, which provides us with a platform to amplify and accelerate the contributions of the youth through and throughout our continent. It is clear, therefore, that closing the digital divide is a priority in terms of enhancing connectivity, expanding the contribution of ICT sector to Africa's GDP, and driving overall GDP growth across all sectors. Africa's digital economy has immense potential, which is projected to reach $700 billion by 2050. This growth and projections in there is informed by a number of key positive factors, beginning with unfolding demographic dynamics. Briefly, our youth population, the youngest globally, is motivated and prepared to drive the digital economy, foster innovation, and entrench new technologies. As a country, we have made the very conscious decision that technology is going to inform the way we transform our country. We set out in the last 1.5 years to put all government services on a digital platform. I am very happy that we are 80% on the way, making sure that every government service is available on the digital platform. And speaking about technology, it is amazing how technology can revolutionize and fast-track our progress. And speaking about technology and what it can do to bring down barriers, in many of my country visits, I visited one TVET, 400 kilometers from Nairobi. And I will give you an example about what internet connectivity, technology, and the youth, the connection, the power of that connection, what it can do for the transformation of our continent. I went to a TVET in Kaiboi, in Nandi County, 400 kilometers away from Nairobi. And I met this young man, Brian. And Brian gave us his story, and he was sitting in front of a computer. And he said, after many things, that he takes 2 hours every day to work on his computer because he has digital skills and has been connected to a digital job. Brian, now in Nandi County, works for an AI company in Germany. Mind you, Brian is a village boy. He has never come to Nairobi, the capital city of Kenya. He doesn't have a passport. But he not only works for a company in Germany, he works for a company, an AI company, which the government of Kenya today does not even have a clear policy on AI. Meaning, Brian is ahead of the government of Kenya. And that is what the power of technology can do. In the last 4 months, again, if I give you another example of the power of technology, and the digital space. In the last 4 months, we have distributed 2.5 million bags of fertilizer to close to 500,000 farmers in Kenya using an e-voucher that has eliminated cartels, roadblocks, bottlenecks, and has made the distribution of fertilizer efficient. Because of the e-voucher last year, which we used to distribute our fertilizer, and the efficiency it brought into our farming, we increased our production by 50% last year. Let me give you another example. I went to Embu, and that is why I was asking about Embu. And women in the market, because we have a Wi-Fi, a free Wi-Fi in the market, were talking about the efficiency of their business because they can now connect to their suppliers because the internet is available, it is stable, and it is free. That is how e-commerce can expand because of internet connectivity, because of technology. Let me also say how technology can expand our industrialization. Today in Kenya, we have a company that manufactures fiber. Today in Kenya, we have a company that assembles smartphones. Today in Kenya, we have a company that is beginning to put together technology gadgets, including computers. So there is an all array from creating jobs to enhancing commerce to powering industrialization. The second critical factor is the potential growth on account of increased digital penetration and an enhanced pace of infrastructure development. With over 160 million Africans gaining broadband access between 2019 and 2022, a 119% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021, we have laid a solid foundation for the digital economy's expansion and built significant momentum for transformative economic growth. Consequently, we are poised to achieve exponential progress with further investments in expansion. And I'm very happy that we have many actors in our midst today so that they can work with us to unlock the huge potential that this space presents. Thirdly, the rise of the African fintech innovation can no longer be ignored. Our fintech sector is now firmly at the forefront of global innovation, with its product transforming economic activities by facilitating inclusive service delivery, as well as interventions like mobile payments, thereby significantly advancing digital inclusion. I cannot forget to mention that huge positive role that international solidarity and regional support have also greatly contributed to the strength of the projected growth of Africa's digital economy. The World Bank's US $2.8 billion investment in digital development projects, for example, enables African countries to surmount challenges in developing digital infrastructure and drive sustainable growth of safe, inclusive digital economies. And I say this in the context that next Monday, here in Nairobi, we will be having a conversation as leaders from Africa with the World Bank on the next IDA or International Development Association replenishment program, because we are pushing the resource envelope on resources that have concessional funding to make sure that we can power our own development as Africans. For a long time, this conversation was done without us. For the first time, we are going to sit around the table, agree with our development partners, work with multilateral development banks to agree on Africa's priorities, what makes sense to us. And that conversation next Monday here in Nairobi, involving African heads of state, the World Bank, and other actors, is an important conversation, realizing that it is as important to disburse as it is to disburse to the right priorities. More partnerships like this are essential for our digital and economic inclusion agenda, and besides, they are sound investments whose dividends will endure for generations to come. I wish to emphasize to the global community, and especially financial institutions and private sector investors, that betting on Africa's future now is the best investment decision with unprecedented immediate and long-term benefits. I wish somebody was listening to me. Any serious investor who does not have his focus in the African continent has some correction to make. In addition, we have developed our policy and regulatory frameworks into fundamental enablers of Africa's digital transformation through effective collaboration. That is why I'm very happy to have ministers in this meeting, because the biggest threat to Africa's progress is the fragmentation of our economy. And that is why we are effectively assembling ourselves into a coherent, cohesive, one market under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And the more we have functions like this, where we collaborate, where we bring our ideas together and synergize, the better it is for all of us collectively. As a consequence, harmonized ICT sector policies instituted both under the ACFTA and the Africa Union's Agenda 2063 play a crucial role in fostering cross-border coordination and investment, facilitating aggressive growth across all countries in all sectors. Also, ongoing efforts to accelerate Pan-African economic diversification and consumer market expansion further bolster the development of an expansive market for digital services as well. Through our commitment to invest in the development of broadband infrastructure and foster the emergence of a digitally enabled society, we shall lay down the foundation for an inclusive, prosperous African future where every citizen can thrive as an active participant in an interconnected global economy. This strategic focus is not only about connectivity, but also about empowering every citizen in a dynamic digital landscape across our continent. I'm encouraged to note that the intentional positioning of the ICT sector aligns with Africa's overarching economic growth strategy, which leverages the digital economy to catalyze the development of various sectors, supported by Africa's phenomenal demographic dividend and deliberate infrastructure improvements, innovative fintech solutions, and strategic policy frameworks. The ICT sector is intended to drive Africa's transition into a global leader in the digital economic space. Kenya's sustained commitment to digital transformation provides a good example of what we should aim to achieve throughout Africa and to benefit everybody wherever we can deliver. At 64 million mobile connections, Kenya's mobile connectivity is 118% of our population. At the end of 2022, mobile data or internet subscriptions were 47.8 million, with 67% of this comprising mobile broadband connections. Our ICT sector has continued to grow at the rate of 10% annually. To build on this and all the achievements, sustain the growth in momentum, and deepen ICT and digital inclusion, we have embedded last-mile fiber connectivity as a strategy and a strategic pillar of our bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Under this vision, our goal is to connect 100,000 institutions and markets and significantly increase fixed broadband access from 1.2 million to 8 million out of the 12 million households between 2022 and 2030. Furthermore, we have commenced the process of reviewing our building codes to ensure all new buildings are fiber optic ready. These initiatives underscore Kenya's dedication to deliver sustainable, universal digital access. We are implementing the National Citizen Digital Skills Program, a transformative initiative to bolster digital ICT inclusion in remote parts of our country. Through the DigiTrack program, for example, we have committed to provide 40 hours of digital skills and innovation training free of charge to citizens across the country, delivered through mobile units. An impressive outcome of this initiative is that over 35% of people who have completed training went on to start new businesses, and 70% have since passed their digital skills onwards to other citizens. This is the impact of a simple intervention in terms of empowering young people, and it affirms the promise of a collaborative approach and the power of partnership in achieving ambitious goals. As we enhance our digital connectivity infrastructure, we are deliberate about fostering a robust environment for e-commerce. The objective is to broaden market access for Kenyan entrepreneurs and also integrate them into the global digital economy. Our ICT sector continues to expand on account of emerging technologies as well as our increasing sophistication in the digital economy. Increasingly, this is going to be the trend in every country on our continent. That is my belief. Accordingly, we see a great and urgent need to design and implement a harmonized model of regulation to be governed by a network of ICT authorities which shall oversee the integration of the digital transformation initiatives throughout the continent in accordance with our AU 2063 agenda for ICT. We are eager to share these experiences, and I'm sure Eliud Owalo and his team will take time to share some of these experiences and also learn from those of our colleagues from across the continent, whatever they have to offer. It is by sharing knowledge and experiences, pooling resources, harmonizing strategies, aligning investments, and working as partners that we shall rise together. This collaborative spirit is what we need to transform Africa into a digitally empowered and economically thriving continent. It is also the reason we are gathered here as this inaugural Connected Africa Summit mobilizes all of us together with our esteemed global partners to collaborate with ambition and transcend our challenges, enabling Africa to rise towards its destiny. The expected outcomes of this summit, therefore, are not mere objectives, but concrete, impactful commitments and milestones on our journey towards innovative leadership and strategic global alliances that will expand our infrastructure, secure our digital spaces, and democratize access to technology, ensuring every African is included in our digital revolution. Everyone present here today recognizes the singular opportunity we have to unite our continent, inspire collaboration and innovation, and transform the ICT ecosystem, connectivity infrastructure, and our digital economy. The time has come for us to mobilize our collective visions, align our skills, focus our aspirations, and unite our energies in pursuit of Africa's digital intentions, economic transformation, and inclusive growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Connected Africa Summit at this point is officially opened, and I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that wonderful speech. Another round of applause for His Excellency, please. Your Excellency, with your permission, if I may request, we just take a few photos before we wind up. And I'll start by inviting all ministers present, both from Kenya and from other countries. If we can kindly just come to the stage so that we can take these photos. We'll take advantage of the stairs. So perhaps, Your Excellency, if we can take just right there. All ministers from other countries and Kenya as well, if we may just come and take advantage of these stairs. Some of us can join His Excellency there. The overspill can come to the top. The next picture, as we arrange this one, if we can. Let's take our seats, please. Those of us in the crowd, let's take our seats, please. Let's kindly take our seats. The next picture we're going to be taking is all PSs and deputy ministers. All PSs and deputy ministers. If we can make our way to the side of the front so that we'll save on time. All principal secretaries and deputy ministers, sorry. If we can all just come here so that we'll save on time. All principal secretaries and deputy ministers. If we can all exit to your right, please, as we have the PSs now join in for a picture. PSs, kindly. The next picture after the PSs and deputy ministers is ambassadors. All ambassadors, kindly, if we can come to the side so that we'll save on time. All ambassadors present, representing different countries, kindly, if we can make our way here. Thank you. So, ambassadors, kindly, we can join His Excellency. The second last picture will be regional CEOs and CEOs under ministry. So please, if all regional CEOs and CEOs under ministries can come to the front, the second last picture. CEOs. We are currently taking regional CEOs and CEOs under ministry as the second last picture. Then ICTA board. The last picture will be ICTA board. The ICTA board. ICTA board as the second last pictures. Members of Parliament, if we can also just kindly come to the side. As the ICTA board are taking members of parliament present, please let's come and take our position. Members of parliament present, both from Kenya and other countries, as the last photograph. That's the ICTA board that is on stage now. Thank you for your patience, Your Excellency. We appreciate. Asante sana. Thank you. And the last picture, members of parliament. After that, we are going to wind up with the national anthem. Therefore, we get ourselves ready. Thank you, Your Excellency. We'll request Your Excellency remain where you are while the rest of us recess, as we now are going to wind up with the national anthem. Let us all be upstanding wherever we are as we wind up with a prayer, which is the national anthem. We've come to the end of the opening ceremony of Africa Connected Summit. We'll allow His Excellency to now exit at his own pleasure.
In the heart of Africa, where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train, here lies the home of champions. In the raw beauty of Kenya, champions are forged. Every stride, every sweat, every victory, all born from the soil of this majestic land. Witness the adventure and become part of magical Kenya's great marathons, such as Stanchat, Lewa, and many more, and experience the spirit of Kenya. There is so much more to the magic. Here is a sanctuary where the serenity of nature revitalizes and rejuvenates. Rich with the authentic Kenyan culture of hospitality. Vibrant with life at every step. Come and discover the magical Kenya. Welcome home.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking. We're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
Liquid Intelligent Technologies has a mission to connect and enable all Africans through our intelligent technology solutions, ensuring that no one on the continent is left behind. We are working hard to provide people throughout Africa with the infrastructure and solutions they need to empower economic growth in the countries we serve. We believe that fast, reliable connectivity is a critical enabler for growth. It is only possible to enjoy the benefits of a digital economy when people have access to online services. Liquid Intelligent Technologies provides African solutions to enable Africans and local businesses to answer their challenges. The East-West corridors deployed by Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers a resilient alternative for internet and private traffic, taking the shortest paths between the two African coasts. More people than ever before will be able to reap the benefits of redundancy and access to high-speed connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers the lowest latency performance between Miami and Singapore via Africa, and provides access to all the major sea cable networks connecting to the African continent. Global carriers and content providers are now able to transmit through Africa to other global points of presence. These corridors further our mission to connect every country on the continent and bring the many proven economic benefits of improved connectivity and technology solutions. In particular, for organizations looking to maximize opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Liquid Intelligent Technologies fiber network extends more than 100,000 kilometers over 13 countries across the continent, enabling communities to digitally connect. We were the first company to terrestrially connect the Cape to Cairo. And now, we are the first to connect East Africa to West Africa via 3 corridors of fiber connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligent Technologies builds Africa's digital future.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Granny.
What did you do this weekend?
Well, Friday, I went on a science trip to see the gorillas in Rwanda. Then we watched the cup final in London.
Oh.
On Saturday, my friends and I met up to hunt some dragons again. Yes! And on Sunday, I went to bed watching the world from space.
With Airtel 5G's lightning-fast speeds and seamless connectivity, you won't believe what's next.
Convergence is bringing together the best of two worlds. Consolidation, on the other hand, is combining multiple elements to create a more effective whole. When both concepts are put together, you get reduced complexity, increased protection, and improved incident response. You get the Fortinet Security Fabric. With the Fortinet Security Fabric, organizations can control safe application access everywhere and provide consistent protection and user experience across all edges, while securing any application journey on any cloud. The Fortinet Security Fabric simplifies operational management and speeds up processes with AI-powered analytics and automation. An open ecosystem supporting more than 500 technology suppliers and threat intelligence partners means better end-to-end protection in multi-vendor environments. All this while consistently countering threats in real time with AI-powered coordinated protections. A cybersecurity mesh platform that adapts as today's networks and even threats themselves evolve. That's the Fortinet Security Fabric. Digital security everywhere you need it.
So here's to the achievers, the believers in more. You see world-class office space. We see launchpads to extraordinary startups and profitable organizations. You see a hefty financial investment. We see unprecedented revenues and profits. You see people. We see human capital and thousands of employment opportunities. You see some vacant land. We see the possibility of growth and development like nothing seen before. You see gold plaques. We see validation that our vision is truly becoming a reality. You see plans. We see a Silicon Savannah powered by Africa's winning spirit and Kenya's industriousness. You see world-class infrastructure. We see technology, science, and expertise at work to create the most sustainable environment that they could be. You see a city. We see a place where quality of life is a given. Konza Technopolis. Technology in the service of humanity.
You probably think Visa is a debit card company, huh? But it's actually a network. Connecting just about everyone to just about everyone else. It can open eyes with a cup of coffee and change minds about what makes a business a business. And it is working to connect everyone, everywhere. So, meet Visa, a network working for everyone.
My name is Fiona Kidui. I'm the acting CEO at Moringa School. At Moringa School, we have an audacious goal of training 200 knowledge workers by 2030. And we do this by ensuring that we have market-aligned relevant skills. And we also ensure that our graduates are equipped with soft skills and professional development skills that will ensure that they contribute positively to their employers. Through our training, we've managed to see our graduates get into employment in a plug-and-play model, so that when they get to your doorstep, they're really equipped with the relevant skills that you need in order for them to be a contribution to your company. When we started in 2014, we graduated 4 students, and right now we are privileged to say that we are graduating about 1,000 students. And so far, what you've seen in Moringa School is people coming in with a high school certificate, end up working in powerhouses like Safaricom, Amazon. So what I've seen Moringa School's graduates do is contributing towards the economy by even employing other people. We have seen people from the underprivileged societies where they started earning nothing, and right now they are earning almost $2,000 plus. What I'll say is we believe in them. I know it hasn't been an easy journey, but you've taught them the impulse of Moringa School, which is great, be autonomous, and always believe in yourself. Be patient. We have seen your colleagues graduate, end up working in remote jobs from Kenya, earning even up to 100,000 as a starting salary. So if other people can do it, especially to the young women, if other women can do it, remember you can also do it. It's just a matter of keep on applying to jobs, and as always, remember where you're from and make sure that you continue impacting in the world that you need us out there.
Fiber Group Limited is a manufacturing company of fiber optic cables. This is ADSS cables, duct cables, fiber to the home. Nia Fiber Group Limited is the only fiber manufacturing company in Kenya. At Nia Fiber, we export cables to different countries in East and Southern Africa.
Whenever we start any production, we do the quality testing, and we have the full traceability. Even after 10 years, there will be hundreds of thousands of fibers, but we can trace the results back.
In the heart of Africa, where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train, here lies the home of champions. In the raw beauty of Kenya, champions are forged. Every stride, every sweat, every victory, all born from the soil of this majestic land. Witness the adventure and become part of magical Kenya's great marathons, such as Stanchat, Lewa, and many more, and experience the spirit of Kenya. There is so much more to the magic. Here is a sanctuary where the serenity of nature revitalizes and rejuvenates. Rich with the authentic Kenyan culture of hospitality, vibrant with life at every step. Come and discover the magical Kenya. Welcome home.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space, so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders in Africa will be here.
To register for this Connected Africa 2024, go to www.connected.go.ke.
In today's society, the future of any economy is digital. Ordering medicine, agricultural products, manufacturing supplies, working, and even studying are all done online. This is why one of the key focus of government strategy is building a digital superhighway all over the country and making it accessible to anyone. The government has completed about 25,000 kilometers of fiber, including 12,000 kilometers of national optic fiber network backbone infrastructure, NOFB, and the private sector has built around 35,000 kilometers of fiber. The National Optical Fiber Backbone Initiative has connected 1,650 ministries, counties, departments, and agencies nationwide. More than 100 hospitals have been connected, and a national telemedicine initiative led by Kenyatta National Hospital has been piloted with support from Huawei and other partners. The Digital Superhighway program has 5 key components. To enhance connectivity across the country, the Digital Superhighway shall install an additional 100,000 kilometers of reliable, stable, and affordable high-speed internet connectivity across the country. This will connect 8.5 million homes, 40,000 learning institutions, 13,000 public health institutions, 18,000 government offices, as well as police stations, huduma centers, and technical institutes. The Digital Superhighway will provide free public Wi-Fi in 25,000 locations across the country to ensure access to ICT and close the digital divide in line with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To enhance regional integration and make Kenya into a regional and global ICT hub, exporting technology and software, and a powerhouse in data storage and cybersecurity. To establish 1,450 digital village smart hubs in every ward for Kenyans to use to innovate, work online, and also trade online. Expanding mobile network penetration, that is 4G and 5G coverage, across the country and leverage new technologies such as AI, blockchain, and big data. The digital superhighway design will be the whole country connected, high redundancy, seamless integration between private and public sector networks, integrated design, building, and acceptance. Just imagine bringing science to life in your local primary school through watching videos online or using platforms like Zoom or Microsoft Teams to learn from a teacher in a national school. An open university where all students can join and complete their studies online. Being able to talk to and get prescriptions from a doctor online. Working and earning online at the comfort of your home. Using the internet to trade globally through buying and selling of products to the world market. Using AI, big data, and blockchain technology to guide in agricultural production. Access to financial services online such as the Hustler Fund. Modernization of our security agencies by enabling them to respond to emergencies on time and elimination of crimes in our country. The key outcomes will be the creation of at least 1 million jobs, increasing ICT contribution to GDP to 1.2%, improving public services in health, education, and safety, amongst others. This is the Digital Superhighway, a smart, connected, and digital Kenya.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking. We're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
Zainab Wako has been suffering from infertility since 2008, when she had her first miscarriage. Since then, she has had 3 more miscarriages, prompting her to visit a doctor in Garbatula. Like most women in the area, Zainab was only using traditional medication to improve her fertility.
She has tried to get a child, but she lost all the pregnancies. She has tried all the things, but most of the time she could not seek medical attention.
Waliniambia niende kwa psychologist, uangaliwe, labda kuna kitu imeblock, uangaliwe. Alafu nikawaambia kuna shida ya pesa, hata mimi mzee yangu ana kazi, nikipata pesa ndio nitaenda.
For many people like Zainab, going to the hospital requires one to have enough finances to cater for their food, accommodation and transportation. This becomes a big challenge for the majority who are living on low income, hence opting for the traditional medication available.
Niliwaambia mimi sijapata usaidizi mwingine, ninatumia tu dawa ya kienyeji. Niliwaambia tu hivyo.
When we are having the gynecology, clinics, we are also having the same for telemedicine, because whatever that could not have been managed by, the MO on the other end has to be attended to by the consultant remotely.
We got the patient attached to the consultant through the video.
Hiyo video ilikuwa mzuri. Na tena niliwaona wale wananiuliza maswali, niliwaona vizuri sana.
If you go to that telemedicine room, you're going to see that whenever our physician is consulting for Garbatula, we are having a team of, interns who are here to learn. And this has now also, expanded, in terms of teaching and dispensing of knowledge.
Nimewaeleza hata kuna wengine nimewaelezea. Wengine wako mbali lakini niliwapigia simu. Niliwaambia kuna daktari fulani hivi, tukuje tukae alafu tuende pamoja tusaidike.
Such initiative will go a long way in contributing to saving of life, cost savings, and basically bridging the human resource gap that we currently face.
From 21st April 2024, Kenya is hosting Connected Africa Summit 2024, and we're inviting all of you to join us in this very important session where we host the entire African continent, leaders and players and stakeholders in the ICT sector to converge and discuss on matters of digital economy, matters of connectivity, smart government, digital skills, future of work, digital trade, and digital platforms. Connected Summit 2024 also provides an opportunity for you to visit Nairobi, to visit Kenya and experience the great country Kenya, the cradle of mankind, and we have an opportunity to invite the rest of the world to come and experience Kenya. So that said, register at www.connected.go.ke. We invite you to share your experience and also listen from experts in various fields and to be able to share what the continent is doing. I invite colleagues from across the continent to come to Nairobi and share with us what they are doing in their countries, and also learn from what Kenya has done and what the other colleagues in other countries have also done. Let's join up together and build a connected Africa.
Digital literacy is one of the 7 core competencies for learners in basic education under the Kenyan competency-based curriculum. In 2021, together with our partners, we launched the first phase of the DigiSchool Connectivity Pilot Project. connecting more than 13 schools all over Kenya to the internet, we improved the overall quality of education in Kenya through technology.
In the school before, we were not using internet because we didn't have. We were just buying bundles so that we can do our work using bundles, which was very expensive to buy bundles and do most of the work. So when the internet came, it's a bit cheaper.
Since we received the Wi-Fi, we have been using it on a daily basis for different lessons. We use it for so many things. When it comes to class teaching, we use it for lesson planning and even during lesson delivery, where learners can access more content, sometimes that may not be found in textbooks and the resource materials that we have at school. Then on the side of teachers, we also use it for our own communication within the school. Yeah, we also use it to communicate even with the parents and other school stakeholders using platforms like WhatsApp and even Facebook.
This internet has helped me to Google for more information in digital sources so that I can get more information.
The idea was to have the juniors or the students or the beneficiaries of this program to be able to tell us how they're benefited from this project and its resources. The whole point is to have them to do different types of competitions in different categories where they will be able to creatively express their various opinions in terms of how it benefited them. We have 3 categories in the DigiSchool Creative Competition. We have, for the primary schools, which are 9 schools of the 13, we have 2 categories, the drawing and the essay writing categories. The drawing category consists of grade 4 and grade 5 students, while the essay category consists of grade 6, grade 7 and class 8 students. While the secondary school, which is a more advanced level, is a video production category where they get to produce videos. All in all, the 3 categories, the end goal was for them to showcase how the project or the resources or the benefits of internet to their learning processes and outside learning. On the DigiSchool competition, it was exciting because the learners knew that they are competing with others countrywide, and the issue of the award really excited them even more because they knew by the end of the day we are going to get some award. So they were very busy every time. They want to compete, they want to draw, and the drawings were so many because everybody wants to present the drawings, everybody wants to write, and it was quite exciting to them. The competition has really been beneficial to the students. It has achieved all the intended goals, which was to not only be able to get feedback from the learners about the impact of the project, but also give them a creative way and a learning process.
We use our Wi-Fi to listen to music, to entertain ourselves, especially our free time, and even in curricular activities, for example, games and sports.
So this essay writing has helped me to boost my language.
The upcoming Connected Africa Summit will embody our collective efforts to forge a digitally empowered Africa. We stand on the cusp of a digital transformation poised to reshape our economies, governance, and societal fabric. In anticipation of this summit, we are here to set the stage for comprehensive review of the progress in ICT that is propelling Africa towards achieving its African Union's Agenda 2063. As evidenced by a 2022 report by Google and the International Finance Corporation, our internet economy is on track to reach a remarkable milestone. It is forecasted to reach a staggering 180 billion US dollars by 2025, highlighting the significant progress underway. This milestone underscores the groundwork we are steadfastly establishing, a foundation that anticipates a future of connectivity and prosperity for Africa. Additionally, commercializing and monetizing this infrastructure will further bolster its sustainability and impact, providing tangible benefits to citizens in various aspects such as facilitating the trade, fostering the development and adoption of innovative solutions, creating jobs opportunities and involving stakeholders across sectors to ensure inclusive growth and prosperity for Africa. Today, I officiate the Connected National Implementation Committee drawn from the public sector, private sector, and donor community that will support in the creation and implementation of the summit. I call upon all stakeholders to join hands with the government to organize the summit that will accelerate our continental growth and strengthen our networks to do the following three things. One, to connect and partner with us to enhance digital connectivity and infrastructure across Africa, ensuring inclusive, equitable access for all. Secondly, to invest and support sustainable growth through investments in green data centers, cybersecurity, and the digital trade and services sector. And the last one, to transform Africa's governance, economy, and society, focusing on nurturing digital human capital and creating opportunities for our youth. So finally, we collectively embark on this transformative journey. The Connected Africa Summit 2024 stands as a testament to our commitment to a unified, empowered, and digital Africa. I thank you all for accepting to dedicate your time and resources to.
Welcome to Connected Africa Summit 2024. Forging a transformative path for Africa's digital future. Happening from April 21st to 25th, 2024 in Nairobi, Kenya. Everything happens here. Come and let's explore transformative initiatives shaping the digital destiny of Africa. Visit www.connected.go.ke and register now.
Ni Irene, nafanya kwa state, nafanya school cha Chiboroa Eldoret through IU. Tangu waweke wifi kwa state inatusaidia sana. Sasa wakati customer anakupigia simu, unaingia tu online, unaongea na yeye kwa WhatsApp. Unatumanishia yeye space yenye imebaki kwa gari, anakutumanishia fare, una connect na yeye. Alafu tena hii wifi imetusaidia sana. Kwanza watu kama sisi hatukuwa tunajua mambo ya TikTok. Nowadays tuko TikTok 24/7. Tunapata vitu mzuri huko ndani, lakini tunaenjoy sana. By the way, tunawaambia sisi tunashukuru watu wa ICT, bado waongeze tu wakati tunatumia wifi ikuwe ni inashika vizuri.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space, so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders in Africa will be here. To register for this Connected Africa 2024, go to www.connected.go.ke.
Kenya is recognized to be a pace-setter in the region and in the digital space. The country has an ambitious plan to onboard 80% of government services online for the Kenyan citizen to have efficient access to government services. To ensure the safety of our citizens online, the ICT Authority is working toward ensuring online security as well as guaranteed trust while transacting online. We bring you digital signatures and certificates by the ICT Authority. A digital signature can be equated to an electronic stamp that is used to prove that a digital document, a message or transaction is real, authentic, and hasn't been tampered with, and assures the recipient that the same originates from the intended sender of the information. The authenticity of documents is ensured as they are time-stamped with a verifiable digital trail that shows who signed it and when. This guarantees that documents or transactions haven't been tampered with by the use of encryption keys to create a unique code that is very difficult to fake or replicate, making processes more efficient as documents can be signed electronically, saving time and costs. This guarantees that documents or transactions haven't been tampered with by use of encryption keys to create a unique code that is very difficult to fake or replicate, making processes more efficient as documents can be signed electronically, saving time and costs. It is envisaged that the NPKI will revolutionize various sectors in Kenya and will enable citizens and businesses to also benefit from using digital signatures. With a digital economy comes the need to secure your transactions, and that is why ICT Authority presents to you NPKI. An organization needing PKI services from ICT Authority, referred to as the Registration Authority, must do a request letter to ICT Authority's CEO along with an appointment of 2 authorized organization representatives who will be doing PKI requests on behalf of the organization. Credentials will be sent via email to the AOR to log in and create accounts for the organization's staff that will receive digital certificates. The user will receive login credentials via email. Once you log in, go to the Human Subscriber Certificate tile and click Submit Request to make an application for your digital certificate. Click on New Human Subscriber Request. Select New Issuance and agree with the declaration and save. The AOR will receive a notification of your application and review for submission to ICT Authority for approval and issuance of the digital certificate. For more information on digital signatures, certificates, and the ICT Authority's role in its implementation, visit our website or contact us today on noc@icta.go.ke.
Zedekia Obuya Koko. I'm a student at Kenyatta University pursuing Bachelor of Science in Telecommunications and Information Technology. I am a part of the Seed for Future program 2021. I realized that the children were very lively. Actually, they were very enthusiastic to get more information about digital stuff, digital communication, and they were inquisitive. They were eager to learn more about anything to do with the digital communication.
Training the students from Bosco Boys has been so much great since we were able to interact with the kids. We have seen that the kids have already been exposed to digital communication, and that is what we were covering. So it was nice interacting with them.
The training was awesome. The kids were enthusiastic to learn, and their questions were answered. And I really thank the organizing committee that has made the visit to Don Bosco Boys, and the kids were really great.
Seeds for Future has really made me to think outside the box. I've realized that the technology that we have today, the major aim is to reach the least in the society. So I have to think to the level that the execution of this technology impacts the least in the society.
We are the Seeds for the Future 2021! Yay!
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space, so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders in Africa will be here. To register for this Connected Africa 2024, go to www.connected.go.ke.
The training was, I would call it a lifetime experience. It was very, very insightful. There were amazing facilitators. The content was very, I would call it very timely, very forward-looking at the same time. So we were well equipped with just an array of skills that equip us not only for today, but the tomorrow technology-wise.
My favorite trend that I've learned is cyber security. It has really been helpful because I was able to learn
many things on cyber attacks and how to protect myself from cyber attacks when I'm working online, especially during this time of COVID-19 pandemic, whereby we are doing most of our things online.
The beautiful thing about the training is that it was not only equipping us as employees in our respective organizations, but it was also greatly impacting us as individuals.
Let me first say thanks to the Huawei team for the excellent giving us the full lectures. I see the lectures did their part took their time to give us the thorough training and the revision materials so that we are able to learn.
We believe that providing training in the use of technology is essential in unlocking the potential of this great country. And we are committed to playing our part in this enablement.
One of the elements in our digital economy strategy is on skills development. And this really goes a long way into helping us achieve our objective in the overall digital economy framework.
The skills acquired through this training will complement their efforts to work across sectors and enhance public service delivery.
Anybody out there, when you get this opportunity, do not walk into it, run to it.
Digital literacy is one of the 7 core competencies for learners in basic education under the Kenyan competency-based curriculum. In 2021, together with our partners, we launched the first phase of the DigiSchool Connectivity Pilot Project. Connecting more than 13 schools all over Kenya to the internet, we improved the overall quality of education in Kenya through technology. We visited Amatu primary and secondary schools to see how connectivity is impacting their school.
Our students get really excited when the IT teacher takes them through a session. It creates fun to them. The girls feel like, yeah, if we do this, we can also become engineers. It should not be left to the boy child only to dominate the field. So I find our girls interested.
Even during the holidays, you can just come to school, use the Wi-Fi, you want to download the assignment or just revision stuff, you just download it and it has assisted me a lot.
For me, it has made the learning interesting, it has made the learning easier, and in the community, it has encouraged many parents to bring their children in school to know more about ICT.
So what we use mostly, sometimes we use the outdoor visual, whereby we download, using the Wi-Fi, we download the videos about things, for example, like the survey process. For example, I teach chemistry and mathematics. I must talk about my subject. Then the students that are able to see what happens in the real world, not there in the class. And it can become very interesting and very enjoyable.
Maybe we may download some videos, which may be, for example, in physics, some things you must watch or see them practically so that you can understand it better. Then sometimes, maybe like flask process, survey process in chemistry, they're somehow hard, but when you watch them, it is easy to understand. Yeah, because it is hard to forget something that you have seen.
We didn't have the Wi-Fi currently that we are having from the Huawei company. We were buying bundles, and it was expensive because we have to do things. We have to register our students, like now when we are enrolling our Form 1s to NEMIS. You see, even that time there was NEMIS. So the school was really investing a lot. It was expensive, and the challenge is the finances.
the school would use money, not less than 5,000, because there are quite a number of things that the office, especially the administration, would operate using the internet.
For secondary schools that were not part of the digital literacy program, such as Amato Secondary School, Huawei donated laptops for their ICT department, thus upscaling their digital skills and providing a chance for them to access quality learning experience with the aspiration to leave no one behind. On International Women's Day 2023, the partners announced an additional 17 schools to be connected, with a focus on girls' schools and special needs schools, along with remote support provided by video conference facilities.
Just like to thank them and tell them to continue the same spirit.
This initiative is a partnership between the Government of Kenya through the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy, ICT Authority, together with Huawei and UNESCO.
The idea was to have the juniors or the students or the beneficiaries of this program to be able to tell us how they have benefited from this project and its resources. The whole point is to have to do different types of competitions in different categories where they will be able to creatively express their various opinions in terms of how it benefited them. We have 3 categories in the DigiSchool Creative Competition. We have for the primary schools, which are 9 schools or the 13, we have 2 categories, the drawing and the essay writing categories. The drawing category consists of grade 4 and grade 5 students, while the essay category consists of grade 6, grade 7 and class 8 students. While the secondary school, which is a more advanced level, is a video production category where they get to produce videos. All in all, the 3 categories, the end goal was for them to showcase how the project or the resources or the benefits of internet to their learning processes and outside learning. On the DigiSchool competition, it was exciting because the learners knew that they are competing with others countrywide, and the issue of the award really excited them even more because they knew by the end of the day we are going to get some award. So they were very busy every time. They want to compete, they want to draw, and the drawings were so many because everybody wants to present the drawings, everybody wants to write, and it was quite exciting to them. The competition has really been beneficial to the students. It has achieved all the intended
Ladies and
goals,
gentlemen, I'd like to request us to begin to take our seats. Let's settle in. We will be kicking off in just a few minutes. I'd like to request those of us that are still outside, please make your way into the plenary. We will be kicking off in just under a few minutes. I'd also like to make a polite request for those of you that are seated at the back. Please make your way to the seats in front of you so we can have a fuller room at the front, and also make way for those that will be joining us shortly into the summit. So I'd like to request us kindly, let's take our seats. Let's settle in. Those that are still outside, please make your way into the main plenary. We will be kicking off in just under a few minutes.
The internet plays a critical role in the provision and access to quality teaching, learning, and management of education across all levels.
In the heart of Africa, where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train, here lies the home of champions. In the raw beauty of Kenya, champions are forged. Every stride, every sweat, every victory, all born from the soil of this majestic land. Witness the adventure and become part of magical Kenya's great marathons, such as Stanchat, Lewa, and many more, and experience the spirit of Kenya. There is so much more to the magic. Here is a sanctuary where the serenity of nature revitalizes and rejuvenates. Rich with the authentic Kenyan culture of hospitality. Vibrant with life at every step. Come and discover the magical Kenya. Welcome home.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking. We're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
Intelligent Technologies has a mission to connect and enable all Africans through our intelligent technology solutions, ensuring that no one on the continent is left behind. We are working hard to provide people throughout Africa with the infrastructure and solutions they need to empower economic growth in the countries we serve. We believe that fast, reliable connectivity is a critical enabler for growth. It is only possible to enjoy the benefits of a digital economy when people have access to online services. Liquid Intelligent Technologies provides African solutions to enable Africans and local businesses to answer their challenges. The East-West corridors deployed by Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers a resilient alternative for internet and private traffic, taking the shortest paths between the two African coasts. More people than ever before will be able to reap the benefits of redundancy and access to high-speed connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers the lowest latency performance between Miami and Singapore via Africa and provides access to all the major sea cable networks connecting to the African continent. Global carriers and content providers are now able to transmit through Africa to other global points of presence. These corridors further our mission to connect every country on
the elderly one, yeah, which
an Africa that stands as a tall leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamanguya. Next, you actually
Enjoy the.
While I was there, one of the scientists handed
artificial intelligence as to whether or not.
Impressive progress.
A number of team members
does not go ahead without
to make his remarks.
Leaves us far behind the Connected Africa Summit.
Make our way here.
It's under Ministry.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your tea break. I'd like us to now settle in. We're ready to kick off with our next sessions for today. For those who are our visitors from outside the country, I hope you sampled our Kenyan tea, our Kenyan coffee during your coffee break. I know we have a long-standing feud or conversation with our brothers from Ethiopia and Rwanda on whose coffee is better, but since you're here in our home, I hope also our Rwandan and our Ethiopian brothers and sisters have sampled our beautiful Kenyan tea and our beautiful Kenyan coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle in. We'd like to now kick off our first session, our first plenary session for this afternoon. I'd like to request you to kindly take your seats, do settle in, so we can kick off and keep time. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, welcome once again to the Connected Africa Summit 2024. We're ready to now kick off our next sessions for this morning, and before we get there, I would like to get some housekeeping out of the way. We do have a trade visit tomorrow to Konza Techno City. That is our incredible futuristic city, which we like to call the Silicon Savannah. If you are visiting, please make sure to plan for that visit, which happens tomorrow afternoon. And we will also have another visit to Near Fiber. And Near Fiber is the only manufacturer of fiber optic cables within the country. So we'd like to encourage you. We will place a barcode on the screens at some point this morning, and you'll be able to schedule that visit to either Near Fiber or Konza Technopolis. So ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to also be part of the online conversation. If you are taking some pictures, if you haven't, I hope you do. The hashtag we're using is CAS 2024. That's CAS 2024. And the other hashtag is Connected Africa Summit 2024. We'd love it if you could be part of the online conversation as well. By way of introduction, my name is Terry Ann Chebet. I'm with CNBC Africa, a Pan-African business news channel, and today I will be your program facilitator. I would like to first welcome, to give us his opening remarks, the Cabinet Secretary, Information, Communication and Digital, Honorable Eliud Owalo, to come and give us his welcoming remarks. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he makes his way to the stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Stanley. Can we be settled? Let's settle down. And if somebody can announce to those who are still out to come back in so that we can move seamlessly with a minimal interruption. So, all cabinet ministers who are here today, the principal secretaries, high commissioners, and other representatives of foreign missions, our donors and sponsors of this event, the sponsors which include Safaricom, Team Europe, Cisco, Amazon Web Services, Dell and Huawei, among others. Allow me, first of all, to express our gratitude to all of you, for creating time out of your busy schedules to come and join us at the Connected Africa Summit 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity and a platform for us as Africa to think together in view of what is happening in our operational environment so that we can come up with a tech roadmap that can guide our digital transformation moving forward. We are today operating in an environment where factors in play keep on evolving. Dynamism in the operational environment is faster than the rate of technological innovation. Over and above that, there are salient challenges that we need to address moving forward. So a total of 135,000 jobs for the youth within 1 year alone. And our proposition is that in the next 1 year or so, we should be able to create about 2 million jobs for our youth. This will be a major game changer to address the unemployment situation in Kenya. And we need to move in tandem as Africa to think of how we can leverage on technology or facilitate optimal uptake of the technological jobs that we have for our youth to address the unemployment challenge that we have in Africa. That is a discussion that we need to have as a continent. But with that critical public infrastructure in place, the question we need to ask ourselves as African governments is, do we still need to have manual processes in government? And the answer is a clear no. The answer is a clear no. In Kenya, we have embarked on the process of digitalizing government services and digitizing government records. We envisage that all operations in government should be paperless to facilitate efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery to the people. Again, we need a continental approach. Here in Kenya, we have managed already to digitalize fully 16,892 services, which are today available on our e-citizen platform. How do we move together as an African continent in the space of digitalization? Because we have no option. We must digitalize everything in Africa to re-engineer our processes so that we... Let me just give you an example to elucidate or to explain the benefit of digitalization. At the point when we embarked on this process here in Kenya, we used to collect on average about 60 million shillings per day. Through digitalization, today we are collecting up to 1 billion shillings on a given day. The revenue sources still remained more or less the same, but we have just sealed the revenue leakages and brought on board also more people into the income bracket. That is a discussion that we need to have as Africa. How do we enhance our level of digitalization to facilitate efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery to the African people? How do we take advantage of digitalization to enhance the level of our own domestic revenue so that we are able to collect adequate revenue to the extent that we can utilize the same to settle our external debt and even have surplus within our countries for purposes of both recurrent and development expenditure. The other issue that we must discuss is inclusivity. If we are rolling out digital public infrastructure and we are digitalizing government services, we must ensure that a critical mass of Africans have at their disposal smart-enabled telephones. Because in the face of digitalization, it is no longer justified that we will be asking the African people to visit government offices to consume government services. We must facilitate universal access to smart-enabled telephones. In Kenya, as government, but partnering with the private sector, we have already embarked on local assembly of cheap or affordable smart-enabled telephones going for at a unit cost of $50. And we envisage that this will drastically go down as time progresses. We want to go the full hog and embark on actual manufacture of telephones, and then proceed to the next frontier of manufacturing both computer, hardware, and software. There is no reason why Africa should be a net importer of technology. We have got the capacity, skills, competencies, and wherewithal and resources to become manufacturers of technology ourselves as opposed to be net importers. The other issue is identity of the people. If we have got all services on virtual platforms and we have got smart-enabled telephones, equally or in equal measure as African countries, we must have a virtual means through which African governments can confirm the authenticity of each and every African. We must have a virtual mechanism through which African governments can confirm that he or she is the person he or she claims to be. And that's why we should have a very frank discussion about digital identities. Digital identities to facilitate seamless virtual transactions. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Other economies have done it. Estonia has done it. Belgium has done it. India has done it. Why should Africa be an exception? Why should we be an exception? Pakistan again has done it. So we need to have that discussion on digital identity. The other area is digital skilling to facilitate optimal uptake of the digital infrastructure that we are putting in place. If we leave the people behind by way of the level of literacy, ICT literacy skills, then the people will not be able to optimally uptake the digital infrastructure. So we need to, in tandem, think about how we are going to enhance skilling of the people, starting with the youth, public servants, to facilitate efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery. All this, ladies and gentlemen, must be anchored on sound policies, laws, and regulations. And I'm happy that a critical mass of our regulators are here. We need to think of how to come up with an enabling policy, legal, and regulatory framework in this regard. I've talked about those emerging issues like AI. What do we need to do? Internet of Things, cybersecurity. We need to move together as Africa so that we come up with policies, laws, and regulations that speak to each other as opposed to being discordant to each other. This will enable us to become one digital market, one continental digital market. And based on the economies of scale, the attendant benefit of this is that we will be having a better bargaining chip in the global marketplace by way of comparative advantage. With those many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are on the right pedestal. And if we are guided by some of those frontiers, then at the end of this summit, we should come up with viable, feasible proposals as to what we need to do as Africa to come up with a very, very clear tech roadmap that can position Africa as a destination of choice by way of foreign direct capital investment in the ICT space, and also globally by way of comparative advantage. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, CS Owalo. Let's give him another warm round of applause. Honorable Owalo has given us a quick overview of the challenges, some of the emerging issues that he has talked about, including perhaps what will be quite a hot topic here, including such as regulation of AI. Is it something that the industry must begin to look into? IoT as well, cybersecurity, e-commerce strategy for Africa. And just to set that on stage, I would like to welcome our first moderator for the first plenary session, Ambassador Philip Thigo, Special Envoy on Technology for the Republic of Kenya, who will be taking us through a conversation with Africa's thought leaders on shaping Africa's digital future. Let's give Ambassador Thigo a warm round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I thought people had tea. Good morning. Or the stage is too far. Thank you so much, Terian, for carrying us through the session from morning. As you look at your program, we've tried to combine this session. It is the leader session. And the idea basically is to try and set the pace for Connected Summit. Of course, it is a Connected Africa Summit, and we have distinguished leaders from the continent, led by honorable ministers. Let me just say all protocols observed, and if I would have your indulgence, let me welcome His Excellency Chileshe Kapwepwe, COMESA Secretary General, to the stage. Thank you, Excellency. Honorable Michael Luth, Minister of ICT and Postal for South Sudan. Thank you so much. I apologize. Do you need me to help you? Anyway, please. Dr. Tatenda Mavetera, Minister of ICT, Postal and Courier Services for Zimbabwe. Thank you, Excellency. Honorable Paula Ingabire, Minister of Information and Technology, Republic of Rwanda. Honorable Salima Manora Ba, Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation of Sierra Leone. This is going to be an amazing gender balance panel. Let me thank the sovereigns for selecting this panel. And finally, and not last but not least, Alessandra Lustrati, Head of Digital Department and Private Sector Advisor of His Majesty's Government, United Kingdom. The mics should be somewhere on the side. Please choose a seat. I don't bite. Everybody kind of was avoiding to sit next to me. Basically, I think the idea of this session is to try and set the pace. Of course, it's a leaders session to the extent of, I think, Honorable Owalo, the Minister of ICT for Kenya, kind of led the context around both the convergence and the controversies that we're experiencing on our continent. A continent that is more divided, that needs to be more connected. A continent that still requires a lot to do around digital infrastructure, even beyond digital public infrastructure. A continent that has its own realities, that has basically been recovering, whether from the ravages of war, but also a country that is within its own geopolitical challenges amidst a global expansion of technology, where we are nowhere in the AI race. And so based on those particular challenges, let me start from the ministers in country as we go to the region. And because South Sudan, you have the mic. I mean, looking at unique situation of South Sudan around post-conflict recovery, what are the specific steps that your government is taking to enhance connectivity, especially in the bigger areas of education?
Yeah, thank you very much,
Ambassador Thigo.
MC. And thank you for the colleagues who are here with me, and I appreciate the presence of the audience for attending this occasion. In fact, South Sudan is one of the countries, of course, which is the youngest son of Africa, or child of Africa. And being the youngest child of Africa, of course, we don't expect it to make the same strides that it had, that other countries or states have made in Africa. And especially after independence, when we had some internal feuds that brought about insecurity in South Sudan, we could not make long strides as expected. We had started better when we got our independence in 2011. And after 2011, we continued and we progressed very well. Unfortunately, we had another situation in 2013 whereby we had insecurity. And with the insecurity, we could not move ahead. All that we had done was completely erased, and we had to start from afresh. Nevertheless, we managed to sign a peace agreement in 2018, which we are implementing now. With the implementation, of course, when South Sudan became independent, it had nothing actually to mention. There were Sudanese operators operating in South Sudan, and when the independence came, they all withdrew, and South Sudan was left without. So we had to start from scratch, and up to now, we are still struggling in order to catch up with the world, because with this connectivity and the technology, definitely you will not be in a position to proceed or do anything unless you catch up with the world. So, Excellencies, indeed, of course, the technology today is the leading catalyst. There is nowhere we can develop without, as mentioned by former speakers, it is only through technology that you can advance. And this is what we are struggling with. So in South Sudan, we have 3 operators. That is ICT operators, and that is MTN and Zain, and MTN, Zain, and Digital. These are the only 3 operators that is in South Sudan. And these 3 operators have not so far managed even to cover the whole of South Sudan. Of course, these are private companies, and they operate only whenever there are resources there. But so their task is to ensure that they make funds, they make money. Meanwhile, the policy of the government is to ensure that the services reach the people, because connectivity is a right at present. It is no longer a privilege, but a right of a citizen. So we are actually trying our level best to establish or to connect the people of South Sudan. And in order to do that, we have established what we call Universal Service and Access Fund. This fund, this body is established in order to accelerate the connectivity in the unserved and underserved areas in South Sudan. This is what this body is doing, and it is actually moving in a good way, and we are optimistic that we will be in a position to cover most of South Sudan before elections, that is before the end of this year. In the Republic of South Sudan, of course, as I mentioned, we have only 3 operators who are trying to connect it, but nevertheless, we have also only 2 lines of fiber optic normally from Uganda to Juba. And the fiber optic is stopped there. We have not gone anywhere else. So our connectivity is still weak. It's still weak. We are not fully connected. Even the fiber optic that entered Juba has not yet covered Juba as such. So we are also in that process, and we are optimistic that we'll be in a position to do all this before time. However, the government has the government, in partnership with the International Development Association and the World Bank Group, is implementing a national broadband backbone of South Sudan. That is, in fact, this project starts from Kenya here. It started at the borders, and it enters South Sudan. And it is this project that will actually connect South Sudan with the world. This project, with the implementation of this project, we are planning to make South Sudan a hub for Africa, because South Sudan, being a country which is landlocked and it is in the heart of Africa, then we are planning to connect it through Kenya and through Uganda, through Ethiopia, and through Sudan. After getting connecting it like that, then we will create that hub and then extend westwards to DRC and to Central Africa, whereby we'll be connecting also to the Atlantic Ocean. These are programs that we are intending to do, and this is what we are planning. And in terms of policies, we have worked out our policies, and these policies are now, we are in the process of operationalizing them. Our policy is a free market economy, so we have allocated, our duty is only to regulate the task of the operators so that they can operate in a free and a free atmosphere, so in order to render services to the people. So, in addition to that, of course, our policy as a government is to ensure that the women and youth are the main beneficiaries of the digital connectivity and the digital world. This is simply because about 70% of the population in South Sudan are young people. This is a young nation with young people. Most of the people died in the liberation struggle, and the young ones who are now coming up, about 70% of them are the ones who are now in charge, and these are the people we are trying to develop so that they can take over the lead and be in a position to connect us with the world. Of course, in order to operationalize the policy of taking towns to the people, which is the policy which we had since the time of liberation, was taking towns to the people, we shall seek to accelerate the construction of the other phases of the national broadband backbone to be completed so that the benefits of the broadband connectivity do not stop in urban centers, but it should traverse the entire landscape of South Sudan, being aware that connectivity alone is of little benefit. So we shall also strive to work with local and global partners to complete the e-government, e-services, e-content, and mobile financial services across South Sudan. In fact, we have already started these e-services, and we have now the e-customs, the e-health, and we are in the process of establishing e-education and so forth. And this is in order to connect us with the rural population so that our people can benefit from that. However, the impact of connectivity on the environment is also massive, and the potential to help prevent climate change is great. In the future, digital technology may help abate carbon emissions by much more than it will generate by its deployment. Because of the digital divide, many people are still unable to benefit from connectivity and digital technologies. All in all, the positive impact is enormous and exceeds the negative impacts. Ultimately, connectivity has the potential to create benefits in every field of sustainable development, and it's imperative that we embrace the overall benefits of the digital technology. This is the situation in which we are in South Sudan. The operators that are operating now have not yet connected us up to, the connection is about 50% only in South Sudan. And we are optimistic that we'll be in a position to connect them up to connect the people of South Sudan up to more than half, 60, 70%. And we are encouraging more investment because South Sudan is a fertile land where connectivity is still open, and we would encourage investors to come to South Sudan so that they can come and help in accelerating this digital connectivity. That is what I can say. We are a little bit behind. We are not like our brothers in Kenya, but we are longing for your support as Kenya so that we connect with South Sudan. Thank you.
Please, you can give a hand to the Honorable Minister. I think you sort of covered a wide scope in terms of your vision, and I think the vision around, and this is always to private sector, that connectivity should not necessarily be to areas where it's lucrative or areas that make you money. But I think it's to the extent, as the Honorable Minister says, that connectivity now is actually a human right. And so you can actually do good while doing business. And so I would, again, just amplify and echo your call that South Sudan is open for business. You've had the gaps. It's only 3 operators. The coverage is still not adequate in terms of mobile connectivity, and fiber optics is still, again, at only the capital centers. It needs to go across South Sudan. And so, again, to all private sector in the room, I cannot amplify it even better than the minister has done it. He'll be around at Connected, so please find the minister. Let me go quickly to Honorable Paula. And I just wanted to get a segue. Of course, not lost to, again, thank you for coming. This month is especially significant to Rwanda because of the genocide against the Tutsis. And so, as always, we stand in solidarity with Rwanda. But again, I just wanted to bring Rwanda because so that our Honorable Minister from South Sudan sees what is possible and to the extent of what Rwanda has done in terms of being a leader, in just not necessarily building a technology infrastructure, but also enabling technology to serve people and technology to be the driver of what we know Rwanda is. So when you see Visit Rwanda, you basically know what the President, Honorable Kagame, has done, but also what the minister has been able to do. So I think if you can share some insights around Rwanda's digital public services. I know I'm one of the people who's used Irembo. Sophia has caught me, or my friends, driving, over speeding. And to the extent, what lessons can we learn? And what potential advice can you start to share with South Sudan? Because over 30 years, you've been able to do what some of us think is impossible. So my question really is, what are those lessons that you can give us? What are those exemplars? And what do you think we can scale collectively to learn from Rwanda?
Thank you very much, Ambassador Philip, and maybe allow me to also extend my appreciation to the government of Kenya for inviting us to be part of Connected Africa Summit. Definitely a great space where we can all share what has worked, what hasn't worked for the different countries, but also as we look at what's the best way to integrate better and ensure that we're leaving no one behind in the different parts of our countries. But just to go quickly to your question, Rwanda's journey, as you rightly said, has been one of 30 years where we put digital front and center of the different strategies that we adopted, understanding that digital was going to really allow Rwanda to leapfrog the different stages of development. And that has worked for us because of the investments in infrastructure, whether it's the investments that have been possible by the many partnerships we have, whether it's development partners, whether it's the telecom operators that we have within our market, that have all invested heavily to really allow us to even achieve today what we boast at about more than 97% geographic coverage. But I think when you look just at the statistics of coverage, that may not really be enough. What we're looking at is not just how many people or how many places in the country have been fully covered, but truly how many people in the country, the population, that is benefiting from these investments that have been made. And that's why, whether it's ITU or GSMA, we see a distinction of statistics between the coverage gap and the usage gap. And I believe COVID was a great opportunity for many governments and the private sector together to really reset and understand that much as we've invested heavily in putting in place, in closing the infrastructure gaps, there's still many of our people that live in areas that are very well covered, but at the same time that are not benefiting in a meaningful manner. And that brings me to the question that the moderator is asking of public services, because for us it was not just rolling out fiber infrastructure in all districts and border points. It was also going back to the drawing board and understanding then what? That now we have the infrastructure, what does it mean for people in different parts of the country? And that's why digitizing services was a priority for us as the government of Rwanda. And for us, the policy was simple: zero trip, zero paper. We don't want our citizens to make any trip to get any government service, and we don't want them to have to print papers to upload documents, but just to find ways of even delivering these services in an e-certificate form. So today we have over 400 services that are already online. The plan is that by June this year, all government services will be online. And as I said, citizens don't have to travel to any government office to get a service. All they need to do is log into Urembo, as Ambassador Philip mentioned. You go in, you put in all the different documents that you're requested for, and within 3 or 5 days you're able to get the services that you're looking for. And that has been an interesting journey for us. But coming back to the issue of the infrastructure gap, we're also very aware that much as we've put services online and we have internet connectivity in most parts of the country, there's still going to be a big percentage of our population that still will not be able to access these services. And that comes back to the question of devices. Most of our citizens will have feature phones or basic phones, and that means that they're limited in how much they can meaningfully benefit from the infrastructure and broadband infrastructure investments that have been made, or the investments that government and the private sector have made in really putting services online. And this brings me to the concept of agents. And I think even for Kenya and many countries that will speak here, that are represented here, we know how much the agent networks have grown in a way to facilitate the last mile delivery of these services. And so a combination of agents of our telecom operators and a combination of our digital ambassadors has made it possible for those citizens that still live in areas that are well covered but don't have the right device to still be able to access these services. And you may ask, and perhaps we'll end on this, what is digital ambassadors? Because that's also another segment that has been very important for the drive for digital adoption in Rwanda. And the digital ambassadors will help with building digital literacy skills for our citizens. And so the combination of investments in broadband infrastructure, investments in skilling our citizens with digital literacy skills, thinking about how we provide affordable devices, smart devices for our citizens, and digitizing services is really what has made it possible for Rwanda to push hard on the digital agenda and making sure that every Rwandan is fully benefiting from these investments. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Honorable Minister. And I think I really needed to connect that with South Sudan. Because to the extent that, from where Rwanda came from, it's actually possible to do this. But also technology has evolved. I think partnerships and collaborations are much more nimble. They're very much aware of context. And so to your point, Honorable Minister from South Sudan, that acceleration is possible. And beyond acceleration, there's also good practice that we can learn from our neighbors. Let me go to Sierra Leone, the other side of the continent. I think there's again similar. I'll ask you the same question I asked Paula, because I know Sierra Leone also has come from a difficult history, but then you've been a North Star in that region from DSTI, right? Which Kenya normally is a first for everything, but all of a sudden, Minister Senge puts up an innovative office that then begins to drive technology. It's for the first time I ever saw an African president with a 3D printed map on education and looking at using 3D to understand disparities between boys and girls in school. And so with that kind of mindset, what is Sierra Leone pushing beyond those initial initiatives that we saw, to the extent of building a resilient infrastructure, but also that is looking at its inclusivity? Because I know that has been President Bio's kind of mantra. So how are you doing it, and what can we learn from Sierra Leone?
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And let me join colleague ministers to thank the government of Kenya for hosting this event and inviting us. I think specifically when it comes to tech and connectivity, I think this is one area where, as a region, we really need to come together, learn lessons, and see how we can collaborate. But going to your question that you asked in terms of Sierra Leone's journey and how, as a country of an 8 million population, we've been really able to make a stake in terms of our contribution to this. I think it really stems from, I think maybe similar to what Rwanda experienced, realizing the only way we're going to accelerate and leapfrog our development was through tech. And I think also understanding that because we didn't have some legacy systems, it will be much more easier for us to adapt some of these. And it's been a very intentional development, as you mentioned, from even the appointment of the Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. Senge, the establishment of DSTI, all of those were first of its kind, because I think sometimes it's easy to say we're going to prioritize tech, but if you don't set up the institutions that would allow you to do that, it would become very difficult. So through the gains which were made through those appointments, through DSTI, and I will also say a lot of the cornerstones, and I actually come from the world of DSTI, so a lot of the cornerstones was really looking at 3 areas which we prioritize. We prioritize data for decision making, which is where you would see His Excellency the President had a 3D map to tell him in terms of looking at children going to school, which were the hard to reach areas, which kind of informed key interventions that we made. Also, we looked at human-centered design. So when you talk about inclusivity, those are really key for us, because we understood that we could not just roll out the most high-tech solutions and technologies that you wanted. You have to think about the context and where you sit. So this is why you see so much of our solutions are hybrid. We have the low-tech, not because we can't, or we shouldn't, we don't know how to do the high tech, but we understand that our population is not at that stage yet, looking at the coverage for feature phones, looking at what the literacy rates are. All of those are decisions that go into, or factors that go into in terms of determining what kinds of solutions that we build. And that's really worked well for us. I'll give you an example. During COVID, and because we unfortunately had the experience of Ebola, we understood that a lot of the impact that we faced was because of the lack of communication, effective communication. So when we had the experience, when COVID came around, we utilized the various technologies to ensure that we could deliver accurate information to citizens. We used IVR that we used within the 16 different languages to make sure citizens could access the information. We used chat box, we used USSD, and we really saw through that the impact. I think Sierra Leone was one of the last 3 countries to report a COVID case, and we really tie that to our communication strategy that we used. So through all these wins, and also even if you talk about using USSD to do result checker, I'm sure most countries which have the WASCE module of examination, we had this situation where for students to access their results, there was this scratch card system where it was costing students, guardians a huge amount of money to be able to access that. We were able to digitize that using USSD, basic USSD for students to check their results, and up to date, we've calculated it saved over $5 million in terms of direct impact to students and guardians. And through the significant interventions Dr. Senge made when he eventually transitioned to Ministry of Education, actually, so all of those gains, we decided His Excellency decided to scale up this to a ministerial level. Even the establishment of my ministry is new. It was really, before it was information and communication, but we realized for us to do more, there has to be a specific intention around prioritizing tech. So also during the new administration, tech and infrastructure is one of the president's big 5 agendas. And even though it's a separate pillar, but actually when you look right across the other priorities of the government, food security, public sector reform, human capital development, tech runs through all of them. And I sometimes tease my colleague ministers that I'm the most important one out of all of them because I appear in all of their portfolios. But that is really to say about really just being intentional about centralizing tech and really just, again, we do a lot in terms of looking at countries that have done a lot in terms of this and seeing how we adapt and we pick and we adapt what would work best for us. But then to go back to it in terms of now, what are our new priority areas for us? Really, we have 2. We focus on infrastructure development, that is increasing penetration within the country, and we focus on affordability. Because we understand for a lot of this, when we talk about digital services, government services, and so much which runs across critical infrastructure sectors, finance, agriculture, banking, security, a lot of this rests on infrastructure, connectivity infrastructure being reliable. So we've rolled out a national fiber backbone, which covers the whole country right now. And we're now in engagements with private sector to see how they can leverage off that infrastructure to do last mile connectivity. Currently, 90% of the population has access to 2G. That's not the ideal of where we want to be. So we look at what else we need to do in terms of moving that forward. So a lot of the focus is on increasing, I think as the Minister of South Sudan said, same for us. We consider, I think that's the critical thing, really when you start considering internet and mobile services as a basic human right, it really changes the focus because I always say, I remember the days, well, I'm not coming from far, but remember when, having internet at your home was really seen as a luxury item across our countries. So you really want to move to that point where we all see it as a point where everybody should have access, like how you have access to healthcare, water, food, you should have access to mobile and internet, and it's not an afterthought. So those are the areas we're making in terms of infrastructure. But I also think in terms of affordability, and I think that's another area where we need to focus on, because maybe as the minister was mentioning, Paula was mentioning, we have our coverage and our uptake. There's a gap within that, and some of it we see it's around affordability, affordability of those services. So I think those are areas where individual countries need to look at, but I think across the region, I think is something we need to look at. So one of the things we're doing to that is to really maybe address some of the root causes that contribute to the high cost of internet. For example, we're discussing with our private sector how we get them to all move over to green energy, because sometimes we recognize that some of the things that impact our pricing is cost of fuel. The recent cost of energy across the region kind of also impacts our cost of providing those services. So we're discussing with it. One of our the company that manages wet landing cable is completely 100% on green energy. We're looking to see how we do more of those in terms of moving the other private sector companies to also move within that. And I think just finally, one of our areas that we're really also prioritizing is citizens' engagement. Having a conversation with the private sector within our country and also engaging with citizens, I believe, and I've engaged with a couple of countries, and I think there's a general perception about this sector and being very extractive, and sometimes seemingly with our citizens not understanding why. Again, it has to do with cost, it has to do with quality of service. So one of the areas which we're really prioritizing is how we do citizens engagement, first of all, in terms of understanding the infrastructure, what it costs, but also getting feedback from citizens in terms of what we can do better. So those are some of the priority areas that we have in terms of moving those along.
Thanks so much, Minister. Quite a wide kaleidoscope, of course. But I think the takeaway for me is the issue of infrastructure, the issue of affordability, issues of meeting citizens where they are, especially around devices. Thinking through is not the shiny smartphones, it's also understanding that citizens have feature phones and ensuring that services can be accessed. Those feature phones, let me go quickly to Zimbabwe. I'm being reminded we are running out of time. But basically, again, how is Zimbabwe, attempting to bridge the digital divide, but also figuring out the challenges that you've had from your previous speakers on the infrastructure, and what examples can we learn?
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Indeed, let me also thank Kenyan government and also our Counter Minister, who is Honorable Olo, for organizing this very important conversation. And you know very well, we always say there is nothing for us without us. So we believe that we need to be involved in these conversations so that we're able to make sure that we enhance the digital landscape of Africa. As Zimbabwe, we really want to really speak about some of the interventions that we have done in terms of the digital space. For us as a country, we have got a mobile penetration rate of about 99%. And of course, the internet penetration rate has increased at the last quarter of 2023 to get to about 73%. But for us, we still feel it's not enough. When we talk about infrastructure as Zimbabwe, we have realized that there is great need for us to enhance in terms of increasing our fiber connectivity. For us, we are very much basing on it, but we have also realized that we have connected more than 20,000 kilometers of fiber across the country. But right now, with, of course, a lot of talk coming around, we have also realized that there is need for us to look for innovative ways for us to be able to connect. As a country, we have seen ourselves move greatly in also looking at innovations that we also see the young people also getting involved. We have come up with innovation hubs, which has seen us also coming up with the startup policy, which resides, of course, in the Science and Technology Ministry. But we have seen that as Zimbabwe, we have got technology hubs, which we greatly look at, and we are also looking at looking at these innovations and also commercializing them. As a country as well, we have also seen ourselves also look at a shared infrastructure policy. The reason why we have done that, we've realized that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. So if it means that we've got a company that is already established a base station in terms of connectivity, we tap onto it, other telecoms operators also tap onto it, and they utilize it together. We have realized that it is important because, after all, there is a lot of investment that is needed in the sector. So if one is going to invest in that, that means that others can actually be able to tap on it. As a country as well, we have also been seen also looking at us introducing public Wi-Fi zones, not only to just make sure that at least we also look at public institutions. We are able to do this for our schools. We've got an e-learning program that we have, and also we have got a telemedicine program that we've already started. And now we have realized that we need to connect every other plan. We want to thank our President, His Excellency Dr. Idi Mnangagwa. On the 7th of March, just last month, he launched 3 ICT policies. He launched the Smart Zimbabwe Master Plan, which is seeing us in coming up with ways that are going to make us go smart. For us as Zimbabwe, we are very happy that our president has been very supportive in making sure that we go smart. We also look at us and making sure that we digitalize all operations. We also are working on an enterprise architectural modeling that we're working together with Estonia, which is going to see us digitize all public institutions. We realize that a lot of ministry have been very much lacking, and it is quite important for us to digitalize them and also see us make sure that we enhance our connectivity. We also enhance even us as public institutions also being seen to lead from the front. We have also engaged on public sector interactions, which we have seen that it is quite important that they also lead, they also assist us in also coming up with this. There is great need for us to enhance, of course, on our national data center. We feel that there is great need for us to enhance more so that at least we can then be able to make sure that at least we have got more cloud computing services that we provide as a nation. And I'm happy that COMESA recently came to Zimbabwe on part of their tour, whereby they're also trying to identify an Africa cloud. And we're saying this is the way to go. For us to be able to enhance as Africa, it's a matter of us realizing where we are lacking, what is it that is needed so that we enhance more. And I'm very happy that this conversation is very important, because after all, we don't need to say, yes, if Rwanda has got an AI policy, why can't we tap on it? We need to be able to also listen to what they're doing, to also follow suit to what they're doing so that we enhance more. As Zimbabwe, we have already come up with an artificial intelligence framework, which already we're working on so that at least we can then be able to come up with an artificial intelligence policy. We feel that this is great need. All these disruptive technologies are upon us. What we need to do is also to tap on them, what is that we're doing. On our curriculum as Zimbabwe, we have also incorporated robotics and coding, so that it starts at an early age. And these are some of the interventions that we're also doing. However, as Zimbabwe, we launched a geospatial planning satellite 2 years ago. And we are happy to say that we are also trying to also then be able to come up with the communication satellites. Plans are already underway. But there was a conversation which was being said to say, as Africa, where are we in terms of satellite technology? Why can't we also be able to be seen coming up with our own satellite from Africa? Why can't we also be able to do this? And I'm happy that indeed there are conversations around this that we need to do. But I continuously say we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to be able to see ourselves, be able to invest in that. And in conclusion, I'm saying, as Zimbabwe, we are not yet there, but we're continuously pushing. We also have got interventions that we're doing in terms of device mechanisms, whereby we've got a company that is assembling devices. We feel that the cost of devices is very, very important for us to be able to move greatly. And also, we're also getting interventions, because we're a landlocked country, on seeing how best we can be able to make sure that we get the cost of our data very cheap. But all these interventions, they're meant to make sure that we digitalize. And indeed, we also followed suit from Rwanda. They've got a Connect Rwanda, but in Zimbabwe, we now have a digitalized Zimbabwe, so that at least we can make sure that we digitalize Zimbabwe to a great
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I think clap for the Honorable Minister. I think that mantra will carry nothing for us without us. We will take it and exploit it in the conference. But I think the very notion that there's already existing best practice, or why are we reinventing the wheel when there's already good practice? And I think that's the essence of connected Africa. This is how we remain connected, but also this is our context. And I think our context is where we learn better, but also I think there's definitely an appetite for peer learning across countries. I think COMESA, you've been mentioned a couple of times, and maybe this is the opportunity to bring COMESA. Especially, for the first time, I'm hearing of an Africa Cloud, but potentially, what are the opportunities that COMESA offers? I know we are trying to do as much as possible in country, but then there's now the push for Africa to begin to trade with itself. And when Africa is beginning to trade itself, of course, we've had many countries that are really putting up big investments around digital infrastructure and digital connectivity. So, but there are challenges around cross-country connectivity. And so what is COMESA potentially looking at around trying to help us as much as we are doubling down on internal connectivity, cross-border connectivity?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Also, just to add my appreciation to the Kenyan government for making sure that COMESA is part of this very important conversation. I'm inspired by the fact that this session, which is thought leaders, is primarily made up of young women Africans who are leading ICT in their countries, and I think then our future is in safe hands. Secondly, I also am delighted to come to such a forum, because if we're going to talk about Africa connecting, working together, we have to meet and talk. We have to bring the ministers, the regulators, the policymakers, the regional bodies, private sector, so that we have a very clear narrative of where we want to go. The ecosystem, technology, digitalization is huge. There's so many threads that you can pick and say we need to do this and this. I like to use two African adages. One is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So I think this means that we really have to come together if we're going to get to where we're going. The second one that I use when I talk about something as huge as this is, how does one eat an elephant? One piece at a time. Which means we have to be deliberate in how we want to structure the way we go forward, the policy issues and all those, so that we are moving in a very clear narrative as what does Africa want to do? What are their priorities? How do they want to move in the whole system? Listening to the different countries, I would now talk from a regional perspective. Listening to the different countries, they all have their own peculiar needs and they are addressing those issues. At the end of the day, what we're doing when we look at how can we use technology is really to resolve challenges that are faced. So we have to have impact. Whatever it is we're doing has to have impact on the ordinary citizen. Make it easier for him to make a payment, make it easier for him to travel, to make a booking, whatever it is. So that has to be paramount in our thought process. But what we do as a regional body is that we have the mandate to convene ministers or regulators and say, come together, what do you think about this? It's happening in this part of Africa, can we replicate it here? So we have that mandate to bring the players together, especially the policymakers. So that puts us in a position where we can really address the issue of harmonization, which for me is very, very important. We must have a situation where we're moving in the same direction, where whatever platforms we're putting together can speak to each other, because we don't want to have different efforts at a different country level, which now when we try to bring them together, just brings us more complications, cost, so we can avoid duplication, we can be more efficient in the use of our technology, our resource, our money. And also when we look at a very well thought out process, even attracting investment from private sector, they'll come when they know this is seamless. I can invest across 3 countries, 4 countries, without having different rules that I'm dealing with. So for us, harmonization is very important. The second point that I'll touch on is alignment of strategies. Again, I've listened to some strategies from different countries. They're seeing it from their perspective. Is that perspective of the region, of the continent? So for us, again, is our national strategy aligned to the regional strategy, to the continental strategy? How does that feed in so that we don't have this misalignment, which will cost us more money to try and align? Let's do it at the planning stage. Let's do it before we roll out. The third one for me is really sustainability, because usually we do start on projects. This is really good, it's working, and we pat ourselves on the back and say this is something that is going to bring a lot of solutions. But if there's no sustainability built into those programs, you find after a year or two, the funding stops from the funders who had supported that particular program, and we're back to square one. So I think it's really important that we also look at sustainability. I'll talk a little bit about what COMESA is doing just to bring into the picture. For example, I'll take one aspect because our focus is trade. So for us, digital free trade area is what we have embarked on. So we are trying to look at how do we use technology to make your crossing on the border faster, more efficient. Instead of having a truck that comes and they have to offload, you use scanners. That saves them so much time. We use electronic documentation for your certificate of origin, for other documentation that you need to submit at the border, which actually you can pre-clear by sending that information. So before the truck actually gets to the border, information is already there and it's much faster. So again, leveraging on technology. Also, we talked about Africa Cloud, which I'm sure Zimbabwe has already talked about, but these are very practical ways that we are saying, how can we do this? Not individual countries, but coming together in grouping. So really, in short, that some of the things that we are trying to do is advance the harmonization, the coordination, the alignment, and making sure that we're not duplicating effort. And we're learning from those that are ahead so that we don't reinvent the wheel, as it has been said. So for me, really, usually when you're one of the last two speakers, you kind of, everybody had a lot of time, and then suddenly they told, in 5 minutes, can you give us what you... So I hope I haven't overstated my time and been able to make my point. Thank you, moderator.
Succinctly, very clear. Please give a hand, and my apologies for rushing it through speaking. But I think you speak on the critical aspect of interoperability. And I think for you, the interoperability is both systems and people. Because I think integration is just not software. It's actually Africans who are beginning to trade and getting increasingly young and looking at digital platforms as those capabilities that can begin to speak across borders and make money. Alessandra. Last but not least, the UK has been making heavy investments in Africa around technology. You recently held a UK AI Safety Summit. Just to give a context, Minister Paula and I were fortunate to have been at the UK AI Safety Summit, but also you made a lot of announcements around how the UK can work with African countries around digital transformation. Can you share some of your thoughts around why the UK is doing this? And what are these opportunities? And potentially, how do you see your involvement in this new movement, as I call it, that is looking at making Africa more connected?
Amazing. And I'll try to be brief. Famous last words. So first of all, I'll be brief, but I have to absolutely say thank you again to the government of Kenya for inviting the UK to contribute to this fantastic conference. And I am personally really humbled to be on this panel with this. They are the thought leaders, right? And so it's really a privilege for me to be here. And I'm standing in for my ambassador, the High Commissioner Neil Wigan, a British High Commissioner to Kenya. I am the head of digital development in the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK government. So it's quite fitting that I'm trying to kind of sit here to share with you our thoughts on digital development. First of all, we define digital development as the support to the inclusive, responsible, and sustainable digital transformation of our partner countries. And that sounds like a mouthful, I'm sure, but actually we've developed this policy framework, if I may say, over the years. And thanks actually to the partnership and collaboration with many African countries that we've been working with on the policy level or through programming or also through building partnerships and facilitating investment. So first key message I would say is that for us it's not just about digital technologies per se. Of course, we all know that they're useful. They also bring risks. So we need to have a sort of a holistic approach where we reap the benefits of digitalization. We see it as a real key enabler of social and economic development. And we call it the accelerator of the SDGs, and I'm sure my colleagues on the panel also maybe think a little bit like that. But we also know about the risks, so maybe we haven't mentioned the risks very much in this discussion. And so we really want to make sure that we address the risks as well. I'll say a couple of things about AI, because obviously Ambassador Thigo and Minister Ingabire and others, sort of lots of different countries participate in the AI Safety Summit. That was a summit about frontier risks. So it was about trying to kind of future-proof what we do on digitalization as the world globally. We've become more and more interconnected, more and more interdependent. And with AI, whether we like it or not, this actually accelerates. So that was a great theme for the summit. But those of us who work in development in FCDO really pushed to also have some content of the summit that was related to looking at how AI can actually support development. And this is why our ministers there launched a new AI for Development program. I'll just only say very quickly on that it's a partnership with the US government, with Canada, and with the Gates Foundation, But importantly, it will be focusing on at least 10 African countries in partnership with them, deciding together with them how to employ the resources to do 4 main things. One is to basically establish or strengthen research labs for AI in African universities. Also build a computing capacity, strengthen high-end digital skills for AI, and importantly, also looking at the policy and regulatory frameworks for AI, not just for the individual countries or maybe at the regional level, to echo the colleague from COMESA, but also to think about the global stage. How can we work together with our African partners to make sure that they also have the voice that they deserve and that they should have in shaping AI in the international stage. And you can think about things like the Global Partnership for AI or the UN Global Digital Compact. There's no point us in the UK or in any other so-called digital development donor to sort of come up with positions. This needs to be for everybody to kind of shape it together. But there is a big but there, because in order to do all of that, we need to remember that AI is a digital technology fundamentally, so we need to continue to focus on the real kind of foundations, the underpinnings, the digital, what I call the building blocks of digitalization. So I'm so glad that about the title of this conference, because Connected Africa really makes you think very hard about what is it that we need to do so that everybody can participate. And so circling back to the digital development strategy, and I'll also give a couple of practical examples later of projects so that it doesn't sound too theoretical, but I'll do what people do in talk shows. They go and show the book that they've written and try to kind of publicize it. So anyway, if you go anywhere, online, just if you're curious about our approach and our plan for the next 7 years, 2024 to 2030, just type Digital Development Strategy UK, and it will come up on our GovUK website. So what we've done with that strategy, we have basically built on the experience and evidence that we've gathered, as I say, thanks also very much to the partnership with lots of African countries. We've done a lot of work, for example, through the Digital Access Program in countries like Kenya, of course, but also Nigeria, South Africa, and also countries outside of Africa, to really compare and contrast different models, exchange knowledge. And that program is actually, I always call it the incarnation of our strategy, because it has tested for 5 years an approach that brings together fundamental digital inclusion, so lots of emphasis on last mile connectivity, on basic digital literacy, but also obviously on enhancing access to digital content and services that really make sense for African population, so it has to be, as we call it, locally relevant. Then the second component of this program is around building that sort of trust and resilience in the ecosystem. As I was saying earlier on, there are lots of risks in the digital world, so we've been working with partner countries to build their own cybersecurity capacity, but also to enhance online safety, in particular for women and girls, who I'm afraid are unfortunately targeted more than other parts of the population. And we've also looked at data protection. So that's the whole bucket of what we call digital responsibility. And then finally, in the third pillar of the Digital Access Program, we've been enhancing the capacity for digital and tech entrepreneurship through a network of tech hubs that basically ensure that the kind of young innovators, and there are a lot of them in Africa for sure, coming up with fantastic digital solutions to address development challenges, to make sure that they not only can manage, sort of enhance their skills, not just technological skills, but also business skills, but also that they have a chance to get in touch with investors and get support and really kind of go from startup to scale up, as we say. So circling back to the strategy before I conclude, while the Digital Access Program has been like the testing ground for us to look at this kind of sort of integrated approach to digital development, when it came to draft the strategy, obviously we consulted very widely with our international partners, with our country partners, and we came up with the sort of policy framework that I alluded to, so digital inclusion, digital responsibility, digital sustainability, to enhance digital transformation of the economy, government, and society. I should add that this last pillar of digital sustainability, that is something that digital development stakeholders, and I know there's plenty of those here in this room, have looked at maybe only in the last couple of years really seriously. And I see you nodding, thank you. So I always say last but not least when I explain this framework, because with digital sustainability, we need to be absolutely cognizant of the environmental cost. And I think the minister from South Sudan said it very well. You know, there is an environmental cost of connectivity, right? It is the physical infrastructure, it's the critical minerals, energy, but even generally speaking of the ICT sector, if you think about the difficulty with e-waste, safe e-waste management. So all of that needs to be mitigated. So if we together push for digitalization, we need to together try to find solutions that are environmentally friendly. And finally, looking at the positive side of the coin in digital sustainability, we consider how we can use digital technologies in different ways to enhance adaptation and resilience to climate change. That is another thing that together with economic and social development really affects all of us. And I would sort of conclude by saying that everything that I've said, basically, it's about the interdependence and interconnectedness that we have. So I sit here not being African and not being a thought leader, certainly, although I always do feel a bit African because I have worked and lived in this continent many, many years. But I feel completely connected and interdependent with the colleagues and with everybody sitting in the room. And I hope that the work that we do on digital development will help with that. It's a shared journey, and I hope that will be useful as a platform to collaborate and partner. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alessandra. Please give Alessandra a hand. I'm not going to even attempt to summarize the panel, but I think a couple of keywords spring to my mind. So we started with technology as a right. And I think even when we are trying to accelerate connectivity, to your point, Honorable Minister, is that we still need to recognize that it's still about people and it must be rights-based. To Minister Paula around, and I love this phrase, zero trip, zero paper. It's really about inclusive access. Shiny, fine, but ultimately it must serve people and it must reach people where we are. To Sierra Leone around being very deliberate, and I like that, but without planning, nothing works. And that takes leadership and vision and design. And I like that we bring in those human-centered design. My colleagues keep on pushing me on life-centered design. Semantics, I think we'll get there. And to nothing for us without us. We cannot no longer be spectators as Africans. We really must participate actively, but also we must have some agency. Otherwise, somebody will take the rug out of our feet. To regional integration, to the sense of interoperability, that there's a sense that as much as we are doing this as countries, we really must think about what the other country is doing so that we can see our systems connect, but also try to harmonize where we can so that technology and data becomes a language. To the UK around partnerships. And I think I love the element of partnerships also must be responsible but also sustainable. But also as we look at technology, and to the point of the Honorable Minister of Sudan, that we need to think about models. And that models of technology that also ensures that technology in itself does not harm the planet. And that everything we do also needs to be environmentally sustainable. And again, that's also a human rights issue. And with that, let me thank my guests. And hand it over to Terry. And please give a hand to Honorable Ministers for their thought leadership, for the work that they're doing in their countries, but also I know they have a ministerial session that will go deeper into what they've shared. Terry.
Thank you, Ambassador Thigo. A warm round of applause. I'd like to request our panelists, please, before you go down, we'd like to take a picture. Just... Ambassador Thigo, please come and stay on stage for 1 minute, and our panelists. We'd like to request the minister from Zambia to come and join us on stage. Please come back on stage for a minute. Sorry for the inconvenience. Our panelists, please come and join us on stage. We'd like to have one minister to join us for this photograph from Zambia. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he makes his way to join our panelists for a final group photograph. I'd like to request all the ministers of ICT from our visiting countries, please make your way on stage to take a group picture, a ministerial photograph. Cabinet ministers from our visiting countries, Burundi, Namibia, please come and join us on stage. The minister from Somalia, please come and join us on stage. Honorable ministers, thank you so much. As they make their way to their seats, as we have had the conversation so far have revolved around infrastructure development, regulatory frameworks, continental approach to connectivity, interventions, scale, global trends, collaboration, and we know that in as much as we have had the governments from across the continent this morning, this cannot be done without the private sector. So our next session will include a few speeches or remarks from CEOs from private sector organizations that are operating across the African continent. And first up, I'd like to very warmly welcome Peter Ndegwa, CBS, the Chief Executive Officer of Safaricom PLC. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Terry. I know that we are standing between you and lunch. So I'll just say Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy of Kenya, Eliud Owalo, all protocols observed. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. I know it's before lunch, good afternoon. Thank you for being with me. So I think we've had some fantastic setup, both from the speech from the president in the morning, but also the speech from our own minister here in Kenya, Eliud Owalo, and also the great conversation from the panel that has just ended. So mine is to bring a perspective about the role private sector plays. In particular, just to say we are very happy to be partnering with the Ministry of ICT in Kenya to actually run this conference this week. You'll see that we are one of the platinum sponsors. The second is that we as a business, Safaricom, we see big opportunities to enable people live better, to bridge the digital divide and solve just the basic issues and deal with societal challenges. So today you'll hear the collaboration that we are having with the government, the role of private sector, but also the issues that still needs to be addressed, because there's still lots of issues, both connectivity and beyond connectivity, and also some of the elements around enabling environment. So it's an honor to start before you today, highlighting how connectivity can steer Africa towards digital economic transformation and also unlock growth beyond connectivity. To our visitors, and I did meet the distinguished principal secretaries from across the Africa continent who are attending today, but also the ministers. To the visitors, I welcome you to Kenya, the home of Safaricom and the pioneer of mobile money service M-Pesa. Safaricom is a purpose-led organization using the transformative power of technology to transform lives. In over 20 years, we have steadily evolved from a mobile service provider to a tech organization both in Kenya and now entering Ethiopia with our mobile money platform M-Pesa, which is now available across 8 countries in Africa. Our transition from a telco to a technology company is underpinned by our firm commitment to bridge the digital and financial divide. Every citizen in Kenya, and indeed in Africa, deserves to be connected and to have access to opportunities in the digital world. Technology has become an integral part of our daily lives, as we've heard, driving innovation and progress across various sectors. This progress underscores our leadership in technology within the African continent. Kenya has established herself as the Silicon Valley owing to the rapid development, rapid and vibrant adoption of technology, especially fintech. At the core of this advancement is connectivity. We cannot overlay other services and solutions if we do not have accessible connectivity for all, and you'll have heard earlier on. Through the concerted efforts of the government and the private sectors in Kenya, Kenya has witnessed a remarkable increase in mobile penetration and internet connectivity. This has served as the foundation upon which we are building our digital future, enabling greater access to information, education, and services for all Kenyans. For instance, and you'll have heard earlier on from the President's speech, we are collaborating with the government to enable the digitization of government services or digitalization of government services whilst ensuring that no one is left behind. In agriculture, we've supported the government to roll out the fertilizer subsidy program, which you had being referred by the President as the voucher program, to farmers across the country, boosting food production and contributing directly to the government's objective of improving agricultural productivity to guarantee the country's food security, create jobs, and increase Kenyan exports. And we were able to do that at speed, but also in partnership with various other partners within the sector. And now we are taking that further so that the offtake from farmers' produce can actually be taken through the same platform. Under the financial inclusion program, with over 25 million Kenyans have benefited from what is called the Hustler and also Women Enterprise Funds, which disburse financing and collect repayments digitally through the mobile financial services platforms. By leveraging technology, we are transforming financial services, making them more accessible and driving financial inclusion in the process. And the way we do that is to make sure no one is left behind. So on Hustler Fund, for example, you can access it through an SMS-based USSD or through an app. So it doesn't depend on the device that you hold. Anyone with any device can access any of these services that we are providing. In addition, by partnering with industry players, we are advancing M-Pesa into a financial platform that offers other services, savings, credit, host of other services beyond payments. In Ethiopia, we work with partners such as Commercial Bank of Ethiopia to enhance access to digital services to meet the needs of Ethiopians. So by leveraging our respective strength in mobile money and banking sectors, our collaboration will without doubt break new ground both in Kenya but also in Ethiopia and beyond. Extending mobile financial solution to the region goes beyond technology and innovation. It requires policy makers to cultivate an enabling environment where cross-border transactions are seamless. And you had some of the conversations about how we think beyond existing physical borders that we see. Today, a lot of the international money transfers mostly comes from Europe, but there's a lot of trade in between countries in Africa that we can enhance. This should be the true spirit of Africa in terms of being fully interconnected. As a business in Safaricom, whose main foundation is connectivity, we are leading the country in protecting our climate. So it goes beyond connectivity. We tackle climate change by enabling our customers to reduce the environmental footprint using our digital technologies and services. And in this case, we are also working with the Ministry of Environment and also the Forest Service, but also the community forest association. So the community benefits, the government partners with us, and also we go beyond connectivity. Thanks to our use of technology, such as machine learning and IoT, we've developed an air quality monitoring tool that helps in providing insights that can be used to improve environmental conditions. And going beyond that, we are also looking for platforms that allow for carbon credit trading that can also benefit the local society, but also allow for us to digitally ensure that we can report and we can report on the data. As we look into the future, investing in STEM education and supporting tech startups are paramount. Initiatives such as Safaricom Connect Academy and partnership, which you'll see this week, and partnership through the Industry Digital Talent Program, where we have 14 organizations that have come together, are empowering the youth with the skills and resources needed to thrive in the digital economy, not just at a university level, but at a developer level, but also at a TVET level, which is at a technical training level. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are two areas that we need to address despite all the progress that we are making. And the two areas are access and affordability. And this can be addressed both by the private sector, but also the government and the regulatory frameworks around it. And we are very, very committed to partnering with government, both in Kenya and the region, to address this. Access to 4G and 5G smartphones remain considerably low, even though we cover 97% of this country with 4G. We are rapidly deploying 5G. Most Kenyans, estimated at 61%, are still using feature phones, and you'll have heard the same message from the president. And it is clear that this data is very similar across most of the Africa continent. Together with various industry players, and with the support of the government, and in particular the Ministry of ICT, we've recently launched a first-of-its-kind device assembly plant in Kenya that will assemble smartphones and other devices, thereby supporting the government's digital economy agenda, and you'll have heard that from our own minister. We've produced over 300,000 4G phones in a few months, and we are ramping up to produce even more. And we intend this should not only serve Kenya, but it should serve the region, including some of the, within the EAC, but also across COMESA, because we can take advantage of our trading arrangements to ensure that we can make devices in any country and actually export across the region. The most important thing is to make sure that these are affordable. But this is not enough, despite the gains made, and the challenges still remain. Problems and hurdles such as universal access, cost of gadgets, whether they are mobile gadgets or actually home Wi-Fi handsets, and an enabling environment, and an enabling regulatory environment must exist, but this can be addressed through a connected effort by the government, industry players, and partners. So we are looking forward for this week to come with practical ways of ensuring that we address some of these elements. While the continent has made significant progress in recent years in terms of internet connectivity and digitization, digital transformation, there are still many challenges that need to be addressed. These include, but not limited to, high cost of devices and services, low digital literacy, cybersecurity risks, weak and complex regulatory frameworks, and especially across borders, and borders that limit organizations from scaling across the continent. So as private sector players, we are pleading with conferences like this to be the platform that allows us to be able to see opportunities, but also avenues of how we can trade without barriers. For us to achieve success across the continent, we need more investment in infrastructure, including development of high-speed internet and mobile networks in rural and remote areas where connectivity is often limited. And in Kenya, we are partnering with other industry players and the government to ensure we achieve that. We further need to enhance our collaboration, including among governments, private sector organizations, and international organizations that should work together to identify and address the challenges that prevent people from accessing digital services and create strategies to achieve them. Prioritizing cybersecurity is crucial. For us, for example, we serve 36 million Kenyans every day in Kenya, and also 32 on GSM, which is connectivity, but also 32 million M-Pesa customers every day. We have to make sure that we prioritize safe, secure, always on. So therefore, prioritizing cybersecurity is critical to ensure that digital systems that our societies are benefiting from are secure and reliable. Finally, we must address the issue of affordability of both devices and digital services, either through promotion of local production, as we've done here in Kenya through the local assembly plant, or creating policies that promote growth in the industries with low entry costs. So in closing, the state of technology in Kenya and in Africa is one of optimism and opportunity. We are leading the way in many areas, especially around fintech. We can reflog the rest of the world by partnering together to create the opportunity for private sector to work with government in a way that is unprecedented. By leveraging our leadership in technology, fostering connectivity, addressing access barriers, advancing fintech, nurturing partnerships, and supporting innovation, we can unlock the full potential of our digital future. I'm confident that the discussions in this conference will lead to the actionable solutions that propel Africa's digital transformation going forward. And this morning when I met some of our visitors, we have already started to secure some meetings. I welcome those who are interested in seeing M-Pesa as a showcase for fintech or any of the other examples that I have given within our booths or even seeing some of our customers. I welcome you to reach out to us, and our team is here the whole week. But there is no question that no one can do it alone. Private sector and government needs to work together for a brighter future for Africa that is fully digital and inclusive for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Let's appreciate him one more time. I'd like to now very quickly welcome Mr. Jianlin Bao, the Global Vice President for Public Affairs at Huawei, to give us his brief remarks. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he makes his way to the stage.
Your Excellency Anu Owano, the Cabinet Secretary of ICT and the Digital Economy in Kenya, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the power of inclusive connectivity in propelling Africa's digital economy towards unprecedented growth and prosperity. As we delve into the realm of digital connectivity, we unveiled its potential to drive economic development, fostering innovation, and pave the way for a brighter future across the continent. So the digital economy is not merely a trade, but a force to be reckoned with. According to the GSM data, the digital economy in Africa is flourishing growth 2 times faster than the traditional economy. In 2022, the mobile industry alone contributed an staggering 184 billion to African GDP, representing 8.6% of the continent economic output. This resoundingly underscored the pivotal role of the digital economy in shaping African future. According to the data provided by the ITU and the World Bank, the impacts of investing in ICT infrastructure is profound. Their research indicated that a mere $1 investment in ICT has the potential to yield an average increase of $3.5 in GDP. This statistic underscores the immense economic value of the strategic investment in digital infrastructure can unlock. Furthermore, the significance of this investment amplified when we focus on developing countries. In those contexts, this return on investment in ICT infrastructure can soar even higher, with a potential $4.4 increasement in GDP. This highlights the transformative power that digital infrastructure investment can have in driving economy development and prosperity, particularly in regions where such advanced and can have a catalytic effect on overall growth. Embracing and prioritizing the development of robust digital infrastructure is not merely a strategic choice. It is an imperative step towards realizing the vast opportunities that the digital age has to offer. In the context of Africa, despite the immense potential for digital transformation, several challenges stand in the way of realizing this vision. This continent grapples with a range of obstacles that impede its digital progress, including the fragmented and costly digital infrastructure, issues such as fiber coverage for households and enterprise coverage for rural area funding and skills. And the resultant constraints on the availability, affordability, and the quality of digital services underscore the complex landscape within which African digital evolution unfolds. Addressing these challenges and navigating towards a more promising digital future requires a strategic focus on critical success factors for national digital infrastructure development. These factors encompass a comprehensive approach that spans various dimensions like the vision and the leadership, governance structures, national digital infrastructure, policy and regulations, and even people and culture. By focusing on those critical success factors and addressing the multifaceted challenges that Africa faces in the digital transformation journey, the continent can unlock new opportunities, drive inclusive growth, and harness the full potential digital technologies to promote social economy development and prosperity. To realize the full potential of digital transformation in Africa, we must address key challenges and lay a robust foundation for the future. As a resilient and future-proof digital infrastructure is essential to enable universal and inclusive access to the internet, fostering innovation and drive collaboration across sectors and borders. This infrastructure comprises three fundamental layers: the network layers, cloud infrastructure layers, and the application layers. This collectively forming the network, cloud, and application architecture. So network layers, the expansion and the integration of the broadband network are paramount to providing high-speed, high-quality, and affordable connectivity for all. These networks serve as a backbone of digital infrastructure, enabling the seamless transmission of data and supporting a myriad of digital services. This also plays a crucial role in fostering regional integration and collaboration. Furthermore, bridging the digital divide in Africa requires a multifaceted approach. Rural connectivity remains a significant challenge, with rural communities often lacking reliable access to internet and digital technologies. Deploying telecommunication infrastructure in remote regions poses a challenge, but engaging local community and understanding their connectivity leads essential for expanding rural growth. Through innovative solution, easy to deploy, reliable operating cost, and efficient. Expanding fiber connectivity in Africa is pivotal. Increasing last mile fiber access in Africa involves a combination of innovative solutions, regulatory reforms, and strategic partners. In particular, I wish to highlight the need for regulatory framework to easy gateway needs, fiber pre-deployment in buildings, and dig once policy. The use of innovative technology such as micro trading and solutions for aerial fiber using power poles, collaborating between government, private sectors, and international organizations for the development of affordable and scalable fiber network solution. Policies framework are the catalyst for African digital transformation by creating a favorable environment, ensuring universal access, migrating to 4G, 5G network, allocating 5G spectrum, and promoting mobile financing adoption. We are accelerate the growth of the digital economy. Additionally, infrastructure policies should simplify management, guarantee right-of-way, facilitate faster site acquisition, promote infrastructure sharing, and ensure affordable slow funding initiatives and tax incentives. By addressing these challenges and implementing comprehensive strategies for network and cloud, Africa can unlock its digital potential and drive sustainable economic growth. Let us just work together to ensure that the benefit of the digital age are shared by all the continent. And we do have a comprehensive and interesting demonstration booth in that booth. So we might invite all of you guys, if you are interested, you can just come over. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bao. Let's give him another warm round of applause. I'd like to now welcome Ivangigi Sarwari, the country manager for Visa, to give us some remarks. Let's appreciate her as she makes her way to the stage.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be brief. Given the pressure that I see between you and lunch, I'll speak to two specific topics. One, what Visa is doing with regard to Africa's payment landscape, and the themes that we've picked for this conference. Foremost, I'd like to appreciate the Kenya government for this opportunity for us to take part in this very important dialogue, and also for the work that we continue to do together with the Kenya government. So Visa's long-term commitment to Africa is fueled by the promising opportunities that the continent presents, the economic and demographic shift, particularly in the area of digital transformation. Particularly the area of digital transformation is one of the key reasons for our optimism. Africa's population, the youngest and fastest growing globally, is expected to reach 2.5 billion by 2050. This digital fast and increasingly connected population is entering a new phase of economic participation. Gen Zs, being the first generation of digital natives, are changing the way banking, and financial transactions are done. And the progress in the payment sector in response to these trends is evident. Over the past 5 years, e-commerce payment volumes on the Visa network in Africa has tripled. Contactless payments, which were virtually non-existent 5 years ago, now make up nearly half of all face-to-face transactions. Additionally, the number of merchants in sub-Saharan Africa has grown from 600,000 to approximately 2 million in just 3 years. Despite these advancements, there's still a significant gap to be filled. Over 500 million consumers and more than 40 million merchants in Africa are yet to access financial services. They're missing out on the advantages of secure, convenient, and reliable digital payments, and Visa is dedicated to bridging this gap by continuously innovating and partnering with different ecosystem stakeholders to fast-track the digitization of payments. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the primary challenges to expanding digital connectivity across Africa include infrastructure deficits, electricity shortages, affordability, and digital literacy. Addressing these challenges requires concerted efforts from governments, private sector players, and international organizations to invest in infrastructure, improve affordability, and enhance digital literacy. Digital connectivity can drive economic growth, innovation, and societal development in numerous ways. E-commerce platforms are also creating new market opportunities for entrepreneurs. Opportunities presented by digital connectivity include access to global markets for businesses, improved access to information and services, and creation of digital jobs. This can be leveraged through entrepreneurship programs, digital literacy initiatives, and favorable policies. Policy framework needed to enhance connectivity infrastructure include those that encourage investment in digital infrastructure, promote competition, ensure affordable access, and protect consumer rights. Universal access to affordable and reliable digital connectivity can be assured through a combination of strategies, including public-private partnerships, subsidizing connectivity for low-income populations, and implementing policies that encourage competition and lower prices. Public-private partnerships can play a crucial role in extending digital connectivity by combining resources, expertise, and capabilities. These partnerships can help to overcome financial and technical barriers and accelerate the rollout of digital infrastructure. Strategies to promote inclusivity include implementing policies that ensure affordable access for all, promoting digital literacy programs, and ensuring that digital platforms are accessible and usable for people with disabilities. Africa can learn a lot from the experiences of other regions. One key lesson is the importance of having a coherent digital strategy that is integrated with the wider economy and social policies. Additionally, fostering a healthy digital ecosystem that includes a mix of large tech firms, startups, and SMEs is crucial. Finally, ensuring that digital transformation is inclusive and benefits all segments of society is essential. As Visa, we're dedicated to supporting the digital transformation of Kenya and Africa. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Eva. Let's put our hands together for Eva Ngigi, Country Manager for Visa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take a break from the program to allow us to have lunch. And right after that, the other CEOs who are meant to address the delegates will start with our afternoon session. So for now, I'd like us to break for lunch. Just some quick housekeeping so you know where you will be having your lunch. Ministers, cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, CEOs of government authorities, ambassadors. Lunch will be served next to the presidential lounge, which is on this side, but I'll request you to exit the stage using my left, but your right, this side, and we will have some ushers to show you exactly where your lunch will be served. Delegates, lunch will be served at the main luncheon area. Exit using the main entrance, which is right there at the back. Make sure you get a meal card, and somebody back there will show you exactly where the luncheon area will be. So for now, let's break for lunch. I'll see you here in about an hour. The earlier the better, so we are able to complete our program in time. So enjoy your lunch and see you shortly.
Does the hassle of purchasing insurance for your cargo during importation wear you out? Introducing the Coral Mini app on the M-Pesa app that allows clearing agents and importers compare quotes, pay for marine cargo insurance, and view certificates on their phones wherever they are 24/7. Opt in as a clearing agent. Open the Coral Mini app on M-Pesa app. Enter your company's KRA PIN. Enter your individual KRA PIN. Enter your work email address. Accept the terms and conditions. Select Opt-in. Input your M-Pesa PIN. You'll receive a confirmation SMS. You will see the insured and uninsured cargo attached to your company's KRA PIN. To insure your cargo, select the IDF for the cargo you wish to insure from the list presented. Choose an insurance quote from preferred insurer or change to a different insurer. Proceed to pay from your M-Pesa or send payment request to your customer. Once paid, your marine cargo insurance certificate and policy document will be emailed to you instantly. What's more, you can view your insurance certificate within the app. Just go to the Insured Cargo section and select the IDF. You're good to go.
Fiber Group Limited is a manufacturing company of fiber optic cables. This is ADSS cables, duct cables, fiber to the home. Near Fiber Group Limited is the only fiber manufacturing company in Kenya. At Near Fiber, we export cables to different countries in East and Southern Africa.
Whenever we start any production, we do the quality testing and we have the full traceability. Even after 10 years, there will be hundreds of thousands of fibers, but we can trace the result back.
My name is Fiona Kibui. I'm the acting CEO at Moringa School. At Moringa School, we have an audacious goal of training 200 knowledge workers by 2030. And we do this by ensuring that we have market-aligned relevant skills. And we also ensure that our graduates are equipped with soft skills and professional development skills that will ensure that they contribute positively to the employers. Through our training, we've managed to see our graduates get into employment in a plug-and-play model, so that when they get to your doorstep, they're already equipped with the relevant skills that you need in order for them to be a contribution to your company. When we started in 2014, we graduated 4 students, and right now we are privileged to say that we are graduating about 1,000 students. And so far, what you've seen in Moringa School is people coming in with a high school certificate end up working in powerhouses like Safaricom, Amazon. So what I've seen Moringa School's graduates do is contributing towards the economy by even employing other people. We have seen people from the underprivileged societies where they started earning nothing, and right now they are earning almost $2,000 plus. What I'll say is we believe in them. I know it hasn't been an easy journey, but you've taught them the impulse of Moringa School, which is grit, be autonomous, and always believe in yourself. Be patient. We have seen your colleagues graduate, end up working in remote jobs from Kenya, earning even up to 100,000 as a starting salary. So if other people can do it, especially to the young women, if other women can do it, remember you can also do it. It's just a matter of keep on applying to jobs, and as always, remember where you're from and make sure that you continue impacting in the world that you make us out.
Liquid Intelligence Technologies has a mission to connect and enable all Africans through our intelligence technology solutions, ensuring that no one on the continent is left behind. We are working hard to provide people throughout Africa with the infrastructure and solutions they need to empower economic growth in the countries we serve. We believe that fast, reliable connectivity is a critical enabler for growth. It is only possible to enjoy the benefits of a digital economy when people have access to online services. Liquid Intelligence Technologies provides African solutions to enable Africans and local businesses to answer their challenges. The East-West corridors deployed by Liquid Intelligence Technologies offers a resilient alternative for internet and private traffic, taking the shortest paths between the two African coasts. More people than ever before will be able to reap the benefits of redundancy and access to high-speed connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligence Technologies offers the lowest latency performance between Miami and Singapore via Africa, and provides access to all the major sea cable networks connecting to the African continent. Global carriers and content providers are now able to transmit through Africa to other global points of presence. These corridors further our mission to connect every country on the continent and bring the many proven economic benefits of improved connectivity and technology solutions. In particular, for organizations looking to maximize opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Liquid Intelligence Technologies fiber network extends more than 100,000 kilometers over 13 countries across the continent, enabling communities to digitally connect. We were the first company to terrestrially connect the Cape to Cairo, and now we are the first to connect East Africa to West Africa via 3 corridors of fiber connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligence Technologies builds Africa's digital future.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Granny.
What did you do this weekend?
Well, Friday, I went on a science trip to see the gorillas in Rwanda. Then we watched the cup final in London.
Oh.
On Saturday, my friends and I met up to hunt some dragons again. Yes. And on Sunday, I went to bed watching the world from space.
With Airtel 5G's lightning-fast speeds and seamless connectivity, you won't believe what's next.
Convergence is bringing together the best of 2 worlds. Consolidation, on the other hand, is combining multiple elements to create a more effective whole. When both concepts are put together, you get reduced complexity, increased protection, and improved incident response. You get the Fortinet Security Fabric. With the Fortinet Security Fabric, organizations can control safe application access everywhere and provide consistent protection and user experience across all edges, while securing any application journey on any cloud. The Fortinet Security Fabric simplifies operational management and speeds up processes with AI-powered analytics and automation. An open ecosystem supporting more than 500 technology suppliers and threat intelligence partners means better end-to-end protection in multi-vendor environments. All this while consistently countering threats in real time with AI-powered coordinated protections. A cybersecurity mesh platform that adapts as today's networks and even threats themselves evolve. That's the Fortinet Security Fabric. Digital security everywhere you need it.
So here's to the achievers, the believers in more. You see world-class office space. We see launchpads to extraordinary startups and profitable organizations. You see a hefty financial investment. We see unprecedented revenues and profits. You see people. We see human capital and thousands of employment opportunities. You see some vacant land. We see the possibility of growth and development like nothing seen before. You see gold plaques. We see validation that our vision is truly becoming a reality. You see plans. We see a Silicon Savannah powered by Africa's winning spirit and Kenya's industriousness. You see world-class infrastructure. We see technology, science, and expertise at work to create the most sustainable environment that they could be. You see a city. We see a place where quality of life is a given. Konza Technopolis. Technology in the service of humanity.
You probably think Visa's a debit card company, huh? But it's actually a network, connecting just about everyone to just about everyone else. It can open eyes with a cup of coffee and change minds about what makes a business a business. And it is working to connect everyone, everywhere. So, meet Visa, a network working for everyone.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking. We're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
In the heart of Africa, where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train, here lies the home of champions. In the raw beauty of Kenya, champions are forged. Every stride, every sweat, every victory, all born from the soil of this majestic land. Witness the
Does the hassle of purchasing insurance for your cargo during importation wear you out? Introducing the Coral Mini app on the M-Pesa app. that allows clearing agents and importers compare quotes, pay for marine cargo insurance, and view certificates on their phones wherever they are 24/7. Opt in as a clearing agent. Open the Coral Mini app on M-Pesa app. Enter your company's KRA PIN. Enter your individual KRA PIN. Enter your work email address. Accept the terms and conditions. Select Opt in. Input your M-Pesa PIN. You'll receive a confirmation SMS. You will see the insured and uninsured cargo attached to your company's KRA PIN. To insure your cargo, select the IDF for the cargo you wish to insure from the list presented. Choose an insurance quote from preferred insurer or change to a different insurer. Proceed to pay from your M-Pesa or send payment request to your customer. Once paid, your marine cargo insurance certificate and policy document will be emailed to you instantly. What's more, you can view your insurance certificate within the app. Just go to the Insured Cargo section and select the IDF. You're good to go.
Fiber Group Limited is a manufacturing company of fiber optic cables. This is ADSS cables, duct cables, fiber to the home. Near Fiber Group Limited is the only fiber manufacturing company in Kenya. At Near Fiber, we export cables to different countries in East and Southern Africa.
Whenever we start any production, we do the quality testing. And we have the full traceability. Even after 10 years, there will be hundreds of thousands of fibers, but we can trace the result back.
My name is Fiona Kibui. I'm the acting CEO at Moringa School. At Moringa School, we have an audacious goal of training 200 knowledge workers by 2030. And we do this by ensuring that we have market-aligned relevant skills And we also ensure that our graduates are equipped with soft skills and professional development skills that will ensure that they contribute positively to the employers. Through our training, we've managed to see our graduates get into employment in a plug-and-play model, so that when they get to your doorstep, they're already equipped with the relevant skills that you need in order for them to be a contribution to your company. When we started in 2014, we graduated 4 students, and right now we are privileged to say that we are graduating about 1,000 students. And so far, what you've seen in Moringa School is people coming in with a high school certificate end up working in powerhouses like Safaricom, Amazon. So what I've seen Moringa School's graduates do is contributing towards the economy by even employing other people. We have seen people from the underprivileged societies where they started earning nothing, and right now they are earning almost $2,000 plus. What I'll say is we believe in them. I know it hasn't been an easy journey, but you've taught them the impulse of Moringa School, which is grit, be autonomous, and always believe in yourself. Be patient. We have seen your colleagues graduate, end up working in remote jobs from Kenya, earning even up to 100,000 as a starting salary. So if other people can do it, especially to the young women, if other women can do it, remember you can also do it. It's just a matter of keep on applying to jobs, and as always, remember where you're from and make sure that you continue impacting in the world that you need us out there.
Liquid Intelligent Technologies has a mission to connect and enable all Africans through our intelligent technology solutions, ensuring that no one on the continent is left behind. We are working hard to provide people throughout Africa with the infrastructure and solutions they need to empower economic growth in the countries we serve. We believe that fast, reliable connectivity is a critical enabler for growth. It is only possible to enjoy the benefits of a digital economy when people have access to online services. Liquid Intelligent Technologies provides African solutions to enable Africans and local businesses to answer their challenges. The East-West corridors deployed by Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers a resilient alternative for internet and private traffic, taking the shortest paths between the 2 African coasts. More people than ever before will be able to reap the benefits of redundancy and access to high-speed connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers the lowest latency performance between Miami and Singapore via Africa, and provides access to all the major sea cable networks connecting to the African continent. Global carriers and content providers are now able to transmit through Africa to other global points of presence. These corridors further our mission to connect every country on the continent and bring the many proven economic benefits of improved connectivity and technology solutions. In particular, for organizations looking to maximize opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Liquid Intelligent Technologies fiber network extends more than 100,000 kilometers over 13 countries across the continent, enabling communities to digitally connect. We were the first company to terrestrially connect the Cape to Cairo. And now, we are the first to connect East Africa to West Africa via 3 corridors of fiber connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligent Technologies builds Africa's digital future.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Granny.
What did you do this weekend?
Well, Friday, I went on a science trip to see the gorillas in Rwanda. Then we watched the Cup final in London.
Oh.
On Saturday, my friends and I met up to hunt some dragons again. Yes. And on Sunday, I went to bed watching the world from space.
With Airtel 5G's lightning-fast speeds and seamless connectivity, you won't believe what's next.
Convergence is bringing together the best of two worlds. Consolidation, on the other hand, is combining multiple elements to create a more effective whole. When both concepts are put together, you get reduced complexity, increased protection, and improved incident response. You get the Fortinet Security Fabric. With the Fortinet Security Fabric, organizations can control safe application access everywhere and provide consistent protection and user experience across all edges, while securing any application journey on any cloud. The Fortinet Security Fabric simplifies operational management and speeds up processes with AI-powered analytics and automation. An open ecosystem supporting more than 500 technology suppliers and threat intelligence partners means better end-to-end protection in multi-vendor environments. All this while consistently countering threats in real time with AI-powered coordinated protections. A cybersecurity mesh platform that adapts as today's networks and even threats themselves evolve. That's the Fortinet Security Fabric. Digital security everywhere you need it.
So here's to the achievers, the believers in more. You see world-class office space. We see launchpads to extraordinary startups and profitable organizations. You see a hefty financial investment. We see unprecedented revenues and profits. You see people. We see human capital and thousands of employment opportunities. You see some vacant land. We see the possibility of growth and development like nothing seen before. You see gold plaques. We see validation that our vision is truly becoming a reality. You see plans. We see a silicon savannah powered by Africa's winning spirit and Kenya's industriousness. You see world-class infrastructure. We see technology, science, and expertise at work to create the most sustainable environment that they could be. You see a city. We see a place where quality of life is a given. Conza Technopolis. Technology in the service of humanity.
You probably think Visa's a debit card company, huh? But it's actually a network. Connecting just about everyone to just about everyone else. It can open eyes with a cup of coffee and change minds about what makes a business a business. And it is working to connect everyone.
tena maua hapo iko sawa. Iko fine. Nice. Brother ni aje? Oh, iko on. Wave tu. Ni aje? Naweza pretend na bonga. Barbara, si tunaweza ongea alafu tujue ni aje. Si hiyo mambo kwa sawa.
Alafu nilikuwa sijajua ndo nimejua. Oh. Alafu sasa tulikuwa tunasema thank you so much.
How are you? Yeah, good afternoon. Kumbe inachukua. So, okay, fine. Kwa sawa?
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space, so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders in Africa will be here. To register for this Connected Africa 2024, go to www.connected.go.ke.
Here. How is it?
In today's society, the future of any economy is digital. Ordering medicine, agricultural products, manufacturing supplies, working, and even studying are all done online. This is why one of the key focus of government strategy is building a digital superhighway all over the country and making it accessible to anyone. The government has completed about 25,000 kilometers of fiber, including 12,000 kilometers of national optic fiber network backbone infrastructure, NOFB, and the private sector has built around 35,000 kilometers of fiber. The National Optical Fiber Backbone Initiative has connected 1,650 ministries, counties, departments, and agencies nationwide. More than 100 hospitals have been connected, and a national telemedicine initiative led by Kenyatta National Hospital has been piloted with support from Huawei and other partners. The Digital Superhighway program has 5 key components. To enhance connectivity across the country, the Digital Superhighway shall install an additional 100,000 kilometers of reliable, stable, and affordable high-speed internet connectivity across the country. This will connect 8.5 million homes, 40,000 learning institutions, 13,000 public health institutions, 18,000 government offices, as well as police stations, huduma centers, and technical institutes. The Digital Superhighway will provide free public Wi-Fi in 25,000 locations across the country to ensure access to ICT and close the digital divide in line with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To enhance regional integration and make Kenya into a regional and global ICT hub, exporting technology and software, and a powerhouse in data storage and cybersecurity. To establish 1,450 digital village smart hubs in every ward for Kenyans to use to innovate, work online, and also trade online. Expanding mobile network penetration, that is 4G and 5G coverage across the country, and leverage new technologies such as AI, blockchain, and big data. The digital superhighway design will be the whole country connected, high redundancy, seamless integration between private and public sector networks, integrated design, building, and acceptance. Just imagine bringing science to life in your local primary school through watching videos online or using platforms like Zoom or Microsoft Teams to learn from a teacher in a national school. An open university where all students can join and complete their studies online. Being able to talk to and get prescriptions from a doctor online. Working and earning online at the comfort of your home. Using the internet to trade globally through buying and selling of products to the world market. Using AI, big data, and blockchain technology to guide in agricultural production. Access to financial services online such as the Hustler Fund. Modernization of our security agencies by enabling them to respond to emergencies on time, and elimination of crimes in our country. The key outcomes will be the creation of at least 1 million jobs, increasing ICT contribution to GDP to 1.2%, improving public services in health, education, and safety, amongst others. This is the Digital Superhighway, a smart, connected, and digital Kenya.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
Zainab Wako has been suffering from infertility since 2008, when she had her first miscarriage. Since then, she has had 3 more miscarriages, prompting her to visit a doctor in Garbatula. Like most women in the area, Zainab was only using traditional medication to improve her fertility.
She has tried to get a child, but she lost all the pregnancies. She has tried all the things, but most of the time she could not seek medical attention.
Waliniambia niende kwa psychologist uangaliwe, labda kuna kitu imeblock uangaliwe. Alafu nikawaambia kuna shida ya pesa, hata mimi mzee yangu ana kazi, nikipata pesa ndio nitaenda.
For many people like Zainab, going to the hospital requires one to have enough finances to cater for their food, accommodation, and transportation. This becomes a big challenge for the majority who are living on low income, hence opting for the traditional medication available.
Niliwaambia mimi sijapata usaidizi mwingine, ninatumia tu dawa ya kienyeji. Niliwaambia tu hivyo.
When we are having the gynecology clinics, we are also having the same for telemedicine, because whatever that could not have been managed by the MO on the other end has to be attended to by the consultant remotely.
We got the patient attached to the consultant through the video.
Hiyo video ilikuwa mzuri, na tena niliwaona wale wananiuliza maswali, niliwaona vizuri sana.
If you go to that telemedicine room, you're going to see that whenever our physician is consulting for Garbatula, we are having a team of interns who are here to learn, and this has now also expanded in terms of teaching and dispensing of knowledge.
Nimewaeleza, hata kuna wengine nimewaelezea, wengine wako mbali, lakini niliwapigia simu, niliwaambia kuna daktari fulani hivi, tukuje tukae alafu tuende pamoja tusaidike.
Such initiative will go a long way in contributing to saving of life, cost savings, and basically bridging the human resource gap that we currently face.
From 21st April 2024, Kenya is hosting Connected Africa Summit 2024, and we are inviting all of you to join us in this very important session where we host the entire African continent, leaders and players and stakeholders in the ICT sector to converge and discuss on matters of digital economy, matters of connectivity, smart government, digital skills, future of work, digital trade, and digital platforms. Connected Summit 2024 also provides an opportunity for you to visit Nairobi, to visit Kenya and experience the great country Kenya, the cradle of mankind, and we have an opportunity to invite the rest of the world to come and experience Kenya. So that said, register at www.connected.go.ke. We invite you to share your experience, and also listen from experts in various fields and to be able to share what the continent is doing. I invite colleagues from across the continent to come to Nairobi and share with us what they are doing in their countries, and also learn from what Kenya has done and what the other colleagues in other countries have also done. Let's train up together and build a connected Africa.
Digital literacy is one of the 7 core competencies for learners in basic education under the Kenyan competency-based curriculum. In 2021, together with our partners, we launched the first phase of the DigiSchool Connectivity Pilot Project. Connecting more than 13 schools all over Kenya to the internet, we improved the overall quality of education in Kenya through technology.
In the school before, we were not using internet because we were just buying bundles so that we can do our work using bundles, which was very expensive to buy bundles and do most of the work. So when the internet came, it's a bit cheaper.
Since we received the Wi-Fi, we have been using it on a daily basis for different lessons. We use it for so many things. When it comes to class teaching, we use it for lesson planning and even during lesson delivery, where learners can access more content, sometimes that may not be found in textbooks and the resource materials that we have at school. Then on the side of teachers, we also use it for our own communication within the school. Yeah, we also use it to communicate even with the parents and other school stakeholders using platforms like WhatsApp and even Facebook.
This internet has helped me to Google for more information in digital sources so that I can get more information.
The idea was to have the juniors or the students or the beneficiaries of this program to be able to tell us how they benefited from this project and its resources. The whole point is to have them to do different types of competitions in different categories, where they will be able to creatively express their various opinions in terms of how it benefited them. We have 3 categories in the DigiSchool Creative Competition. We have, for the primary schools, which are 9 schools of the 13, we have 2 categories, the drawing and the essay writing categories. The drawing category consists of grade 4 and grade 5 students, while the essay category consists of grade 6, grade 7 and class 8 students. While the secondary school, which is a more advanced level, is a video production category where they get to produce videos. All in all, the 3 categories, the end goal was for them to showcase how the project or the resources or the benefits of internet to their learning processes and outside learning. On the DigiSchool competition, it was exciting because the learners knew that they are competing with others countrywide, and the issue of the award really excited them even more because they knew by the end of the day we are going to get some award. So they were very busy every time. They want to compete, they want to draw, and the drawings were so many because everybody wants to present the drawings, everybody wants to write, and it was quite exciting to them. The competition has really been beneficial to the students. It has achieved all the intended goals, which was to not only be able to get feedback from the learners about the impact of the project, but also give them a creative way and a learning process.
We use our Wi-Fi to listen to music, to entertain ourselves, especially our free time, and even in curricular activities, for example, games and sports.
So this essay writing has helped me to boost my language.
The upcoming Connected Africa Summit will embody our collective efforts to forge a digitally empowered Africa. We stand on the cusp of a digital transformation poised to reshape our economies, governance, and societal fabric. In anticipation of this summit, we are here to set the stage for comprehensive review of the progress in ICT that is propelling Africa towards achieving its African Union's Agenda 2063. As evidenced by a 2022 report by Google and the International Finance Corporation, our internet economy is on track to reach a remarkable milestone. It is forecasted to reach a staggering $180 billion by 2025, highlighting the significant progress underway. This milestone underscores the groundwork we are steadfastly establishing, a foundation that anticipates a future of connectivity and prosperity for Africa. Additionally, commercializing and monetizing this infrastructure will further bolster its sustainability and impact, providing tangible benefits to citizens in various aspects such as facilitating the trade, fostering the development and adoption of innovative solutions, creating jobs opportunities and involving stakeholders across sectors to ensure inclusive growth and prosperity for Africa. Today, I officiate the Connected National Implementation Committee drawn from the public sector, private sector, and donor community that will support in the creation and implementation of the summit. I call upon all stakeholders to join hands with the government to organize the summit that will accelerate our continental growth and strengthen our networks to do the following three things. One, to connect and partner with us to enhance digital connectivity and infrastructure across Africa, ensuring inclusive, equitable access for all. Secondly, to invest and support sustainable growth through investments in green data centers, cybersecurity.
Welcome to Connected Africa Summit 2024. Forging a transformative path for Africa's digital future. Happening from April 21st to 25th, 2024 in Nairobi, Kenya. Everything happens here. Come and let's explore transformative initiatives shaping the digital destiny of Africa. Visit www.connected.go.ke and register now.
Ni Irene, nafanya kwa state, nafanya school cha Chiboro Eldoret through IU. Tangu waweke wifi kwa state inatusaidia sana. Sasa wakati customer anakupigia simu, unaingia tu online, unaongea na yeye kwa WhatsApp. Unatumanishia yeye space yenye imebaki kwa gari, anakutumanishia fare, una connect na yeye. Alafu tena hii wifi imetusaidia sana. Kwanza watu kama sisi hatukuwa tunajua mambo ya TikTok. Nowadays tuko TikTok 24/7. Tunapata vitu mzuri huko ndani, lakini tunaenjoy sana. By the way, tunawaambia sisi tunashukuru watu wa ICT, bado waongeze tu wakati tunatumia wifi ikuwe ni inashika vizuri.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space, so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders.
Huawei ICT competition has been launched in over 70 countries worldwide, with over 80.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. I'd like to request those that are still outside, please make your way into the main plenary. We're ready to kick off. We're running quite behind on time, and we'd like to catch up as quickly as possible. We've got an action-packed afternoon. We've got a few speakers, about 2, who will kick us off. Thereafter, we'll have a panel discussion, and right after that, we'll have some breakaway sessions. So I hope you have picked your specific breakaway session, and if you haven't, I will be guiding you through how to do it in just a moment. So for now, those of you that are still outside, we're waiting for you to walk in. Those that are seated at the back, once again, I'd like to request that you make your way to the front, and we will be kicking off as soon as we have a bit of a quorum inside the plenary. I'd also like to request the speakers of the panel discussion this afternoon to sit on either the first or the second rows to make your way to the stage easier at the point when I will be asking you to join us for the plenary panel discussion. Once again, I'd like to request the speakers of the plenary, as well as our first speakers this afternoon, please come to either the first or the second rows to make your way to the stage easier when we kick off in just a moment.
You are here, you are going to China. It is technology that is going to drive us going forward. So as you defeat your competitors on the other side, where you're going, start telling us and thinking how you can craft Kenya at 100 through technology. You must now take us to the next level. We must leapfrog, and technology is what will get us there.
Be our good ambassadors there. Show to the world what Kenya is, and is that flag which is lying on your table. Fly it as high as you can, and we look forward to celebrating your achievement when you come back.
So it is your innovation, your talent that has become the new currency.
To the winners, we say congratulations. Connection, glory, future.
We have launched Huawei ICT competition since 2015 globally, and this program enables students to compete at the highest level with fellow students from higher education, from institutions of higher learning and Huawei ICT academies. This year, the competition has reached over 150,000 students across the world. And specifically in Kenya, we have over 5,800 students who joined this year's Huawei ICT competition. The competition has 3 distinct phases. We have a national level of the Huawei ICT competition, and then top students from this level are forwarded for the Southern Africa Regional, which has over 50 teams and 140 students from across 15 Southern Africa regions. And these students can then compete at a global stage in Shenzhen, China.
My main motivation to join the Huawei ICT competition is just to get in touch with the industrial standards and get my technical skills at par with what is needed in the industry as I prepare to transition from university to industry.
The competition has 4 distinct technology areas. That is network track, we also have a cloud track, an innovation track, and now we have also introduced a computing track. These technologies are those in data communications, in cybersecurity and wireless networks. We also have cloud, AI and big data, and also IoT and cloud for innovation. We've also introduced Open EULA and Open Gauss and Kumpen for the computing track this year. Some of the newest technologies that Huawei has launched and now provided an opportunity for students to learn about and compete.
Professionally, I believe the competition has helped me a lot. It has helped me solidify a lot of the concepts that I only knew about in theory. We have done very comprehensive labs, and I believe I have solidified most of the concepts that I'm required to know.
The competition has been very helpful. Participating in the Huawei ICT competition and as a lady, getting those skills and having them at hand is going to give you an upper hand, especially this time the companies are trying to balance the male and female ratio in the companies. So as a lady, if you're able to do it, and if STEM is your thing, just do it, go for it, this is for us.
This year, we believe that the Kenyan team has what it takes to win even at the global stage, as we have seen the outstanding dedication among all the students, and we have been able to select 21 excellent students who are now being featured at the regional stage, and we believe that through all their hard work, through all their dedication, we are going to win at the global stage.
Does the hassle of purchasing insurance for your cargo during importation wear you out? Introducing the Coral Mini app on the M-Pesa app that allows clearing agents and importers compare quotes, pay for marine cargo insurance, and view certificates on their phones wherever they are 24/7. Opt in as a clearing agent. Open the Coral Mini app on M-Pesa app. Enter your company's KRA PIN. Enter your individual KRA PIN. Enter your work email address. Accept the terms and conditions. Select Opt In. Input your M-Pesa PIN. You'll receive a confirmation SMS. You will see the insured and uninsured cargo attached to your company's KRA PIN. To insure your cargo, select the IDF for the cargo you wish to insure from the list presented. Choose an insurance quote from preferred insurer or change to a different insurer. Proceed to pay from your M-Pesa or send payment request to your customer. Once paid, your marine cargo insurance certificate and policy document will be emailed to you instantly. What's more, you can view your insurance certificate within the app. Just go to the Insured Cargo section and select the IDF. You're good to go.
My name is Fiona Kidui. I'm the acting CEO at Moringa School. At Moringa School, we have an audacious goal of training 200 knowledge workers by 2030. And we do this by ensuring that we have market-aligned relevant skills. And we also ensure that our graduates are equipped with soft skills and professional development skills that will ensure that they contribute positively to the employers. Through our training, we've managed to see our graduates get into employment in a plug-and-play model so that when they get to your doorstep, they're really equipped with the relevant skills that you need in order for them to be a contribution to your company. When we started in 2014, we graduated 4 students, and right now we are privileged to say that we are graduating about 1,000 students. And so far, what you've seen in Moringa School is people coming in with a high school certificate end up working in powerhouses like Safaricom, Amazon. So what I've seen Moringa School's graduates do is contributing towards the economy by even employing other people. We have seen people from the underprivileged societies where they started earning nothing, and right now they are earning almost $2,000 plus. What I'll say is we believe in them. I know it hasn't been an easy journey, but you've taught them the impulse of Moringa School, which is grit, be autonomous, and always believe in yourself. Be patient. We have seen your colleagues graduate, end up working in remote jobs from Kenya, earning even up to 100,000 as a starting salary. So if other people can do it, especially to the young women, if other women can do it, remember you can also do it. It's just a matter of keep on applying to jobs, and as always, remember where you're from and make sure that you continue impacting in the world that you need us out there.
Liquid Intelligent Technologies has a mission to connect and enable all Africans through our intelligent technology solutions, ensuring that no one on the continent is left behind. We are working hard to provide people throughout Africa with the infrastructure and solutions they need to empower economic growth in the countries we serve. We believe that fast, reliable connectivity is a critical enabler for growth. It is only possible to enjoy the benefits of a digital economy when people have access to online services. Liquid Intelligent Technologies provides African solutions to enable Africans and local businesses to answer their challenges. The East-West corridors deployed by Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers a resilient alternative for internet and private traffic, taking the shortest paths between the 2 African coasts. More people than ever before will be able to reap the benefits of redundancy and access to high-speed connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligence Technologies offers the lowest latency performance between Miami and Singapore via Africa, and provides access to all the major sea cable networks connecting to the African continent. Global carriers and content providers are now able to transmit through Africa to other global points of presence. These corridors further our mission to connect every country on the continent and bring the many proven economic benefits of improved connectivity and technology solutions. In particular, for organizations looking to maximize opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Liquid Intelligence Technologies fiber network extends more than 100,000 kilometers over 13 countries across the continent, enabling communities to digitally connect. We were the first company to terrestrially connect the Cape to Cairo, and now we are the first to connect East Africa to West Africa via 3 corridors of fiber connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligence Technologies builds Africa's digital future.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Granny.
What did you do this weekend?
Well, Friday, I went on a science trip to see the gorillas in Rwanda. Then we watched the cup final in London.
Oh.
On Saturday, my friends and I met up to hunt some dragons again. Yes. And on Sunday, I went to bed watching the world from space.
With Airtel 5G's lightning-fast speeds and seamless connectivity, you won't believe what's next.
Convergence is bringing together the best of 2 worlds. Consolidation, on the other hand, is combining multiple elements to create a more effective whole. When both concepts are put together, you get reduced complexity, increased protection, and improved incident response. You get the Fortinet Security Fabric. With the Fortinet Security Fabric, organizations can control safe application access everywhere and provide consistent protection and user experience across all edges, while securing any application journey on any cloud. The Fortinet Security Fabric simplifies operational management and speeds up processes with AI-powered analytics and automation. An open ecosystem supporting more than 500 technology suppliers and threat intelligence partners means better end-to-end protection in multi-vendor environments. All this while consistently countering threats in real time with AI-powered coordinated protections. A cybersecurity mesh platform that adapts as today's networks and even threats themselves evolve. That's the Fortinet Security Fabric. Digital security everywhere you need it.
1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are ready to kick off the afternoon session. As you will see, we're running really behind time, and we hope we will be able to kick off so we're able to also make it to the breakaway sessions in good time. If you have not picked out your breakaway session, I'd like to ask you to download the Hoover app. That's WHOVA. Therein you will be able to also access the program, and you'll be able to see the different breakaway sessions, and you can then select the specific breakaway session that you would like to attend this afternoon. The app is available both on Android and iOS. That's WHOVA, and that is the app where you will get all the information surrounding the summit, the programs as well. All right, so we will now kick off our afternoon session. We have 4 speakers from the corporate sector who will be giving us a few remarks. I'd like us to keep it as short as possible, kindly, 5 minutes at the maximum. And thereafter, we will have some keynote speeches and then a plenary panel discussion. And thereafter, we'll break for the different fireside chats. So for now, I'd like to quickly welcome up on stage Shine Rahim. Shine is the country manager for Cisco here in Kenya. Let's give her a warm round of applause. No, you have to make it better. I mean, you just had lunch. Thank you so much. Shamim Karibu.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm waiting for some energy response. Good afternoon. Excellent, thank you. Distinguished leaders, esteemed delegates, it is an honor to address you today on the pivotal topic of digital connectivity and its role in steering economic transformation across our continent. As we stand on the precipice of a digital revolution, it is imperative that we harness the power of connectivity to propel our nations forward into a prosperous future. But this cannot be done by one entity. We require deliberate collaborations and partnerships. We heard this morning on the percentage of citizens across Africa with access to the internet, which varies widely depending on the country and the region. On average, internet penetration across the continent is around 39.3%, according to recent data from the International Telecommunications Union, ITU. However, this figure is constantly changing due to ongoing efforts to expand internet infrastructure and increase internet connectivity. In Africa, millions of people are unconnected, shut off from social and economic prospects. If we don't bridge that digital divide, African nations will not benefit from the promise of an inclusive future for all. The juxtaposition of that stark reality and our purpose compels us to act. But it's how we act that sets us apart. With rapid advancement of the fourth industrial revolution technology adoption, Africa cannot afford to be left behind. With Africa's median age at 19.7 years young, Africa has one of the youngest populations globally, with a significant proportion of its population under the age of 25. This youthful demographic profile presents significant opportunities for the continent's economic and social development. To facilitate the seamless adoption of artificial intelligence and fourth industrial revolution technologies in Africa, countries must consider implementing clear regulatory frameworks, establish robust data protection and privacy regulations to safeguard individuals' rights and promote trust in AI systems. We must ensure compliance with international standards, such as the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, and develop tailored frameworks to address regional and local needs. We stay committed to partner in developing ethical guidelines and principles for the responsible development and deployment of AI technologies, addressing issues such as transparency, fairness, accountability, and bias mitigation. Instead of drafting long, drawn-out regulations that stifle innovation, let's collaborate to create regulatory sandboxes or innovation hubs to facilitate experimentation and testing of AI applications in a controlled environment and provide regulatory flexibility and support for startups, researchers, and business to innovate while ensuring consumer protection and risk management. Vital government projects like Silicon Savannah need for us to foster collaboration between government agencies, industry stakeholders, academia, and civil society to co-create and execute on government's priorities. Let us continue to establish multi-stakeholder forums, task forces, and advisory boards to facilitate dialogue, knowledge sharing, and policy development. We cannot ignore the importance of strategic planning and prioritization in infrastructure development. We require evidence-based decision-making, long-term visioning, and stakeholder engagement in the planning process. It is estimated that generative AI could add $4.4 trillion to the global GDP each year. Yet, there are challenges in place around enabling companies to get there. The recent Cisco AI Readiness Index, a survey of more than 8,000 private sector business and IT leaders across 30 countries, found that 95% of respondents have an AI strategy in place or under development. Yet, only 14% are ready to integrate AI into their businesses. The study also found that only 3% of companies are ready to tackle today's threats, with 2/3 of the organizations falling into the beginner and formative stages of readiness. Leaders and communities in countries across the continent, from north to south, west to east, Egypt to South Africa, and from Nigeria to Kenya, have been working with us to help tackle some of their greatest challenges, such as a shortage of cybersecurity skills. This is amongst the first times that respective governments have connected our skills and expertise to the almost surgical impact we could have on a country's digital future. We must, with urgency, promote skills development and capacity building initiatives to equip individuals with the knowledge and expertise to work with AI technologies and integrate AI education into school curricula, vocational training programs, and higher education to prepare the workforce for the jobs of the future. Just about a year ago, Cisco Networking Academy announced its aim to provide digital and cybersecurity skills training to 3 million people in Africa to help deliver on our purpose to power an inclusive future for all. This goal for Africa is part of Cisco's global goal to provide training to 25 million people over the next 10 years. The NatAcad is one of the world's longest-running IT skills to job program with close to 1,200 centers across Africa, training over 1.6 million students since its inception. Cisco is launching its first cybersecurity technology experience center on the African continent here in Kenya this week. The Cybersecurity Experience Center will, 1, help build strategic in-country cybersecurity capabilities and expertise leveraging of Cisco Networking Academy. 2, showcase the latest cybersecurity threat intelligence solutions. 3, support the industry and government with cybersecurity architecture and validated designs. And 4, leverage of AI and virtual reality tools to deliver a cybersecurity awareness experience to government officials and the industry across the continent. Tomorrow at the summit also, we invite you to visit us or to participate at our cybersecurity masterclass, which will be held at 4 p.m. in breakout room number 7. Each year at Cisco, we are proud to share our purpose report that demonstrates having environmental, social, governance, and corporate social responsibility efforts woven into a business strategy that is not just good for the world, but it also creates important business opportunities. In 2016, we set a goal to positively impact 1 billion people by fiscal 2025. And we are incredibly proud to share that we've surpassed that goal more than a year early, impacting more than 1/8 of the world's population. This is truly a testament to what a company can achieve when its people and purpose intersect in service of communities. Leaders, esteemed delegates, Let us foster a conducive ecosystem for startups, entrepreneurs, and innovators by streamlining business registration processes, promoting access to financing, and nurturing entrepreneurship culture. We know that the next wave of jobs will not come from corporates or government, but from entrepreneurs. The Connected Africa Summit is a great platform for exchange of best practices, lessons learned, and technical expertise among countries and the regions. Thank you, ICT Authority, for putting this great platform together. We look forward to participate actively in these events to tap into the best practice case studies so as not to reinvent the wheel, so to say, when we require quick win solutions or rapid deployment in our regions. Cisco isn't merely investing in Africa. We are co-creating a vibrant, inclusive future, proving that success measured by commercial drivers isn't separate from, but intrinsically tied to the social and economic empowerment of communities across Africa. To our esteemed leaders, communities, enterprises, and entrepreneurs, let's work together to build a digital future that's inclusive, sustainable, and secure. Let's lay down the networks, open up digital marketplaces, and connect the 60% of people across Africa still lacking internet access. Let's train more of our people, particularly women, and inspire our youth. Let's co-create a future side by side where everyone can participate in society and the economy. A digital future where everyone can thrive. In conclusion, digital connectivity stands as a cornerstone of our collective journey towards economic prosperity and inclusive development. By investing in robust infrastructure, fostering conducive regulatory environments, addressing digital skills development, and leveraging global collaboration, we can unlock the full potential of the digital economy for the benefit of all citizens. Let us seize this momentous opportunity to shape a future where every individual can thrive in the digital age. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Shani. I would like to now call on stage Hani Khalaf. Hani is the Chief Technology Officer at Dell. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes on stage.
Thank you very much. Honorable guests, all protocols observed. Let me start by first telling you a story, a personal story. About 2 years ago, after being in the technology domain for 26 years, I realized that almost everything I learned in school, in university, from a technology point of view, has become obsolete. I decided to reinvent myself. It took a lot of thought to think about the new domain I want to go into. My choice was about data and AI. Let me tell you why. So in today's software-driven world, the potential for innovation is enormous. And the potential of this innovation for Africa is even bigger. For this to happen, innovators and startups need access to technology. We have heard from the esteemed speakers earlier in the day, governments and organizations have done a lot to enable connectivity and access, which is a major milestone in enabling people with technology. Yet, the next step is to harness data and create a data culture within societies. Data and AI today are seen by governments and organizations as strategic assets. A trend where governments, organizations are investing in data centers, in building multiple data centers to enable data harnessing through AI is taking place in the world. Now, these resources are expensive, especially when we're talking about accelerators for AI. If you have heard of the company, our partner, NVIDIA, you can tell that the NVIDIA CEO today is among the richest in the world. So, for these DCs, data centers, to be used to enable innovation, government needs to provide access as a service to these startups and innovators. This will do a couple of things. It will enable these startups to innovate by giving them access to technology. It will create jobs. And more importantly, it will put these startups and innovators on the world map. Just last year, almost a year ago, a Tunisian startup, AI startup, was acquired by a major vendor for $684 million. A Tunisian AI startup from Africa. At Dell Technologies, we are doing what we can to enable governments and make this a reality. In the United Arab Emirates, where I live, we have partners with the government to enable healthcare research. In the US, we have partnered with the city of Amarillo to enable new settlers in the city to be able to interact with digital avatars and get access to information quickly. While this might not happen in Africa soon, this innovation can be built by people in Africa. And there is no reason why all these efforts cannot be replicated here. The data and AI revolution is happening now. We live in the data era. Generative AI specifically is enabling us to innovate in ways we never thought possible. Did you know that in 2030, it is expected that a blockbuster movie will be created by 90% AI content? This blockbuster movie can be in Africa Wood instead of in Hollywood. I encourage you to embrace this AI and data revolution. To learn more, please join us at 5 o'clock in breakout number 8, where we will delve into AI, Gen AI use cases. We'll show you practical videos, and if you're lucky, you can win a prize with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hani. I would like to now welcome up on stage very quickly Honorable Felix Mutati, who is the Minister for ICT in Zambia, to join us for some remarks. Is the Minister here with us? All right. Do we have Honorable Mario de Silva? All right. In that case, we'll try and find another slot for them to speak perhaps later in the day or tomorrow morning. So this leads us to our first plenary discussion this afternoon, and the focus will be digital trade and e-commerce unlocking strength in our network. And to set the pace for this panel discussion, I'd like to welcome Honorable Sylvanus Maritime, the chairperson of the ICT Authority, to give us his keynote address. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In a minute, I want to introduce my colleagues who are here. I'll ask them to stand, and then I'll mention their names, so hopefully I can see them. Yeah, they're in that far end. We have Director Alfred Ngeno. We have Director Edna Atisa. We have Director Clara Ketienya. But the rest of my colleagues must be in different holding rooms, but they'll join us. My name is Sylvanus Maritime, ICTA Board Chair. Inspired by African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We come together under the spirit of unity and innovation to open the historic Connected Africa Summit 2024. It is a privilege to witness such an esteemed assembly of leaders and innovators who are the custodians of progress in our continent. Together, we are charting a new frontier in digital transformation journey of our beloved Africa. Our team, shaping the future of a continent connected Africa, unlocking growth beyond connectivity, captures our collective aspirations to build a digitally empowered future, one where every community flourishes through innovations. The ICT Authority, guided by its diverse and dynamic board, has played a pivotal role in making digital infrastructure as fundamental to our lives as a vital rivers that sustain our continent. We've led to initiatives that not only transform the connectivity landscape, but also nurtured an environment ripe for innovation. These efforts have sown the seeds for a growing digital economy, reminiscent of the rich and diverse ecosystem found across Africa. As a result, there's been a growth of digital literacy and accessibility, empowering more Africans to weave their stories into global digital tapestry and reap the fruits of connected world. As we celebrate these achievements, we also look at the vast potential that lies within our continent. The Connected Africa Summit marks the beginning of our next chapter in digital ventures. Here, we come together to strategize and explore boundless opportunities that ICT offers to our economies, communities, and individuals. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our journey thus far has been nothing short of remarkable, and yet the path ahead is charged with even greater potential. Through strategic partnership and collaborative initiatives, we've ignited a spark in our youth, revolutionized public service, and strengthened the very framework of our economies. Today, we find ourselves in the brink of transformative era in digital technology, an era that promises inclusivity and sustainability for all. As we chart the course for our future digital endeavors, ICT Authority is more committed to ever fostering a seamless ecosystem where government, business, civil society unite in harmony. We are steadfast in our commitment to build upon a solid foundation of trust, innovations and resilience. Together, we will propel our continent to a thriving digital age, where each step forward is a step of collective prosperity and well-being. In closing, I respectfully invite each of distinguished guests here today to draw upon the collective wisdom gathered in the esteemed assembly. Together, let's shape the future that is true to our African dream, a future where connectivity transcends all boundaries and digital empowerment becomes a cornerstone of our collective progress. Your insights and contributions are invaluable as we stride forward towards this promising horizon. Together, let us boldly advance toward a vision of deeply connected and thriving Africa. Let the discussions we engage in over these pivotal days ignite the flames of innovation and collaboration, laying a robust foundation for transformative digital era. Together, we will catalyze a wave of progress that resonates across our continent and beyond. May our collective efforts be blessed. May they elevate Africa to the new heights of prosperity and unity. Let us go forth with the resolve not only to dream a better future, but to actively construct it. May God bless each of you and our beautiful continent. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maritim, for setting the stage for our plenary panel discussion. I would like to now welcome our panelists, Mr. Baldwin Samuel Chiamwaka, Permanent Secretary, Information and Digitization in Malawi. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he makes his way on stage. Dr. Juma Muhwana, CBS, Principal Secretary, State Department of Industry, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, Kenya. Let's appreciate him as he makes his way on stage. Honorable Chileshe Kapwepwe, COMESA Secretary General. Emily Ndoria, Director of the Directorate of Trade and Services, Investment, IPR and Digital Trade at the AFCFTA in Ghana. Joel Karubio from Enterprise Estonia, please join us on stage. And Dennis Volemi, Group Technology Director at the Kenya Commercial Bank Group. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to kick off our panel discussions. A panel discussion this afternoon with the three gentlemen who will take us through their thoughts and insights on digital trade and e-commerce, and we're focusing on the theme unlocking strength in our network. I guess first of all, just to kick off the conversation, and thankfully there's only three of us, so I will attempt to keep it as tight and as short as possible so we can also gain time for the breakaway sessions, but also make sure we get the maximum output of out of our conversation this afternoon. So I guess this first things first, give us your thoughts on what you see as the status of both digital trade and e-commerce in the different spaces that you play in. Any first takers?
Okay, maybe I can go first. So I think across Africa, in terms of status, the different countries have made different levels of progress from sort of enablement for e-commerce and digital trade. And this is across several vectors. So you will find that if you look at what the critical success factors for digital trade and e-commerce are, if you start with infrastructure, you will find that people require internet access and devices to be able to access services digitally. So again, different countries have made different levels of progress. I think in Kenya here, we've got a very good penetration from an internet access point of view. And also smartphone penetration continues to be on the rise. I think the last time I checked, it was in the north of 50, 60%. So first of all, from a digital infrastructure enablement perspective, that's where I would say we are. If you look at some of the other enablers regarding availability of channels, so this is e-commerce channels, again, some level of progress made in different countries. In Kenya here, we've got a little bit of platforms available, and that continues to be on the rise. As far as payments infrastructure is concerned, which is critical enabler for digital trade and e-commerce, I think, again, in the East Africa region, we continue to make significant progress with availability of payment gateways and APIs to enable the e-commerce players sort of facilitate the process of access or ability to make for payments from an e-commerce perspective. Where I think we continue to struggle, I guess, is digital skills, both digital skills from a market literacy point of view, as well as availability of skills in the market to drive this growth. We have significant challenges, I think, regarding availability of cross-border sort of enabling payments, but that is continuing to be addressed with FCTA, and some of the platforms have started to roll out. So from my perspective, different levels of progress, again, largely driven by the critical enablers. And from a financial services perspective, we continue to work across the industry in Kenya and across the region to ensure that we're able to provide digital payments rails that can support e-commerce players and customers to engage in commerce. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Dennis is the Group Technology Officer, Director at Kenya Commercial Bank Group, and I guess we'll be coming to you just to find out also the role of the financial sector in, increasing digital or e-commerce trade and what KCB has done, especially within the region, as the continent works towards the AfCFTA. All right, I'd like to now move to yourself. From the space that you sit, what would you say the state of digital trade and e-commerce is in Malawi?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. A lot has been said this morning from the keynote address by the President. It was a great speech, and I think it provides quite a good framework within we can discuss these issues. And there are also similarities. Most of the issues that have been shared here, Malawi is also going through the same experiences. Nevertheless, I should say we still have quite a mile. Malawi is on the path to digitalization, so we can enable e-trade and e-commerce to be successful, not only within our boundaries, but also as part of the entire region. Now, briefly, maybe to say, for us, I think we have focused on a number of issues. Firstly, making sure that the legal and policy environment is quite conducive, enabling, but also coming up with a strategy that would really show us where we are going, making strategic choices. For example, now we have a Malawi digital economy strategy, which has got 3 strategic choices, core digital. Some of the issues, my colleague here has already mentioned them. For example, ensuring that there is network access. Our target is to increase internet usage from 43% in 2023 to 80% in 2026. But also device access. I think this has been an ongoing, issue, dominating the discussions. I often think about a woman, a man, or maybe a youth in the remote parts of Africa where they don't have a smartphone. They have a gadget, a device, which they can only use for, making phone calls, but doesn't enable them to do a lot. So I think this is also a mile that we have to cover even in Malawi. And currently the ownership is relatively low, about 20%, and we want it to go up to 80% in 2026. Yeah, but also digital services. He touched on digital services. I may not repeat the same for time's sake, but if we also talk about digital solutions, our digital economy strategy is also focusing on providing solutions for different sectors that can enhance e-trade and commerce. For example, in agriculture, by increasing the adoption of agricultural services and access to agricultural technology. For example, currently Malawi is on the path of re-establishing, mega farms, and huge hectareages have been dedicated to that. A lot of capital has been invested in mega farms, but we cannot do them without digital solutions. And so this is one of the four. Similarly, also in the health sector, we want to increase the life expectancy by additional 2 years, supporting efficient resource allocation, for example, e-health facilities where you can do diagnostic remotely, and also you can have a database on particular issues, including diagnostic tests. And finally, maybe digital trade. Our goal is to double ICT service exports to 4%. That is creating 50,000 new jobs in digitally traded services. So this is just a bit about where we are going to. But we are steadily on the path of digitalization. And this is why my ministry has been renamed to Ministry of Information and Digitalization to show the focus and the seriousness and the commitment that we have as a country. Thank you.
All right, Honorable Chiamwaka, thank you so much. Joel, we'll come to you. Estonia has been a subject of curiosity by many Kenyans. Do tell us a little bit about that, and to address the question, the current state of digital trade and e-commerce, and perhaps address the nexus of Kenya and Estonia in as far as that is concerned.
Thank you very much. Yes, so it's been a hot boiling point for a while, and this is because Estonia took a deliberate path to look for potential partners around the world. So for those of you who might know, Estonia is only 1.3 million people, so versus a population of 55 million people in Kenya. So we are looking at what can we export in terms of our knowledge, and what have we been able to do over the last 20 years since we regained our independence. And one of the things that Estonia did, because if you look at the neighbors and the European states, so Estonia is a smaller cousin in terms of that, in terms of size. But we took a deliberate direction, which is digital would be our biggest driver. So in Estonia, 20 years ago, we decided to do something called the Tiger Leap. And the Tiger Leap meant that every child who was going to school received a gadget, which was a computer, and then we made sure that the infrastructure in terms of connectivity was available. So that means within the last 20 years, digital skills have just been growing. And that means that with digital skills, as my colleague said, then digital trade starts to happen. So we are looking at what is the nexus in terms of Kenya and Estonia, because Kenya's ambitious digital transformation is the same thing we thought about 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So how can we do that? And now that brings us to the conversation of what opportunities may be there and what do we think digital trade is. So again, look at the Kenya scenario. And I'm Kenyan, by the way, so I might be speaking like an Estonian, but I'm Kenyan. Look at our payment gateways, for example, very mature. We don't have payment gateways in terms of mobile in Estonia. We usually use cards, right? A lot of people don't carry cash anymore, it's cards. But how many people can actually access a card in Kenya? How many people are unbanked? So that means they're not able to access cards. So what was the solution? Mobile money came into play. In Estonia, we're now thinking about mobile money, and how does that look for us? So again, when you start looking at digital trade and what is happening, we actually are learning from the Kenyan experience, which is a very, very, very mature digital market, right? Despite what people may think, it's very mature. When you had the CS in the morning talk about infrastructure in terms of fiber and all those things, Estonia got those. Everywhere you go, you'll find a Wi-Fi spot. In Kenya, we're doing, is it 25,000 Wi-Fi spots? So you can actually see that the conversations are interrelated. So for us as Estonia, we're looking at what did we learn? We are not coming to impact what we learned. we're actually coming to co-create what the next steps for Kenya look like. So for us, that's why we are in this conversation. And if we do that well, then digital trade becomes the easiest thing that you can actually deliver, because everyone is connected. As Minister said, everyone has a smartphone, so they can make a transaction, they can make a call, they can do banking on their phone. I can't remember the last time I went to a bank, sorry. I don't even know why they still have branches, because most of us actually get our money through mobile channels. So I think that is where we are, and we're looking forward to more of these conversations and see how Estonia and Kenya can talk to each other and learn from each other.
All right, thank you so much, Joel. Emily, you're welcome to the panel discussion. We're having a conversation around the state of digital trade and e-commerce. And of course, the AFCFTA, has mentioned several times that technology sits firmly on the driver's seat in as far as increasing trade across the region. What would you say are some of the low-hanging fruit from a technology perspective that we can begin to get at or get to in order to hasten our race towards the AFCFTA?
Okay, thank you very much, and my apologies for being a bit late. I think there was a bit of a confusion where we should be. I speak on behalf of His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, who unfortunately was not able to join us today, but he sent me to represent him. And for us, maybe the main important thing we can already say has been achieved by the continent will be the fact that in the last Assembly of Heads of States and Government that was held in February in Addis Ababa, there was the adoption of the protocol on digital trade. So, and the protocol on digital trade is actually forming the foundation of the legal framework that we are going to use as a continent to be able to trade with one another. And I think that is important because this year you're focused on connecting Africa. So to be able to connect Africa, we need to have harmonized laws and regulations that are transparent and we can be able to interconnect. So maybe just to mention a few of the things that are key that are in the protocol. One of them is that we're talking about digital inclusion. And I think digital inclusion has been one of the key things that has been talked about in this forum so far. And here we have a different approach where we are seeing what can trade do for us to ensure that the MSMEs are also involved in this conversation, and to also ensure that we have the right instruments. And to that end, we are actually currently, just last week, we had a meeting where we were looking at the annexes, and one of the key annexes is digital ID. So for us to be able to have digital IDs that interconnect, so each country develops their own digital ID, but then it is possible to interconnect with the other countries. So one of the key articles is also on interconnectivity. Then the other key element is the issue of cross-border data transfer, because to be able to do any payment, you have to be able to exchange data, because there's no payment without exchange of data. But what are the laws and regulations that we have in place to ensure that we are able to actually exchange data among ourselves? So most of the countries now have data protection institutions, especially for personal data. So we look at how then do we ensure that we are also going to have interoperability among the different countries. And of course, a third one, which is so important, is digital payments. So how are we going to be able to do digital payment across borders? We heard from Safaricom earlier that they are now in 8 countries. So we can actually learn from them to say, how have you been able to do that? Is it mutual recognition, and is it country by country? But now with the protocol, you can actually be able to then do it wholesale, if I may say it that way. So we have a number of already hanging fruits that we can extend. the example of M-Pesa, mobile money, interconnectivity, even at the national level. You have been able to do the interconnectivity between M-Pesa, let me say Safaricom and Airtel, to be able to send money between the two companies. So if we can be able to extend that to the rest of the continent now with the foundation that has been set by the Protocol on Digital Trade, I think we will be able to move a bit more faster. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Emily. Honorable Chiamwaka, I'd like to come to you now, and the word collaboration between, of course, government, private sector has, come out quite strongly throughout the conversations today. And I would like to get your view on what policies or regulatory frameworks are needed to support the development of digital trade and e-commerce ecosystems.
It's raining, and I hope I got your question correctly. Yeah, but I think you were talking about the policies and legal framework that, yeah. Well, let me just give an example of what we've done, apart from the strategy, the digital economy strategy that I shared. But, a national digitalization policy is also very key, very important. And in Malawi, we have it in place. And it is strategy, it prioritizes network infrastructure, like my colleagues also alluded to, and most importantly in the rural and marginalized areas where these technologies are still yet to reach. So if you have that policy that guides you and provides you a framework, I think this is very important. But also data protection, because as my last colleague, the last speaker spoke, e-trade and commerce require a lot of exchange of data. And today we talk about open data. And, but you can't just leave data as it is. You need to manage data. And so legal provisions like data protection, these are very key. We just had ours, accented to this year, and we have it in place. But also cyber security laws. We are talking among ourselves as PSs this morning, and we found out that one of the most common issues that we share also, and we really want to do, is about cyber security. And I remember PS Tinui John actually was talking about, saying, no, not cyber security, cyber, as in discipline, as a field, but security. So apart from having a localized or contextualized or national cyber security law, we also need a harmonized one, an integrated one across the region so that data is protected. And I think for me, this is very, very important. But also, we still have postal services, very, very key to commercialization, to e-trade, to e-commerce. And in my country, the postal services are still on. In fact, they're widespread across even in the rural areas. But now, because of the digital, the digital economy that strategy we have, government has just approved a bailout strategy, turnaround strategy for the post office, so we can digitalize it and get it on the path to e-commerce and e-trade. So these are some of the policies I think that I think are very important, but also policies that can guide one network. For example, previously when I come to Kenya, I go to Zambia, I could just carry one SIM card for Airtel. And I come here, I could make a call home, back home, or anywhere where Airtel was, without a hassle at all. No need to buy another SIM card. But that is gone. And I think if we can bring back one network, that would be awesome. So we need policies and maybe laws that can enable, make those provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Dennis, I'll come to you now. Perhaps, from the perspective of KCB, there's a mention of security, around online transactions. You've talked about payments, not just within the country, but inter-country as well. And I'm just curious about what you see as the factors that influence consumer trust and confidence in online transactions.
Thank you for that. I mean, we're a financial institution, and first of all, banking or financial services is a business of trust. So this is something we take very seriously. And it's something that we've actually implemented and have working very well within all of our channels and platform. So if you look at, what specifically about your question, what drives the trust? Trust is driven, by the knowledge by the user or the consumer or the business that you're dealing with that whatever funds they have with you are well secured, and if any transaction is to happen, it has to be authorized through the various channels. So as far as KCB is concerned, of course, we're present in 7 countries with payment trails, both for our banks on our channels, as well as third-party rails we offer through banking as a service, through APIs to our fintech partners who power e-commerce. We've got a very elaborate security infrastructure that ensures that for every interaction that the customer is having with us is very well secured, and the customer can be sure that their funds are safe. So it's really about creating an environment where, as a user or a customer, that I feel that every transaction or every access to my bank account or wallet is very well secured. So that's what we have in place, and we continue to do this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Joel, I'll come to you now. Given the success that you have talked about in as far as Estonia's digital space has come along, what do you see as some of the opportunities, especially given the fact that we've got governments in the room that are creating an enabling space for technology companies and entrepreneurs to take advantage of opportunities that are available? What do you currently see as the opportunities that digital trade and e-commerce present for African economies?
Thank you. Just before I go into your question, just to add up to what the minister said, like the postal system is going to be a success on a centralized national addressing system, which is something most countries are trying to, so that where my address is, you can deliver. I don't have to, the guy of Jumia doesn't have to call me and ask me, send me a PIN and all those things. So those are things that I think if we do them right, then we shall be able to move forward. To Dennis's comment, and I'll add on to that something that has happened in Estonia. In Estonia, we have one single source of truth of my ID, which is a digital ID. So that one ID, whether I go to the bank or I go to a shop or I go to my e-citizen in Kenya, it is one. In Kenya and in the African markets, we have various points where our information is collected today, and we are not sure whether that collection at that place was the right one or not. And that leads to my answer, which is if these things are done better, one, market access. So we shall be able to open that bigger access, which is what all these trade agreements are asking us to do. So that's an opportunity that immediately will show itself if we just get, in my view, as you asked, policies and the fundamentals right. The other thing is we see some of the African economies, I think in Kenya we say copy-paste. If I open a Safaricom shop here, the next place is a Safaricom shop. We want to diversify our economies. What new things will happen from digital trade? So I don't have to be that brick and mortar that everyone else is doing. If I open and to successful, even me, I'll try. So every corner you find a tailor, a bank. So if we can diversify some of those things in terms of our economies, I think digital trade is able to help us. Again, from a digital perspective, it actually opens more conversations about collaboration. So how do we collaborate more? 55 states in Africa. In the EU, we are 27 member states. As the minister said, if I have an EU SIM card, the calling rate is the same across EU. So why can't we do that for the African economies? Obviously, in Africa, we are in competition with our own selves. So if Airtel in Kenya is putting a rate of 2 shillings, in Tanzania it will be 4 shillings, and then I have to roam in Tanzania, and I'm still within the East African community. I think some of those things, if we change them, opportunities start working out, because I am not going to spend my time trying to call you on WhatsApp because you're in Tanzania, because I have to save on my bundle. So I think if we start looking at those, and I'm just looking at a few of those opportunities, and the last one for me is obviously the logistics. Once we get this right, logistics becomes the easiest thing, because then I can be able to move goods and services across borders, which has been a hurdle for us. If today I want to export something to Rwanda, the number of border posts, the number of documents I have to have, because I have to pass through 3 or 4 countries, that if we can actually get some centralized way of doing things within our communities, whether it's SADC, EAC, and the rest, I think then opportunities start to grow. So those are the first things that would come to mind in terms of what opportunities the digital space would actually help us with.
All right, thank you, Joel. I'll take a final question from Emily, and thereafter a very quick 1-minute closing remark from each of my panelists, so that we can make way for the breakaway sessions. So Emily, final question, still speaking about opportunities. What do you see as the opportunities that exist for African businesses to participate in global value chains?
Thank you very much, and I think I'll do like him and follow up on his question first before I move to mine. And it's really to speak about and it's also part of answering your question, is dealing with the opportunities that digital trade brings. And one of the key ones is trade facilitation. Now, you may think that it is bad in East Africa when moving goods from, let's say, Mombasa to Rwanda. But the number of days have reduced significantly due to technology. And this is because we already have agreed among ourselves, and our revenue authorities actually do speak to each other electronically. They are actually able to follow and track a truck that leaves from Mombasa to Burundi or to Rwanda or to Uganda. And they have a very simplified way of color coding and knowing from their map that truck is for which country. So they have a very sophisticated system that has already been developed, and that is something that we are also working on in terms of West Africa, Central Africa, so that we connect the whole of Africa when it comes to trade facilitation. Maybe just a quick one on a program that we are working on that we are calling the Digital Trade Corridor. And the Digital Trade Corridor is actually an initiative by the president of Zambia. And Malawi is actually one of the countries that is meant to be part of it. And one of the key things that the presidents have said, they want no-stop border posts. Now, no-stop border posts means that we have to utilize a lot of technology to ensure that it is smart gates when you come to the border. If your documents are in line, then you just pass through. And that will be instrumental for our businesses to transport goods and services. And then the second one is movement of people. Kenya has now started implementing the ETA. Now, if we can have countries speaking to one another and have digital IDs that are interoperable, and then we ensure that business people can then easily be able to cross the borders in the continent, then they'll be able to trade easier. Digital signatures. I saw an advertisement earlier on Kenya is now implementing digital signatures. That is also part of what we have set out some legal framework in the protocol on digital signatures, e-invoicing, all those key instruments that are needed to facilitate businesses are already being handled now under the protocol. And if we can accept each other's e-signatures across borders, then it means we don't even need to travel so much to be able to clinch the deals. we can then be able to sit in your house and actually be able to clinch any business deal that is available. So if we can only be able to do these things cross-border and implement this protocol that we have signed on, I think we shall be able to facilitate more trade, and there'll be more opportunities. And just maybe a last one, just for a point of e-commerce. One of the key things, and now following from the PS on the post offices, is to assist post offices, and this is the last mile delivery and the logistics that are concerned. And most of the countries now are changing the model for the post offices to ensure that they're able to move with technology to be able to provide services, and of course having digital addresses is the first thing to be able to have that last mile delivery. So a lot of capacity building is also required to ensure that most of our post offices can actually re-engineer themselves to now use technology and move to become, to use the platforms and deliver the last mile part of logistics. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Emily. So 1 minute maximum closing remarks. Honorable Chiamwaka.
Well, thank you. Maybe let me round it up by just sharing very tidbits about some of the things maybe that are admirable in terms of trade and e-commerce. Our focus, as I said, has been so much in the rural area. And for now, we are installing about 58 towers for communication in the rural areas. 30 have already been installed, giving access to rural people, to connectivity. But also currently about 500 government institutions have been connected, free public Wi-Fi, and 30 sites, including airports in Malawi. So you find, and that's still part of the infrastructure development in terms of digital technology. Perhaps most importantly, in the morning, there was a discussion about making government electronic, paperless, and digital. And I think that's where we are also going in Malawi. Under the Ministry of Trade, the Malawi government is implementing the National Single Window under the Through Southern Africa Trade and Connectivity Project, SATIP. And this is funded by the World Bank, and 21 MDAs, including the Malawi Revenue Authority, Malawi Bureau of Standards. These are well connected because these are the drivers of e-trade, the drivers of e-commerce. And once they have these digital platforms, they can transact digitally, we know we are home and dry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Dennis?
Thank you. I think I'll use my 1 minute to really just focus on what KCB has done and what we're doing for customers. So one, we're present in 7 countries. So for those of you who are present here with regional businesses, we are happy to serve you. We have, we've been enabling cross-border payments through our network for decades, and we continue to do that. We are then utilizing the PAPS AFCTA integrations to connect the rest of Africa, but as far as the countries we operate in, we are able to offer you a solution, a cross-border solution to enable you to do business across the region. So that's number one. Number two, for the fintechs in the audience, e-commerce providers, we offer APIs. So we're able to provide you our rails, and this will include APIs essentially to facilitate payments. So anything to do with collections, we're able to support all of you as you power your journey in terms of e-commerce provision. We also recently have stores of value. We, of course, using our platforms, we offer not just bank accounts, but wallets. But with the wallets we have, we're also able to power fintechs who are looking for stores of value to facilitate e-commerce integration within their networks. Other than that, I think my colleague here talked about why we still have branches. I'd like to just respond to that. It would not be right for me not to respond. So, I mean, KCB Regional Powerhouse, in the end, we are here talking about e-commerce, and part of the critical issues is the last mile logistics. So just like e-commerce, financial services also requires distribution. And with our network, 36 million customers across the 7 countries we operate in, more than 1 million merchants and agents, we are providing that physical infrastructure that's able to connect people. And we're redefining the role of a branch and an agent. Increasingly, we've even started having conversations as to whether we can actually solve this logistics problem by utilizing our network of agents as last-mile logistic collection points with APIs also available to fintechs and third parties. So essentially, this is what KCB is doing. We continue to power the region, and thanks for the opportunity and for inviting us to this panel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dennis. Don't worry, I think a few of us still value just walking into a branch and shaking hands with somebody in there. And I could see Emily nodding profusely when you talked about PAPS, because I know it has done quite a bit in enhancing cross-border trade in the region. All right, Joel, we'll come to you 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. I still need to come and see my branch manager once in a while. She sends me texts that she has missed me, so I usually come to the branch and check if the vault is still there. So don't worry, we still need the physical branches, but we are moving away from it. I think mine is very simple. One, these things have been done elsewhere in the world. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to customize for our markets. Don't go to Europe and pick an off-the-shelf Europe solution and come and try and implement. Customize, learn and customize. So as Estonia, that's what we're doing. We are in the country to share knowledge. Now you pick the knowledge and see what works best for you. Our 1.3 million versus 55 million people, we cannot even fathom how to deal with some things. When my guests come and I take them to the rural areas, they're like, where is this? Because they don't have that kind of area to see. Estonia is as big as Kisii County. So if you look at that comparison, 1.3 million people is Westlands. So that's what they are used to. But they have solutions that work for them, and those solutions can then be scalable to other markets. So I think for me, it's looking at what is out there, working on it. She's given some very interesting examples. For example, in Estonia, you have to book to cross the border. You're given your permission and your green channel 24 hours before. You don't have to stop. No one is going to ask you a question. The only person who asks you a question is if you've not applied. So it can happen anywhere. So I think for me, it's sending out the message that we are able to do it. And as Africa, we are so resilient and so versatile and so agile that we can do it better than our colleagues on the international stage. So let's collaborate and work together.
Thank you, Joel. Emily?
Okay, I'll try to keep within the 1 minute, but I agree with him 100% on the customization. Many countries have tried to take M-Pesa to their countries, but it never worked the same way because every country has its specificities that have to be taken care of. And so customization to suit your current situation is very important. Now, we would be amiss if we go without talking about digital skills development. And I think that's one of the key areas that we need to focus on. And this year, the theme of the year for the African Union is actually focused on education. So skills development for inclusion is very important. And I think it's also very important in digital trade, the linkage or the partnership between the private sector and government, because we need digital infrastructure to be able to trade digitally. And who does the infrastructure? It's governments. So governments need to set the right foundations for digital trade to happen. And so it is very important that, that we have that partnership. I would also be amiss if I don't talk about the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, because I've heard the colleague from KCB mention it. And this is one of the key initiatives between the AfCFTA, that's the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the Afrexim Bank to actually support trade facilitation and in this regard payments to make it easier for African countries to pay in their own currencies faster and at a lower cost. So I would encourage those that have not yet joined PAPS to actually join PAPS and get even the capacity building that they need to be able to utilize PAPS. The Secretariat of PAPS and the AFCFTA can actually support to do that. Then the last one is an advertisement. We have a digital trade forum that will be happening in Zambia from the 20th to the 22nd of June. And we really would wish to get the support from all of you, and we welcome you to actually come and talk digital trade, see what are the opportunities and how we can be able to continue the relationship and the interaction to make a connected Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of our panel discussion this afternoon. Help me appreciate our panelists by giving them a warm round of applause. I'd also like to remind you that this panel discussion will be aired on CNBC Africa, so if you did not catch it from the beginning, or if you would like to catch it yourselves, our panelists feel free to do so. All right, with that, I would like our panelists to take their seats. Perhaps maybe just stand first here for a photograph. Thereafter, you may take your seats, and then I'll make the announcements on our breakaway sessions.
Yes.
Convergence is bringing together the best of two worlds. Consolidation, on the other hand, is combining multiple elements to create a more effective whole. When both concepts are put together, you get reduced complexity, increased protection.
All right, we've got
and improved incident
something
response.
small to say thank you to our panelists, so I'll request you to go back slightly. My apologies for the oversight. I'd like to welcome on stage
Application journey on any cloud. The Fortinet Security Fabric simplifies operational management and speeds up processes with AI-powered analytics and automation. An open ecosystem supporting more than 500 technology suppliers and threat intelligence partners means better end-to-end protection in multi-vendor environments. All this while consistently countering threats in real time with AI-powered coordinated protections. A cybersecurity mesh platform that adapts as today's networks and even threats themselves evolve. That's the Fortinet Security Fabric. Digital security.
Today or tomorrow? You got interviewed already?
Not yet. I'll see it a bit. Yes. Yes. She told me I go and see her tomorrow.
So I want to get my phone and just do that.
In the heart of Africa, where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train, here lies the...
All right, many thanks to our panel discussion and our discussants as well for an insightful conversation. We're now ready to go into our breakout sessions. There are 6 in total. I hope you have managed to select which of the 6 you'd like to. In terms of location of the different breakouts, number 1 to room number 4 will be held on the right side of the tent. So once you walk out, you walk towards the lunch area. Number 1 to breakout room number 4 will be on that side, and number 5 and 6 will be on the left. So once you exit the tent through the main entrance, you turn left. 5 and 6 will be on your left. And I know it is raining. I hope we have some umbrellas out there to assist our guests to get to the different breakout rooms, which I will just announce briefly. All right, breakout 1 will be on addressing the digital divide. Breakout number 2 will be on mobilizing connectivity. Breakout number 3 will be shaping policy and regulatory technology in Africa for seamless growth. Breakout number 4, harnessing digital tools for sustainable growth. And breakout session number 5, boosting connectivity for education community. Breakout 6 will be a fireside chat on expert voice and interventions, looking at transitioning from 5G to 6G with, and connect AI with 6G, connecting everything. Breakout number 7 will be a fireside chat with GIZ, and breakout number 8 will be an expert voice with Dell Technologies. So do feel free to now go to either of one of the breakout sessions that you have chosen to attend this evening. As I've mentioned, 1 to 4 will be on the right side of the tent towards the lunch area, and breakout 4 and 5 to 6 will be on the left side of the tent. All right, and I'm also informed that dinner will be served in the plenary, which is in the room we're in. So once you're done with the breakout sessions, please come this way. At 7 o'clock, dinner will be served here in the plenary hall. Enjoy your breakout sessions. We'll see you back here for dinner.
Where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train. Here lies the home of champions. In the raw beauty of Kenya, champions are forged. Every stride, every sweat, every victory, all born from the soil of this majestic land. Witness the adventure and become part of magical Kenya's great marathons, such as Stanchat, Lewa, and many more, and experience the spirit of Kenya. There is so much more to the magic. Here is a sanctuary where the serenity of nature revitalizes and rejuvenates. Rich with the authentic Kenyan culture of hospitality. Vibrant with life at every step. Come and discover the magical Kenya. Welcome home.
So here's to the achievers, the believers in more. You see world-class office space. We see launchpads to extraordinary startups and profitable organizations. You see a hefty financial investment. We see unprecedented revenues and profits. You see people. We see human capital and thousands of employment opportunities. You see some vacant land. We see the possibility of growth and development like nothing seen before. You see gold plaques. We see validation that our vision is truly becoming a reality. You see plans. We see a Silicon Savannah powered by Africa's winning spirit and Kenya's industriousness. You see world-class infrastructure. We see technology, science, and expertise at work to create the most sustainable environment that they could be. You see a city. We see a place where quality of life is a given. Konza Technopolis. Technology in the service of humanity.
You probably think Visa's a debit card company, huh? But it's actually a network. Connecting just about everyone to just about everyone else. It can open eyes with a cup of coffee and change minds about what makes a business a business. And it is working to connect everyone, everywhere. So, meet Visa, a network working for everyone.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking. We're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
In today's society, the future of any economy is digital. Ordering medicine, agricultural products, manufacturing supplies, working, and even studying are all done online. This is why one of the key focus of government strategy is building a digital superhighway all over the country and making it accessible to anyone. The government has completed about 25,000 kilometers of fiber, including 12,000 kilometers of national optic fiber network backbone infrastructure, NOFB, and the private sector has built around 35,000 kilometers of fiber. The National Optical Fiber Backbone Initiative has connected 1,650 ministries, counties, departments, and agencies nationwide. More than 100 hospitals have been connected, and a national telemedicine initiative led by Kenyatta National Hospital has been piloted with support from Huawei and other partners. The Digital Superhighway program has 5 key components. To enhance connectivity across the country, the Digital Superhighway shall install an additional 100,000 kilometers of reliable, stable, and affordable high-speed internet connectivity across the country. This will connect 8.5 million homes, 40,000 learning institutions, 13,000 public health institutions, 18,000 government offices, as well as police stations, huduma centers, and technical institutes. The Digital Superhighway will provide free public Wi-Fi in 25,000 locations across the country to ensure access to ICT and close the digital divide in line with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To enhance regional integration and make Kenya into a regional and global ICT hub, exporting technology and software, and a powerhouse in data storage and cybersecurity. To establish 1,450 digital village smart hubs in every ward for Kenyans to use to innovate, work online, and also trade online. Expanding mobile network penetration, that is 4G and 5G coverage across the country, and leverage new technologies such as AI, blockchain, and big data. The digital superhighway design will be the whole country connected, high redundancy, seamless integration between private and public sector networks, integrated design, building, and acceptance. Just imagine bringing science to life in your local primary school through watching videos online or using platforms like Zoom or Microsoft Teams to learn from a teacher in a national school. An open university where all students can join and complete their studies online. Being able to talk to and get prescriptions from a doctor online. Working and earning online at the comfort of your home. Using the internet to trade globally through buying and selling of products to the world market. Using AI, big data, and blockchain technology to guide in agricultural production. Access to financial services online such as the Hustler Fund. Modernization of our security agencies by enabling them to respond to emergencies on time, and elimination of crimes in our country. The key outcomes will be the creation of at least 1 million jobs, increasing ICT contribution to GDP to 1.2%, improving public services in health, education, and safety, amongst others. This is the Digital Superhighway, a smart, connected, and digital Kenya.
The story is told that man walked his first steps right here in Africa. The evidence reveals that he didn't just begin his walk here, he began his thinking, creating and developing right here. And so it goes. Africa is the cradle of technology. Kenya's tech journey has been long and steady. As a people, Kenyans are innovative, and this is clearer in the tech space. We have built ICT infrastructure, innovated, and leveraged tech to keep connected, do business,